Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order. By author Da Bai Bu Xiong. Boundless dark gold mist surged and traversed between the bizarre buildings, as if without end. Amidst the grand and strange buildings stood a colossal, magnificent, and peculiar twin-spurred temple, its spires reaching into the sky and disappearing into the dark gold mist, exuding a majestic aura. The temple was constructed from black stone, its surface carved with exquisite sculptures and magnificent frescoes, adorned with strange symbols, showcasing giant-like strength and glory, while its massive archways and majestic towers conveyed an unspeakable sense of solemnity. Within the temple, towering stone pillars appeared and disappeared within the dark gold mist, supporting the vast dome. At the deepest part of the temple was a massive throne carved with mysterious patterns, situated atop 9 stone steps. Below the stone steps, on either side of the temple, stood 5 high-backed stone chairs, each surrounded by dark gold mist. Below these high-backed chairs, strangely arranged, were 49 peculiar stone chairs, collectively exuding a mix of majesty, mystery, order, and chaos. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed within the temple, quickly fading into the grand temple and the pervasive dark gold mist. Above the 9 stone steps, on the massive throne carved with mysterious patterns, a phantom figure completely formed by dark gold mist continuously wailed and cried, stirring the surrounding dark gold mist to surge into the figure. After an unknown period, the dark gold mist stopped surging and returned to calm. The original phantom figure became solid, and the wailing and crying gradually ceased. A weak murmur emanated from the figure on the throne. Ren Yu finally regained himself and consciousness from extreme pain and mental confusion. Ren Yu looked around, and even with his excellent composure, he couldn't help but curse. He looked up at the dome shrouded in dark gold mist, filled with indignation. Did I transmigrate? Others transmigrate with halos, but why am I in so much pain that I'm dying, and what the hell is this? I don't even have a body. Ren Yu came from the 21st century Earth, a university student full of ambition, planning his future and contributing to the country. Unfortunately, his grand aspirations were cut short. He woke up to find himself transmigrated to another Earth. Everything was similar yet different, the unfamiliar environment and world almost crushed him. After a period of despondency, he finally cheered up, discovering that the literary works of his original world did not exist here. He then prepared to use his knowledge from his original world to integrate into society and live the boring life of a wealthy young master. However, while traveling at sea and recalling works, he encountered a tsunami. In the last moment of his consciousness blurring as he sank to the bottom of the sea, and seemingly boundless dark gold mist surged from the deep seabed, engulfing Ren Yu. Ren Yu slumped on the magnificent throne, or more accurately, floated above it. He extended his slightly phantom left hand, formed by dark gold mist, and sighed helplessly. Although the influx of dark gold mist brought boundless pain, it also stabilized his fragile and ethereal soul. As the price of the pain, streams of information bearing mysterious symbols also flooded his soul, making Ren Yu understand his current predicament. This was the nation of disorder, one of the 9 great qualities separated by the original creator. Wait. Original creator. Sephira. Nation of disorder. Ren Yu felt his brain about to explode again and murmured, did I transmigrate to Lord of the Mysteries? A wail echoed in his heart, why? Such a dangerous and bizarre world, those outer deity and old ones are all eyeing it covetously. Wait, the gaze of the cosmos. It's over. After a period of fearful overthinking, Ren Yu, finding that nothing had happened, finally calmed down to consider his situation. According to his previous experiences and the information transmitted by the dark gold mist, he was currently within the source quality disordered country. It was reasonable that the Sephira's status isolated him from the outer deity's perception and gaze. So what is my situation now? Also, after the battle between Celestial Worthy and God Almighty, the nation of disorder was sealed in the West Continent by Celestial Worthy, who is also Lord of the Mysteries, until the end of the 5th epoch when Cat Bug achieves Lord of the Mysteries before there is hope of unsealing it. So am I sealed now? No way, aren't transmigrators supposed to be lucky? Why am I so unlucky? No, Perhaps Celestial Worthy and God Almighty haven't awakened yet, so I still have a chance. But I can't do anything now. Heavens, please favor this unlucky me. Suddenly, the boundless dark gold mist surged turbulently, and a majestic and deep voice resonated through the temple, saying, "Interesting," startling Ren Yu, who was slumped on the throne. Strangely, Ren Yu had never heard that voice before, yet he understood its meaning. "Who are you?" Ren Yu stood up abruptly and looked around, but there was nothing except the hall enveloped in dark gold mist. "God Almighty, the Creator, the Omniscient and Omnipotent, Star Realm Lord," the majestic and indifferent voice replied, "I didn't expect such a strange soul to be fused within this Sephira. Who are you? Why do you not bear the Primordial One's imprint?" Upon hearing the reply, Ren Yu's heart churned. God Almighty, Star Realm Lord. So it was the first epoch, the period when God Almighty and Celestial Worthy had just awakened and not yet fallen. This is bad. God Almighty controls the spectator pathway. Has he already seen through my thoughts? No, if he could see through and read minds, there would be no need to ask. He mentioned fusion. Could it be that after I fused with the Nation of Disorder, I gained some characteristic that bypassed mind reading? It's possible. Does the Primordial One's imprint refer to the mental imprint formed after the original creator split? Of course, I don't have it. I transmigrated from another world. But how should I answer? As his thoughts raced, Ren Yu looked up at the dome shrouded in dark gold mist. I don't know either. I just encountered a shipwreck, sank to the bottom of the sea, and after being engulfed by the boundless dark gold mist, I arrived here. Respected Star Realm Lord, do you know what's going on? After a difficult silence, the majestic and indifferent voice responded, a variable is also a turning point. The instinct of convergence dictates that I and Lord of the Mysteries must have a battle, and your future is shrouded in mist, I cannot foresee it. How interesting. The grand and majestic voice echoed through the hall, and at the same time, an indescribable light broke through the boundless dark gold mist and enveloped Ren Yu. Through the breakthrough, a figure completely composed of light stood silently. Streams of light surged from the light figure into the dark gold mist-shrouded hall, fusing with the dark gold mist to form a ring and a staff, which landed on the 9 stone steps, beside the massive throne. Currently, you lack the status and strength to truly fuse with a Sephira, but with my help, and by virtue of a soul without the Primordial One's imprint, you can establish a stronger connection with the Sephira over long years, gradually assimilating and controlling this Sephira while avoiding madness. Once you possess the corresponding status, you can smoothly control this Sephira. The majestic and indifferent voice echoed in Ren Yu's ears. Before he could respond, Ren Yu, enveloped in light, uncontrollably expanded into a vortex, frantically absorbing the surrounding dark gold mist. Accompanied by layers of illusory whispers and soul-tearing pain like a tide, he lost consciousness. The light dissipated, and the dark gold mist surged and gathered, engulfing the colossal, magnificent, and peculiar twin-spurred temple. Layers of illusory whispers echoed within the magnificent temple, as a vortex of dark gold mist enveloped the entire temple, making time here seem to lose its meaning. Suddenly, the dark gold mist-filled sky was pierced by transparent, slimy tentacles, and a vortex formed by transparent worms slowly rotated. A figure composed of transparent worms and slimy tentacles emerged, looking down at the dark gold vortex below. The dark gold vortex seemed to sense something, and an illusory figure gradually solidified at its center. An interesting soul, an unexpected variable, the layered, illusory words echoed. It's a pity that it doesn't even possess divinity. Even at the end of the epoch, it cannot truly succeed. The Primordial One's imprint contained within a Sephira cannot be erased by time alone. As the whispers reverberated, a tentacle covered in mysterious, twisted patterns pierced through the void. Accompanied by a shrill, unwilling roar, the tentacle, wrapped around a chaotic, heart-like pulsating eyeball and a chaotic crystal covered in twisted, mysterious symbols, returned to the figure formed by the convergence of worms and tentacles. As expected of the omniscient and omnipotent one, who foresaw my arrival. So be it, leave this variable, I also want to see if the future will be more interesting. The tentacle, carrying the eyeball and the chaotic crystal, instantly arrived at the dark gold vortex below, embedding the eyeball at the top of the tall throne above the 9 stone steps. Chaotic ripples burst forth from within the spherical pearl, accompanied by an indescribable roar, mixing into the dark gold vortex. The chaotic crystal and the dark gold mist merged to form a chaotic, translucent cuboid, which fell below the throne. The slimy tentacle, adorned with mysterious, twisted patterns, automatically detached and absorbed the surrounding dark gold mist, transforming into an ancient silver-gray ring that fell beside the translucent cuboid. Chaotic and silver-gray hues intertwined, as if in opposition. The mental imprint left by the Son of Chaos's infiltration into the uniqueness of chaos within the original barrier is enough to consume the primordial one's imprint left in this Sephira. In that case, chaos will obediently be my lamp wick. Next, I should seal the remaining Sephira. The layered whispers dissipated, and the vortex formed by transparent worms also vanished. The dark gold figure within the dark gold mist vortex above the throne seemed to sense something. Its form gradually disintegrated, and the dark gold vortex contracted and expanded, returning to tranquility. Whispers and roars echoed in Ren Yu's consciousness, accompanied by various bizarre sights. Below the magnificent temple, a light spot formed by a gathering of dark gold mist continuously contracted and expanded, emitting waves of prayers. You are the emperor who governs the human world. You are the ruler of the endless earth. You are the shadow of order. Continuous prayers sounded particularly harsh amidst the whispers and roars. Although he didn't recognize the language, he clearly understood its meaning. Ren Yu, whose consciousness was hazy, felt as if he was waking from a nightmare, and his chaotic consciousness suddenly cleared. Within the magnificent temple, a figure gradually solidified within the dark gold mist vortex on the tall throne, which was embedded with a chaotic eyeball. Ren Yu pinched his brow, sitting on the throne and muttering, "How long have I been asleep? Thanks to the later blessed Zan Huang immortal who helped me, otherwise I would have truly been assimilated by the mental imprint. And thanks to these prayers, otherwise I wouldn't know when I would wake up." A 3-part honored name, the emperor who governs the human world, the ruler of the endless earth, the shadow of order. This is a god's honored name, which should correspond to the Black Emperor pathway. Someone has achieved Black Emperor. Is it Solomon, or my fellow countryman Huang Dao Rosal Gustav? Ren Yu looked at the dark gold light spot below, which was continuously contracting and expanding, gritted his teeth, and extended his consciousness. A black mausoleum stood proudly, exuding an aura of extreme grandeur. Various strange texts and symbols were carved around the mausoleum, bringing an indescribable sense of majesty and distortion. A majestic figure covered in black armor and wearing a dark crown stood at the top of the mausoleum. Centered on the mausoleum, tens of thousands of countless humans prostrated themselves on the ground, facing it. Ren Yu instantly cut off his consciousness, and the dark gold mist below, which was constantly contracting and expanding, immediately returned to calm. The layered prayers gradually dissipated, and the whispers and roars intensified. Fortunately, I was cautious and cut off the connection in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unpredictable. Ren Yu frowned, forcing down the whispers and roars, and muttered while sitting on the throne. This looks like the Black Emperor's ritual for becoming a god. It seems that as the Sephira corresponding to the Black Emperor pathway and the Judicator sequence, when a sequence 0 of the corresponding pathway is born, I, who have initially mastered the source quality disordered country, can sense the corresponding prayers. Fortunately, I was cautious and cut off the connection in time, otherwise, in my current state of having the authority but no Beander characteristic, I would be dead if discovered. There is a lack of steam creations around the huge mausoleum, and this Black Emperor did not fight with other true gods. If it were my fellow countryman Huang Dao Rosal Gustav, he would definitely be getting hammered by the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. So, that should be Emperor Solomon. Then, it should be the period when the Fourth Epic's era of conflict had just ended. Solomon achieved Black Emperor, and established the Solomon First Empire. No wonder after I was awakened, I could still barely overcome the urge to sleep. The outside world has already reached the fourth epoch, and the primordial one's residual mental imprint in the nation of disorder has significantly faded. The outer deity's imprint in the uniqueness of chaos has also been largely worn away during the 3 epochs of resistance against the primordial one's imprint. Ren Yu looked back at the chaotic eyeball at the top of the magnificent throne, sighing silently, as expected of the blessed Zhan Huang Immortal, the spirit world dominator, the Lord of the Mysteries. His generosity is truly impressive. It seems the Lord of the Mysteries did not seal me along with this Sephira in the West Continent. Then what is the price of this karma? To help the Lord of the Mysteries reappear. Does God Almighty have the same goal? Am I lucky or unlucky? I just transmigrated and encountered the strongest bosses, 2-pillar level outer deity. They entered my home as if they were just playing. Ren Yu couldn't help but raise his hand and press his brow, complaining wildly in his mind. It seems this uniqueness of chaos should come from the outer deity Son of Chaos, who infiltrated his power, which is the lamp genie in the future sealed artifact 005 wishing lamp. I don't know if he will still deserve the number 005 after his uniqueness is stripped by the Lord of the Mysteries. And the nation of disorder can actually accommodate this outer deity uniqueness. It seems this outer deity pathway is indeed a close pathway to the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathway. It's a pity that it is still the 4th epoch, the mental imprints of the primordial one and that outer deity have not completely faded. I hope I can catch up with the tide of the times. Since I have come to the world of the Lord of the Mysteries, I naturally want to make up for my regrets and ascend to godhood. Illusory murmurs echoed within the magnificent temple, gradually being drowned out by the increasingly intense whispers and roars. Unlike before, the illusory figure above the throne no longer disintegrated into a dark gold vortex, instead, it gradually solidified. The dark gold mist contracted and expanded, spreading outwards from the center of the huge, magnificent, and eerie twin-peaked temple. The chaotic eyeball at the top of the throne within the temple gradually began to flicker, alternating between dark gold and chaos. Below the magnificent temple, a cluster of golden black mist coalesced into a point of light, constantly contracting and expanding, emitting waves of prayers. You are the embodiment of order. You are the controller of rules. You are the God who judges all living beings. On the tall throne inlaid with chaotic eyes, within the vortex formed by the golden black mist, a figure suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the golden black mist light point below, which was constantly contracting and expanding, emitting waves of prayers. With a wave of his hand, he severed the connection, and the prayers echoed within the majestic temple, gradually drowning in the slightly illusory whispers and roars. A 3-part honored name, the embodiment of order, the controller of rules, the God who judges all living beings. Ren Yu sat on the throne and murmured to himself, this should be the Night Emperor who changed his pathway to achieve Sequence 0, the judge after the split of the 4th epoch Tudor Trentost United Empire. I really want to see the War of the 4 Emperors, but unfortunately, I am too weak now. Before I have the strength of the corresponding Beander, everything must be handled with caution. I cannot be arrogant because of the success of my previous prying. Now, at least the 6 Gods Alliance is still paying attention to the Night Emperor's becoming a god, and there are also the true Creator and the resurrected Solomon. With so many true gods, if any of them discover my prying, the outcome will not be too good. It truly lives up to the gods' era. The spiritual imprints of the primordial one and chaos have been largely worn away. Another slumber should wear them down to the point where they won't drive me mad. Just wait a little longer, it's almost time. Illusory whispers echoed within the majestic temple, and the boundless golden black mist contracted and expanded like breathing. Dash 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 dash. You are the emperor who rules the human world. You are the great ruler of the republic. You are the shadow of order and knowledge. Ren Yu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the light point formed by the golden black mist below, which was constantly contracting and expanding, emitting waves of prayers. Rosal, this must be Rosal changing his pathway to achieve Black Emperor. Let me think. In 1198, Rosal forcibly advanced to Black Emperor and was assassinated by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Sorin family, perishing in the White Maple Palace. With Rosal's current meander and strength, at least one of Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Steam and Machinery must have acted, or even both true gods acted, to make Rosal perish silently. It is now 1198. Klein's awakening is in 1349 June, and the Doomsday is in 1368 July. There are less than 200 years left. At the beginning of the fifth epoch, the original barrier greatly receded, and the seven gods no longer walked on the ground, beginning to retreat to the astral world to maintain the barrier. The struggle between Rosal, Eternal Blazing Sun, and God of Steam and Machinery should have attracted the attention of other true gods and kings of angels. I can take a risk. It's a pity, fellow countrymen. I currently only have the meander of Saphira, but I don't have the corresponding strength to resolve the mother goddess of depravity's pollution. I will come to save you when I achieve outer deity. I can provide help for the advancement rituals of your daughter Bernadette and your future granddaughter Catlia. Consider it my thanks for you attracting the attention of the gods for me. Renyu rubbed his temples and sighed. However, now is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's just a pity that the spiritual imprints of the Primordial One and Chaos are still a little short. I cannot leave Saphira now. Could this be a calculation by God Almighty and Celestial Worthy? Damn it, I can't give up halfway at this point, so I can only do this. As his words fell, accompanied by Renyu standing up, the boundless golden black mist began to boil. Several strands of golden black mist surged out from Renyu's body, rushing towards the light point formed by the golden black mist below, which was constantly contracting and expanding, emitting waves of prayers. The boundless golden black mist returned to calm. Within the magnificent temple, Renyu leaned back on the throne and groaned. Just using a little bit of Saphira's power resulted in a backlash. If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual imprints of the Primordial One and Chaos have been worn away in the struggle from the first epoch until now, and are now at their end, the backlash just now would have been enough to drive me mad. Doomsday is approaching, and I also need to plan ahead. Taking a little risk is worth it, it's almost time. Dash 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 dash. In 1198, in the northern suburbs of Trier, the capital of Intis, at the confluence of the Rhine River and the Sorenzo River, a huge manor was located. Deep within the manor stood a pointed high tower. At the top of the tower, an ancient knight's short sword was enshrined at the very top. From the top of the tower, looking south towards Trier, there seemed to be flames soaring into the sky, and dark clouds rolled. Suddenly, a golden black mist appeared abruptly and instantly merged into the ancient knight's short sword. Golden light and golden black light alternated on the short sword, then returned to calm. In Fenaport City, the capital of Fanapotter Kingdom, in the Celso district in the southern suburbs, within a high-rise villa with a garden but slightly old, a golden black mist emerged from the void and merged into a string of light green diamond necklaces. The light flashed and then became dim and obscure. On the northwest side of the Violent Sea, in Bodo Port, within a dilapidated two-story building, a golden black mist emerged from the void and instantly merged into a dagger with a light blue handle. In the South Continent, West Bayern, north of the Star Plateau, west of the Pass River Valley, in Caesar Port, which belongs to the Intis colony, within a Barum-style building mixed with Intis-style architecture near the port, a golden black mist appeared out of thin air and merged into a translucent skull in the center of the building. Loen Kingdom, East Taker County capital, Iriseel. In the center of the capital stood a continuous cluster of buildings, and at its very center stood a tall circular tower with blades, spears, swords, and halberds stuck into its exterior, covered in reddish-brown rust. A golden black mist appeared out of thin air and merged into an iron-black token placed in the circular tower. Suddenly, a vast and terrifying aura abruptly rose from the bottom of the circular tower. Invisible fluctuations swept back and forth across the circular tower, then returned to calm. The murmurs and roars gradually blurred, and the surroundings were a chaotic dark gold. Renyu felt a faint pull, and his spiritual intuition was stirred. Following the pull, he seemed to break through some kind of restraint, and with a loud cry, he opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was a circular hall covered in murals and lavish decorations. A gentle, blonde lady looked at him with a slightly pale face. A middle-aged man with a stern, imposing demeanor pushed aside the surrounding servants and walked towards him urgently. Beside him, an ancient, iron-black token split open from its center, but no one noticed. Dash 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 dash. After midnight, Iriseel, which was bustling during the day, fell silent. Even with such good public order now, there were few pedestrians. Aaron believed that this was partly due to the existence of beyonder powers in this world, which contained too many unstable factors. For wild beyonders, the nights in Iriseel might bring more stringent monitoring and searches. Even ordinary people who had not come into contact with beyonder powers gave up the idea of going out due to various folk tales of strange disappearances in the dark night. On the other hand, even though Emperor Rosal made many inventions and creations for the Church of Steam and Machinery, the cost of large-scale production and transportation of electricity was still enormous. Even prosperous Iriseel could not achieve full city-wide, all-night lighting. Only the main roads would have electricity supplied all night, while other sections could only use gas lamps for emergency lighting. Aaron stood on the top floor of a tall, circular tower, its exterior covered in red copper rust and bristling with swords, spears, and halberds. He withdrew his gaze from overlooking Iriseel, glanced at the tall circular tower not far away, and then looked up at the crimson blood moon in the sky, his thoughts swirling. It's been 15 years since I arrived. In these 15 years, I haven't reached the age of eligibility, so I can't participate in the family's promotion ceremony. Secretly collecting materials and concocting potions is easy to arouse suspicion and difficult to explain. I can only learn the North-South continent languages to prepare for the future. Now, Rune language, Fusik language, Intis language, and Fenaport language are basically mastered. Hermes language, Giant language, and Duton language have also been introduced. I just need to consume the potion to become a beyonder. It's April 30, 1346, and there are still over 3 years until Cat Bug awakens in Saphira Castle. I need to hurry. That's right, Ren Yu, or more accurately, Aaron will now. At the end of his slumber and recovery from the backlash, Ren Yu, guided by his spiritual intuition, descended and became the eldest son of the current Duke of East Tarok in the Loen Kingdom, the future helmsman of the East Taker family, and was named Aaron Will. Speaking of the East Taker family, one cannot help but mention Varna Will of Dongtak, the first Duke. He rose in the late 4th epoch, at the tail end of the War of the Four Emperors. Starting from Iriseel, the current capital of East Tarok County, he, along with the 4 great noble families of the Tudor Trentsust United Empire period, Einhorn, Augustus, Sauron, and Castile, divided the northern continent, hunted down the Tudor and Trentsust royal families, and pursued nobles who supported Solomon and Tudor. During the century-long northern continent melee, the ancestor Varna Will of Dongtak, the first Duke, advanced to Red Priest pathway sequence 2 inches Weather Warlock, achieving an angel rank, which established him and thus made the East Taker family an angel family. After the war, the 4 great noble families of Einhorn, Augustus, Sauron, and Castile established the Fasak Empire, the Loen Kingdom, the Intis Empire, and the Fanapotter Kingdom, respectively. Due to the existence of the ancestor Varna Will, the founder and protector of Loen, the first king, William Augustus I, signed a contract with the ancestor Varna Will. East Tarok County and its affiliated Southern Sea area joined the Loen Kingdom, but retained autonomy and some military power, and were in effect as the Duke of East Tarok. Aaron leaned against the wall, recalling the records in the family's ancient texts, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that East Tarok County, which had almost no presence in the original work, actually had an angel family. Always remember that this is a real world. Afterwards, I must not act based on empiricism. I must be patient and calm, and be full of reverence for the unknown, Aaron secretly thought. Tomorrow is May. The family designates the month in which the ancestor ascended to angel as the month of Beander enlightenment for the younger generations of the family. All eligible family members who aspire to embark on the Beander pathway can come to this ancestral tower and take the potion under the supervision of the family's Beanders to become a Beander. As the eldest son of the Duke of East Tarok and the future helmsman of the East Taker family, it is essential to become a Beander to successfully inherit the title. The family primarily controls Red Priest Pathway Sequence 2 to Sequence 9, Black Emperor Pathway Sequence 4 to Sequence 9, Judge Pathway Sequence 4 to Sequence 9, and several other incomplete pathways. Interestingly, according to family records, the potion formulas and rituals for Black Emperor Pathway and Judge Pathway Sequence 4 to Sequence 9 were obtained by the Ancestor Varna Will of Dongtak, the first Duke, by slaying several Sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen and Imperative Mages at the end of the War of the Four Emperors in the Fourth Epic. Unfortunately, I have already merged with the Source Quality Disordered Country. If I were to take the Red Priest pathway, I would probably lose control and go mad on the spot. I can only choose between the Black Emperor pathway and the Judge pathway. For the Black Emperor pathway, subsequent potions and rituals can be found by locating the Black Emperor card in Backland. However, the Black Emperor's godhood ritual requirements are too stringent, and it would completely cut off the hope of revival for my fellow countryman Huang Dao Rosal Gustav. Aaron closed his eyes and recalled, moreover, the Black Emperor's godhood ritual requires possessing 3 Beander characteristic of Sequence 1 Footprints of Abolition, and the Black Emperor uniqueness, as well as having one's own country, linking one's name with the title of Emperor, making it common knowledge among the populace, and also establishing a strict, complex, but abnormal set of rules, including but not limited to architectural style and laws and regulations. Then, one must drive the populace to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums, and then enter one of them, taking the Sequence 0 potion during corresponding sacrificial rituals in different cities, in which the vast majority of the populace participates. Aaron frowned. Such a godhood ritual is simply impossible to achieve in the current state of the North-South continent. Just having one's own country and linking one's name with the title of Emperor, making it common knowledge among the populace, is almost impossible now that the North-South continent has been divided among various nations for 1,000 years. Although the ruling class is corrupt, their grip on power is difficult to shake. Trying to split off and establish one's own country amidst surrounding nations and the gaze of deities is almost impossible. Just like facing an outer god, it's like trying to smash a rock with an egg, inviting self-destruction. Thinking of this, Aaron looked up at the red moon in the sky, as if he saw pairs of indescribable eyes, circling in the vast cosmos, peeking at the earth. HMPH, outer gods, what immense pressure. Fortunately, my soul has now merged with the Source Quality Disordered Country. Even though I haven't embarked on the Beander pathway yet and cannot greatly mobilize power within the Sephira's rank in the nation of disorder's instinctive distortion of rules are enough to shield and isolate the outer god's perceptions. The Black Emperor pathway's godhood conditions are stringent and require a very long time, and the Sequence 1 Beander characteristic and uniqueness are also missing. Doomsday is approaching, and there's no time to waste. Since that's the case, I can only choose the Judge pathway. I can slowly search for the subsequent potion formulas and rituals. Having made up his mind, Aaron no longer hesitated and returned to his bedroom to rest. On May 1, 1346, early in the morning, Aaron was awakened by his butler and went to the washroom to take care of personal matters. He walked down the long corridor to the first-floor hall. "Brother," a shout suddenly emerged from behind him halfway through, and then Aaron felt his shoulder sink. His spiritual intuition had not warned him, so Aaron knew who it was without turning around. "Afuni, are you starving? Do you want Big Brother to carry you downstairs for breakfast?" A small head peeked out from Aaron's shoulder. Her long golden hair was simply tied with a dark blue diamond hair accessory, and her clear blue eyes blinked, with long eyelashes and gentle facial features. "Yes, Big Brother, you haven't carried Afuni in a long, long time. Also, you are going to the Ancestral Tower to consume the potion today." Why can't you listen to father and mother and consume the potion in a few more years? The earlier you consume the potion, the greater the risk of losing control. A hint of worry flashed in Afuni's clear eyes. Afuni, full name Afuni Will, is 12 years old this year. She is Aaron's younger sister and the youngest daughter of the Duke of East Tarok. As a member of an angel family and the daughter of a duke, even though Afuni is only 12, she has a good understanding of sequence potions and Beyander powers. Aaron turned around and stroked Afuni's small head, his tone gentle and relieved. Afuni, you're a little adult now. You're telling me this here because you're afraid father and mother will hear it later and worry them too, right? Don't worry, big brother never does anything unprepared. I'm confident, and besides, father and mother are both here. Father has already advanced to demigod, which is enough to protect me. The current Duke of East Tarok Gusman will advance to Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight of the Red Priest pathway 6 years ago, taking command of the East Tarok fleet and being responsible for all matters concerning Military Intelligence Department 9 in East Tarok County. All right, Aaron, you must be careful. Mother and I will wait for you to come back home. Okay, I will. Let's go eat breakfast. As the childlike voices echoed, the two figures, one large and one small, moved further and further away. In the living room, exquisitely carved chairs were neatly arranged on both sides of the marble table. Fine murals and angels with illusory wings on their backs, along with the East Taker family crest, were carved and painted on the walls and ceiling. A dignified, self-possessed middle-aged man sat in the main seat, with a gentle-faced lady with long golden hair beside him. They were the current Duke of East Tarok Gusman Will and Duchess Celine Wolf. The Duchess smiled as she watched the siblings come downstairs, and her gentle voice rang out, "All right, Afuni, quickly get off Aaron's back. Aaron, come find me after you advance to Sequence 9 today, and mother will give you a gift." The Duke of East Tarok's stern, rigid face also showed a rare smile. "Aaron, relax. With me here, there's no need to worry. Aaron, Afuni, come eat." After a hearty breakfast, Aaron followed his father to a tall, round tower in the center of the family's territory. This tower, also known as the Ancestral Tower, was covered in red copper rust and had swords, spears, and halberds stuck into its exterior. Legend has it that the ancestor who founded the East Taker family, the terrestrial angel, the first Duke of East Tarok, lies dormant beneath the Ancestral Tower. Inside the hall at the bottom of the round tower, the Duke of East Tarok stood on a high platform, with two other men of profound aura standing beside him. Aaron, standing with several other young men and women, did not seem out of place. Although he was the youngest at 15, his height was already considerable. Aaron looked around, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Unlike Klein's inability to conceal his special characteristics at low sequences, Aaron was confident that with his 4 epoch-long fusion connection to the Nation of Disorder, he could consciously strengthen or weaken his connection to the Sephira, thereby concealing his Sephira aura, enough to deceive Beyonders below the angel of the corresponding pathway. So even though he anticipated encountering Black Emperor and Justiciar sequence demigods within the family, Aaron was fearless. He just didn't expect 3 demigods to show up, truly worthy of being an angel family. The Duke of East Tarok stood on the high platform, looking down at the young men and women. He spoke in a majestic voice, "You have all taken mysticism enlightenment classes, so you should know that the preparation of low sequence potions is very simple. You are all the future of my East Taker family. This time, I and 2 elders will oversee your advancement. Starting now, those whose names I call will come to me to receive the prepared potion and consume it on the spot. Daisy will, Sequence 9 Lawyer. Ciola will, Sequence 9 Arbiter. Marquis will, Sequence 9 Hunter. Hanar will, Sequence 9 Apothecary. Angel will, Sequence 9 Apprentice. Aaron, standing below, twitched his eyebrows as he listened. The Hunter, Lawyer, and Arbiter pathways, which could lead to demigods, were only available to members of the family's main lineage, while the incomplete sequences mastered by other families were mostly for members of collateral branches. An angel family that has existed for thousands of years must have a self-adapting set of family rules, but whether there are potions after demigod is not important. For most people, a middle sequence is already the end. The higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control due to madness, and Beander characteristic conservation means that the higher the sequence, the fewer Beander characteristics, making it harder to advance. Aaron sequence 9 arbiter, a majestic voice interrupted Aaron's thoughts. Aaron came back to his senses, looked around, and found that he was the only one left. He quickly got up and walked towards the high platform. The other two silent demigods on the high platform also raised their lowered heads and looked at Aaron. In front of the high platform, a pale golden viscous liquid, difficult to describe as either a cup or a block, rested quietly in a silver container. Aaron took a deep breath, picked up the container, and swallowed the pale golden viscous liquid in one gulp. A cool, smooth sensation quickly filled his mouth, then slid down his esophagus and into his stomach. The pale golden viscous liquid seemed to churn in his stomach, and a cold, stimulating sensation instantly filled every cell in Aaron's body. His vision quickly blurred, enveloped by dark gold mist, with colorful patches and layers of illusory murmurs rising and falling. Aaron was extremely familiar with this feeling and these murmurs. Even though his vision was blurred, his consciousness was very clear. Soon, he saw the surrounding scene clearly, dark gold mist swirling and churning, and a huge, magnificent, and eerie twin-peaked palace sitting on the boundless dark gold mist. Aaron suddenly understood, his consciousness sinking sharply and merging with his body. The dark gold mist quickly dissipated, and the twin-peaked palace instantly vanished. Aaron opened his eyes, and the expected illusory afterimages and murmurs did not appear. Are there any abnormal afterimages in your vision? Did you hear any sounds you couldn't hear before? The Duke of East Tarok had quietly floated to Aaron's side and asked with concern. No afterimages, and I didn't hear any sounds I shouldn't have. Father, I feel great right now. Aaron replied while bouncing in place to show that he was indeed in good condition. The Duke of East Tarok's rigid, serious face showed a smile. It seems Aaron is naturally suited for the arbitrator pathway. In the near future, our East Taker family will have another demigod. The two demigods on the high platform also nodded slightly, then mysteriously vanished on the spot. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. After the other two demigods left, the Duke of East Tarok returned to his ducal residence with Aaron, and as soon as he entered, he saw Afuni, who was sitting on an exquisitely carved chair, swinging her legs and looking a little restless, and Duchess Celine, who was sitting beside her. Mother, Afuni, I succeeded. Aaron quickened his steps, hugged his sister who had rushed over, ruffled her golden hair, and then placed her back beside his mother, Duchess Celine. Mom knew you would definitely succeed. As she spoke, Duchess Celine took a beautifully decorated gift box from the personal maid beside her. This is a gift from your grandfather. Open it and see. Aaron took the gift box, opened it with anticipation, and Afuni also poked her small head over, her eyes sparkling, wanting to see what the gift was. The exquisite and luxurious gift box opened, revealing a pale mask, made of an unknown material, quietly resting on thick brocade. Before Aaron and Afuni could ask, Duchess Celine spoke. Aaron, that mask you told me about last time, which is said to have been brought out of the Eggs family mausoleum, I wrote to my father to inquire, and he said he just happened to have this mask in his collection. Last week, the butler was dispatched with the mask and a reply from Backland to Iriseel. Your grandfather also said he hopes you and Afuni can come to Backland to see him and your grandmother. Count Wolf, Duchess Celine Wolf's father, is also Aaron and Afuni's grandfather. As one of the representatives of Loen's old nobility, Count Wolf, who held a seat in the House of Lords, was naturally absorbed as a member of the Conservative Party. I remember that in a few years, the Grain Act will be abolished, food prices will drop sharply, and the rent standards for fields and pastures will also plummet. My grandfather, Count Wolf, seems to have suffered heavy losses because of this. If I get a chance, I'll have a good chat with Count Wolf and help him reduce his losses as my return gift. Aaron picked up the pale mask with a joyful expression, thinking to himself. The Eggs family are descendants of death from the South Continent in the Fourth Epoch. If this mask was truly brought out of the Eggs family mausoleum, it might contain some Beyonder power. You must be extra careful when studying and using it. The Duke of East Tarok, who had already returned to his main seat, warned in a calm tone. As a demigod of the angel family, he obviously knew many historical secrets. Okay, dear Duke, I will be careful and cautious, and I'm not a child anymore, I'm already a Beyonder. Aaron's slightly childish response made the Duke and Duchess chuckle, and they waved for the servants to take Aaron and Afuni to their respective rooms to rest. At the same time, he thought to himself, of course I know this mask is not simple. This is the mask that Mr. Ask, the Death Consul, a Sequence 2 angel and descendant of death, carried with him, but it's just sealed for now. After bidding farewell to his parents and seeing Afuni back to her room, Aaron also returned to his own bedroom, excusing himself due to mental fatigue and needing rest, and asked all the servants to leave the room. After confirming that the servants had gone far, Aaron quickly entered the smaller inner compartment next to the master bedroom, found 4 candles, and placed them in each of the 4 corners of the compartment. After making the necessary preparations, he lit the 4 candles one by one, picked up a silver dagger, recited the Hermes language, and meditated on the scene of spirituality spreading and gushing from the tip of the knife. Invisible power surged outwards. Aaron, holding the silver dagger, walked around the compartment in a circle. His spiritual intuition feedback indicated that a spiritual wall had indeed been erected around him, excluding all impurity and all interference. Aaron let out a breath and slowly sat on the chair in the center of the compartment, closing his eyes to meditate and recover the spirituality consumed by setting up the wall of spirituality. Aaron had to be cautious, a demigod was nearby. Even if it was his own father, Aaron did not want anyone else to know what he was about to do. That's right, after drinking the potion and achieving Sequence 9 Arbiter, Aaron had a completely different feeling than before. In the past, he could clearly feel the source quality disordered country, suspended infinitely high in his spiritual sky, but he could not enter it, which made him feel like a thorn in his throat, uneasy. But now, his spiritual intuition told Aaron that he no longer needed extra rituals. With just a thought, he could return to the huge, magnificent, and strange twin-peaked palace surrounded by dark golden mist, and return to the tall throne embedded with chaotic eyes. After a while, Aaron, with most of his spirituality recovered, opened his eyes and thought with some helplessness, it would be great if I could divine whether it's dangerous right now. Having a seer is really convenient. In the future, I should either find a seer-sealed artifact or cultivate a trustworthy seer myself. But since it involves a Sephira, divination probably won't yield any results. Aaron indulged in random thoughts for a while, rubbed his face, cheered up, closed his eyes, let his spirituality diffuse, and connected his consciousness to the boundless dark golden mist infinitely high in the spiritual sky. Passing through the dark golden mist where illusory whispers and roars echoed, Aaron opened his eyes again. What came into view was a majestic and solemn temple, with towering stone pillars faintly visible within the dark golden mist, supporting the vast dome. To the left of the temple below the stone steps stood 5 high-backed stone chairs, and to the right stood 4 high-backed stone chairs, all surrounded by dark golden mist. Below the high-backed chairs, 49 strange stone chairs were oddly arranged, collectively exuding a sense of majesty, mystery, order, and chaos mixed together. Aaron sat on a massive throne at the deepest part of the temple, located above 9 stone steps, carved with mysterious patterns, and with a dark golden eyeball embedded at the top. He was surrounded by dense dark golden mist, his figure indistinct, like an ancient deity. I'm finally back. As expected, only within my Sephira do I truly feel safe. It's already 1346. There are still 22 years until the original barrier completely shatters in 1368, and 3 years until Klein awakens in 1349 and the curtain rises. In these 3 years, I must seize the time to advance and develop my own forces. As his voice echoed, Aaron looked down at the hall with a smile. 4 contracting and expanding dark golden mist light points floated above the 49 stone chairs at the very bottom, and 4 illusory figures appeared within the light points. After truly becoming a Beander, I can better mobilize the power of the Sephira, and I can also pull off some flashy moves. Finally, I can experience what it feels like to be a hidden mastermind. However, the power I invested last time, risking a backlash, now seems to have paid off. Now I can also create an organization similar to the Tarot Club, cultivate my favored ones, and develop my strength to prepare in advance for the doomsday. Inside the hall filled with dark golden mist, Aaron sat on the throne. Just as he was about to extend his spirituality to probe the 4 figures within the dark golden light points below, he gently pinched his brow. No, I must act with caution, not impulsively. I need to think things through thoroughly, and at least eliminate some hidden dangers. He looked up at the chaos eye at the top of the throne behind him, then surveyed the area around the throne. With a raise of his hand, the dark golden mist surged, lifting 4 items closer to Aaron. They were a ring inlaid with a white, eye-like gem, a golden staff, a chaotic, translucent cuboid book, and an ancient, silver-gray ring. These were the gifts left by God Almighty and Celestial Worthy during Aaron's integration with the Nation of Disorder. Aaron took a deep breath, his spirituality spreading out, mobilizing the power of the Sephira. The dark golden mist fluctuated violently. After preparing for any potential attacks, Aaron extended his spirituality towards the 4 items floating around him and the chaos eye at the top of the throne behind him. Moments later, Aaron opened his eyes, his face filled with shock. He murmured, as expected of the Primordial One's split personality, a pillar-level outer deity. He's truly generous. Is this what it feels like to be a European emperor? Dash 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 dash. Chaos I assimilated the uniqueness of an outer deity sequence that the Son of Chaos was attracted to and infiltrated the original barrier. Ability blurs the boundaries of rules, magnifying or shrinking the effects of Beander abilities, including but not limited to damage, authority, loss of control, and madness. It can affect a true god of a single pathway at most. It is ineffective against true gods of multiple pathways and outer deities, and will result in a backlash. Side effect: cannot be used by those below angel level. After each use, passively endure a rule backlash of the same level as the affected target. That is, using the Chaos Eye to affect an angel will result in enduring a rule backlash of an angel's level. Dash 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 dash. Wisdom Ring, semi-sealed, formed primarily from the Sequence 2 Wisdom Angel Beander characteristic of the White Tower pathway, including Sequence 3 to 9 Beander characteristics of the White Tower pathway, integrated with some dark golden mist. Ability 1. Imitation. Being knowledgeable, it is versatile. It can identify, perceive, remember, and imitate abilities it has witnessed. In a semi-sealed state, it can only analyze and imitate abilities below Sequence 4 Demigod, up to 3 types. For Sequence 4 Demigod level abilities, it can analyze and imitate 1 type. All successfully imitated abilities can be used repeatedly. The greater the difference in sequence level between the Wisdom Ring holder and the analyzed target, the higher the probability of failure in analysis and imitation, and the worse the effect of the imitated ability. The smaller the difference in sequence level with the analyzed target, the better the effect of the ability after successful imitation. Abilities below Demigod can be restored up to 90%, and Sequence 4 Demigod abilities can be restored up to 70%. 2. Insight. Insights into the rules of the world, insights into the mysteries of fate. In a semi-sealed state, for those below Demigod, it can help the holder gain insight into secrets, including weaknesses, of targets no more than 2 sequence levels higher than themselves. For those above Demigod, it is weakened to targets no more than 1 sequence level higher than the holder. It is ineffective against angels. When worn, encountering danger will forcibly trigger a prophecy, providing an early warning in the form of a vision, once a month. Negative effect. After each use, all creatures within a 1 kilometer radius centered on the wisdom ring will be affected, hearing sounds they shouldn't hear and seeing images they shouldn't see, for 2 hours. Dash 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 dash. Sun-chasing scepter, semi-sealed, formed primarily from the sequence 2 Lightseeker Beander characteristic of the Sun pathway, including sequence 3 to 9 Beander characteristics of the Sun pathway, integrated with some dark golden mist. Ability 1. Domain of no darkness. Emanates clear light, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of no darkness, no shadows, and no evil. It can defend against dark and evil attacks. 2. Spear of no darkness. In a semi-sealed state, it accumulates radiance based on the consumed spirituality, capable of emitting a pure, extremely brilliant white spear attack comparable to a sequence 3 strike, and expanding into a miniature sun bright enough to illuminate a city. Negative effect. After each use, it requires drawing the holder's blood. Prolonged holding will cause the Beander characteristic to forcibly leave the body, accompanied by a strong burning sensation. Dash 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 dash. Chaos Book. Formed from the sequence 1 Beander characteristic stripped from the outer deity Son of Chaos, integrated with some dark golden mist. Ability. Blurs the boundaries of rules, magnifying or shrinking the effects of Beander abilities, including but not limited to damage, authority, loss of control, and madness. It is ineffective against backlash from the Chaos pathway and True God level. Negative effect. Directly face a mental pollution from an outer deity. Dash 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 dash. Lord of Mysteries. Formed from 1 Seer Pathway Sequence 3 Scholar of your Beander characteristic, 1 Marauder Pathway Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit Beander characteristic, and 1 Apprentice Pathway Sequence 3 Wanderer Beander characteristic, integrated with some dark golden mist. Ability 1. Summons images from the holder's historical gaps, which can be people or objects. The more detailed and accurate the understanding of the corresponding history and events, the higher the success rate and the longer the duration. Only 1 historical projection can be summoned at a time. 2. Steals a Beander ability for personal use. The greater the difference in sequence level, the higher the success rate of the theft. 3. The holder can roam the spirit world and record 3 demigod level Beander abilities and 5 Beander abilities below demigod. The higher the sequence, the greater the probability of failure. The recorded ability disappears after use and needs to be re-recorded. Negative effect. Irregularly and spontaneously chants the honored name of Lord of the Mysteries, accompanied by murmurs and strong pollution. Dash 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 dash. After the initial shock and joy, Aaron realized something was wrong. What does semi-sealed state mean? And only the 2 Beander characteristics left by God Almighty are in a semi-sealed state. Those left by Celestial Worthy are not sealed. However, this is understandable. After all, items formed from angel-level Beander characteristics can be called a Grade 0 sealed artifact among the 7 Orthodox churches and various secret organizations. But the Wisdom Ring and the Sun-chasing scepter, whether in terms of abilities or negative effects, clearly do not reach that level. The only explanation is that God Almighty sealed part of their power when leaving them, and as compensation, also eliminated most of the negative effects. A pillar-level outer deity's status is fully capable of achieving this. What surprises me the most is the Chaos Eye. The torment of murmurs and roars from the first epic to the 4th epic has finally paid off. Although the Sephira Nation of Disorder assimilated this uniqueness, I have already integrated with the Nation of Disorder. To some extent, I can indirectly mobilize the power of this uniqueness through the Sephira, with the Sephira bearing most of the backlash. The remaining items left by Celestial Worthy were not sealed. The Chaos Book was formed from a stripped outer deity sequence 1 Beander characteristic, but its ability duplicates that of the Chaos Eye, and its negative effect is too severe, definitely at the level of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The most likely use is to attempt to accommodate an outer deity pathway uniqueness and a sequence 1 Beander characteristic after achieving outer deity status. This would most likely allow one to become an outer deity closest to a pillar, or even directly achieve pillar-level outer deity status. Only then can one truly have the confidence to face the outer deities beyond the original barrier. The Lord of Mysteries is quite suitable for me right now. It's powerful and mysterious, very practical, and its negative effects have clearly been weakened by celestial worthy. It's just that the unpredictable and irregular chanting of the honored name and the accompanying pollution are very troublesome. Normally, it doesn't matter, as the pollution can be cleared by visiting the nation of disorder, but if it affects me during a battle or other important moments, it would be very problematic. However, since the Lord of Mysteries hasn't been sealed and possesses living characteristics, it might be possible to reach an agreement through friendly communication. A mischievous smile appeared on Aaron's face as he inexplicably recalled Crawling Hunger, who compromised due to fear of mushrooms. Aaron acted on his thought, releasing his spirituality and mobilizing the power of Saphira. The dark gold mist surged, lifting the Lord of Mysteries closer to the chaos-colored eye embedded in the throne behind him. After a friendly negotiation, the Lord of Mysteries finally compromised. It would no longer chant unpredictably and irregularly, but would chant once a day, and could inform the holder in advance. Aaron let out a long breath and leaned back on the throne. With this, he could carry the Lord of Mysteries with him, which would be enough to deal with most dangers. At this moment, he finally had a sense of being grounded, and his future became clearer. After his spirit relaxed, a deep sense of fatigue set in. Aaron suddenly felt a headache, which was a sign that his spirituality was about to be depleted. Whether it was investigating the remnants of God Almighty and Celestial Worthy, or mobilizing Saphira to conduct friendly negotiations with the Lord of Mysteries, all consumed a great deal of Aaron's spirituality. Even though Aaron, a Sequence 9 Beander, was special and his spirituality was much stronger than other Beyonders at the same stage, he still couldn't withstand such consumption. Without delay, Aaron quickly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking, passing through the boundless dark gold mist. Aaron opened his eyes, sitting on the chair, the pale mask fallen to the ground. Waves of dizziness swept over him. Aaron forced himself to hold on, quickly breaking through the spiritual wall in the partition, putting away the half-burned candle, picking up the pale mask that had fallen to the ground, and stumbled out of the partition into the bedroom. As for why he had to do this, Aaron knew very well that if anyone who understood Beander power saw what had just happened in the partition, they would associate it with some unknown, secret ritual. And in the extraordinary domain, unknown means danger. Eliminating traces and avoiding suspicion was Aaron's top priority before his spirituality was exhausted. Casually throwing the pale mask onto the table, Aaron collapsed onto the soft bed, and darkness enveloped him as he fell into a deep sleep. Dash 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 dash. In a daze, Aaron opened his eyes. Outside the window, the red moon hung high, clearly indicating it was night. He rubbed his throbbing forehead. The symptoms of spiritual exhaustion had disappeared. Although his spirituality had not fully recovered, it had mostly returned. Next time, I must pay attention to the consumption of spirituality, otherwise I'll face the predicament of spiritual exhaustion again. It's best to get a mystical item that can quickly restore spirituality. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron changed into a tight silk shirt, sat on a nearby chair, and began to ponder more important matters. Now that he had become a Beander and successfully returned to the source quality disordered country, the biggest and most worrying matter had been resolved. Moreover, the gifts from God Almighty and Celestial Worthy within Saphira filled him with confidence for the future. Now, he needed to find a way to better utilize Saphira. First, he had to come up with a dignified honored name for himself, otherwise, how could he develop believers and favored ones? He couldn't possibly bring people into the nation of disorder later without even knowing his own honored name, that would be too undignified. Moreover, the honored name has many uses. Through external ritual magic, one can open the door of sacrifice and bestowal, truly utilizing the dignity of the nation of disorder. This way, those sealed artifacts can all be retrieved from Saphira through the door of sacrifice and bestowal when I need them, without having to actually carry them with me. That death mask can also be unsealed through the door of sacrifice and bestowal, by mobilizing the power of Saphira within the nation of disorder. The more Aaron thought about it, the more excited he became, and he began to consider the specific details. First, my honored name should be divided into 3 segments. What descriptions should I use to precisely point to me and to the nation of disorder? In fact, he had a high probability of success with a spell, which was the honored name of the previous arbitrator pathway true God, the Night Emperor, incarnation of order, controller of rules, and God Almighty who judges all living beings. As the Saphira corresponding to the Justiciar pathway, in the absence of true God and King of Angels positions in the Justiciar pathway, the Night Emperor's honored name would most likely point to the source quality disordered country. But this would bring other problems. Firstly, using the Night Emperor's honored name would directly attract the attention of the forces that destroyed the Trentost Empire, including the current northern continent nations and some true gods. Secondly, the Night Emperor was only an arbitrator pathway true God, while my goal is to accommodate multiple pathways and Saphira to achieve outer deity status. As long as I move in this direction, my honored name should include the characteristics of multiple pathways. As for the honored names of the 2 Black Emperors, there's even less need to consider them. Not only are the honored names incompatible, but given Huang Dao Rosal Gustav's current half-dead state, it's uncertain who the honored name would point to. Soul from another world. No, that's too stupid. It's accurate to a fault, but it directly exposes my biggest secret. Aaron thought of one spell after another, but none satisfied him. After much deliberation, he finally decided on the first directional description in the spell. Source of order and shadow. This description was a bit broad, so Aaron thought for a moment and added the next line. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Using Chaos Kingdom to refer to the nation of disorder avoids certain existences directly thinking of Saphira, and Great Emperor implies the Black Emperor pathway. The combination of these 2 descriptions basically covers both pathways and the source quality disordered country, which should be enough to limit it to him, and it binds the nation of disorder to himself. The first 2 segments are mostly symbolic. I still need to describe the authority. Aaron considered for a while and finally decided on the last description. Lord of Order who holds the rules. This was a description he made based on his understanding of the true God authorities of the 2 pathways and the characteristics of the corresponding Saphira. Aaron let out a long breath and silently recited the chosen spell in Hermes language. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. As soon as the words fell, his inspiration was touched, and the boundless dark gold mist flashed away. Aaron nodded slightly. It seemed that the honored name indeed corresponded to the source quality disordered country. When I return to the nation of disorder, I should be able to hear the prayer I just made. He pulled out the gold pocket watch from his silk shirt and checked the time. It's already 2 in the morning. Aaron stopped thinking further, tidied up briefly, and went to bed to rest. The next second, the mottled fragments, long buried in the depths of historical mist, flickered, and Cavendish Lancer Pinto, as a miracle invoker, had his wish fulfilled. High Priest Nim's expression relaxed slightly, as the spiritual consumption for maintaining the angel's projection had ceased. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Divine Emissary. After erasing traces from the historical mist, leaving only some misleading information to avoid potential tracking, Cavendish Lancer Pinto nodded with a smile and approached the High Priest. Together, they opened the door of bestowal using the altar. The mysterious door formed by candlelight opened, and the void darkness behind the door seemed to gain substance, like an invisible barrier, obstructing some power exceeding limits from entering the forsaken land of the gods. But with a miracle invoker's cooperation from both inside and out, this already precarious barrier instantly disintegrated, and a ring of ancient design, like obsidian, flew out from the boundless darkness, landing on the altar. As a quiet and peaceful aura permeated the air, Cavendish Lancer Pinto and High Priest Nim, who were closest to the altar, simultaneously received all the information about this sealed artifact of grade 0 in their minds. 021 feet ring of secrecy. Watching the ring float before him, drawn by the aura, High Priest Nim reverently and respectfully accepted it. Feeling a deep yearning from the depths of his spirituality, he slowly placed it on his right hand. Suddenly, a pure darkness, starkly different from the dangerous darkness of the forsaken land of the gods, surged like a tide, emanating from High Priest Nim's body and enveloping the entire Moon City. The residents of Moon City, whose appearances had all returned to normal with the help of the miracle invoker, looked up, either bewildered or surprised, to find that the sky, which had always been shrouded in darkness and only occasionally illuminated by flashes of silver-white lightning, had vanished. In its place was a colossal and sacred crimson moon, and the thin mist, illuminated by the scarlet moonlight, resembled a thin veil, through which an ancient, collapsed complex of buildings seemed faintly visible. Nim, serving in some sense as a vessel for power, found his spirituality uncontrollably devoured by 0 to 21, with the consumption even exceeding that of maintaining Cavendish Lancer Pinto's historical projection earlier. Although a horror bishop, among the many pathways sequence 3, has a relatively high spiritual capacity. However, he is not like a scholar of yore, who possesses the unreasonable ability to borrow spirituality from his past self. If the current state is maintained without combat, and without external assistance, 15 minutes might be a relatively safe usage period. As he was thinking this, Nim inadvertently looked up, and his body suddenly stiffened. That sacred crimson moon, which appeared normal to the other residents of Moon City, seemed to flicker, as if some unspeakable existence had blinked and cast its gaze upon him. Even without any malice, the absolute suppression originating from the level of life made Nim feel a sense of powerlessness, like a weak person standing on a cliff. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and with it, the heavy spiritual burden also disappeared. Cavendish Lancer Pinto's expression shifted slightly. Just now, he had almost lost connection with his marionettes remaining in other areas of the forsaken land of the gods. Could it be that the secret world remnants of the previous Evernight Pope, who died in the War of the Four Emperors, were preserved within this sealed artifact, condensed from a characteristic of that level? So, a horror bishop of the Church of the Night, or even a slightly weaker Nightwatcher, who has gained recognition, can temporarily awaken this grade 0 sealed artifact, which possesses living characteristics, and use angel-level authority at the minimal cost, though I wonder how long Nim can sustain it. Leveraging his complete mythological creature status and angel-level divination, Cavendish Lancer Pinto had largely grasped the essence of this grade 0 sealed artifact's abilities. Looking at High Priest Nim, who had reopened his eyes, his pupils and entire eyeballs replaced by deep black, he deliberated before asking, "How do you feel? How long can you maintain this state?" Recovering from his dazed state, Nim remained silent for a moment with a strange expression. Then after a while, he replied, "I cannot be sure, but it should be for a very long time, if I only maintain this state." Looking at the divine emissary, who was slightly frowning, Nim gave a wry smile and continued to explain, "I think I already know what happened. This grade 0 sealed artifact originally consumed my spirituality to maintain itself, but now there is another, higher level power that has replaced my spirituality. It's the residual divine power of the Evernight goddess scattered throughout the forsaken land of the gods." Cavendish Lancer Pinto's brows relaxed in sudden understanding, and he also realized why that great existence had specifically borrowed this grade 0 sealed artifact from the Church of the Night. Given the current situation of Moon City, or more accurately, the environment of the forsaken land of the gods, this grade 0 sealed artifact is like an engine with an inexhaustible supply of fuel. The only thing to be careful of is that the large accumulation and continuous disappearance of the Evernight goddess's residual divine power in the forsaken land of the gods could very easily attract the attention of the true creator. Nim, who also understood this principle, decisively stopped his attempt and voluntarily merged his spirituality into 0 to 21. He had originally expected to put in some effort, but to Nim's surprise, this Grade 0 sealed artifact, which possessed living characteristics, was so docile that it hardly matched its designation. After his spirituality expressed the intention to stop, it voluntarily retracted the secret kingdom that enveloped Moon City. The darkness receded like a tide, leaving only a faint residual quietness. Nim carefully took off the ring and placed it in a pouch made of a demigod-level monster's hide, which he carried with him. He would carry this divine bestowal with him and guard it with his life. Nation of Disorder. Aaron leaned back in his chair, waving his hand to disperse the prayer scene from his true vision. He had witnessed Moon City's entire attempt, and in terms of effect, it had met his initial expectations. He had also felt the gaze cast by the Evernight goddess through that Grade 0 sealed artifact. Although she had not accommodated the death pathway's uniqueness, the Evernight goddess could already influence the death pathway to a limited extent. Combined with her own secret authority and that Grade 0 sealed artifact, it was enough to exert a certain influence on the forsaken land of the gods. At least, Moon City's safety would be guaranteed when he attempted to advance. Aaron pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to summon the chaotic crown, which was essentially condensed from the last sequence, one characteristic of the Hand of Order. The moment Aaron's gaze met the crimson gold eye embedded at the top, this terrifying sealed artifact, personally stripped by the Night Emperor from his own sequence one characteristic, began to vibrate violently. It seemed to sense its impending fate, and the already cracked crimson gold eye instantly surged with golden threads, carrying a terrifying and awe-inspiring majesty. Closing the Ritual Magic Compendium on his desk, Aaron couldn't help but sigh. Is this what it feels like to have powerful backing? Everything is readily available, which is completely opposite to the treatment Klein received when he first awakened. But when the time comes, I can give some help to the dear poor Mr. Fool, such as some shiny golden pounds. I believe Mr. Fool will like them very much. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron continued to ponder the ritual process. First is the symbolic representation. Aaron remembered that during the time he was sleeping within the Sephira, he would always vaguely see a pattern composed of a scale representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion. This pattern was extremely similar to the distorted pattern behind the temple throne. His spiritual intuition told him that this was the symbolic representation of the Nation of Disorder. As for the specific prayer incantation, combining the content and notes from the Encyclopedia of Ritual Magic, with the honored name I tested, it can be modified and perfected into the following prayer incantation. You are the origin and shadow of order. You are the great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. You are the Lord of Order who controls the rules. Your faithful followers implore your gaze. Implore you to accept their offerings. Implore you to open the door to the kingdom. Now that the symbolic representation and prayer incantation are ready, and because I intend to try, sacrifice and grant, to myself. Therefore, no specific time is needed, and things like herbal incense can also be omitted. The altar can also be simplified. If it's a bit rudimentary, then so be it. Anyway, I won't dislike myself. So now the most important step remaining is to use blood rich in spirituality or containing Beander power to open the passage and complete the sacrifice. I am already a Beander, and my blood is rich in spirituality, so it can be used as an auxiliary material for the ritual. As soon as he thought of it, Aaron went to the inner compartment, arranged the candles, and set up a spiritual wall with a silver dagger. After a short rest, he meditated to recover his expended spirituality. He picked up the silver dagger, gently cut his arm, and collected a small bottle of blood with a small silver bottle. This much blood should be enough for the ritual. Next time, I must prepare more spiritual materials to carry with me, just in case. Exhaling softly, Aaron arranged the altar step by step, quickly drawing his symbolic representation with blood. After fluently drawing it, he chanted the prayer incantation in ancient Hermes. You are the origin and shadow of order. You are the great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. You are the Lord of Order who controls the rules. Your faithful followers implore your gaze. Implore you to accept their offerings. Implore you to open the door to the kingdom. As his voice faded, his spiritual intuition stirred, and a gentle breeze swept through, gradually outlining a dark golden double door within the spiritual wall. As Aaron's spirituality probed, the dark golden door slowly opened, revealing a deep, illusory, mysterious space filled with dark golden mist. Aaron could not hide his joy and said, "It really succeeded." Without delay, he quickly picked up the pale mask and the small silver bottle containing blood from beside him and threw them into the dark golden door. As the dark golden door slowly closed, the sacrifice ritual ended. He did not rush to break the spiritual wall, instead, he sat on the chair, lost in thought. After this experiment, the honored name and prayer incantation all correctly point to me. Future sacrifice and grant rituals can all follow this pattern. I finally have some divine presence, and I am worthy of the title of a hidden existence. In the future, I can also scare some unruly troublemakers and better subdue them. Now, let me see what this death mask is really like. Aaron calmed his mind and spiritually communicated with the dark golden mist infinitely high on the Mind Island. In a trance, he returned to the magnificent temple. Aaron sat on the throne and waved his hand, summoning the pale mask. He probed it with his spirituality for a while but found nothing. He frowned, his spirituality spreading, mobilizing the dark golden mist, which surged towards the pale mask. What made Aaron's face turn dark happened. The pale mask floated in the dark golden mist but remained unchanged. However, no change also indicated many things. At least it showed that this mask truly possessed extraordinary power, and its rank was very high. It seems that when Mr. Ask decided to abandon this mask in one of his past lives, he had already recovered most of his strength and rank, even approaching an angel. Therefore, the power level used for the seal is very high, and the power of the dark golden mist that I can currently mobilize is not enough to break the seal. Indeed, if it were so easy to break the seal, this mosque's secret would not have remained undiscovered all this time, nor would it have fallen into my hands so easily. If it weren't for me connecting the lost mask from Mr. Ask's memories to the Eggs family mask among my maternal grandfather Earl Wolf's family collection, it would probably be very difficult for anyone to discover the mosque's secret. Father must have examined this mask a long time ago, and he didn't find anything. Currently, the Saphira power I can leverage also has no effect on it. I can only wait. What a pity. Aaron sighed helplessly, waving his hand to send the pale mask and the small silver bottle to a corner of the temple. He glanced at the blurry figures within the four expanding and contracting dark golden light spots beneath the throne. He pondered, it's not time yet. I still have to go to Black Knight Church tonight. I'll summon them next time when I'm fully prepared. His consciousness sank, passing through layers of dark golden mist, and Aaron returned to his bedroom. He broke the spiritual wall, tidied up all the materials, and began meditating to restore his spirituality. Evening arrived in a flash. The Duke of East Tarok took Aaron and left the manor, traveling to the church in the Duke's exclusive carriage. The carriage was made of meticulously carved and decorated oak, with an elegant curved body. The front and rear had exquisitely carved decorations, such as the Easttaker family crest and some exotic symbols. The carriage body was painted with a deep, dark golden exterior to add to its grandeur and majesty. The wheels were made of sturdy materials and possibly adorned with metal copper plates or decorations. The interior of the carriage was richly and comfortably furnished, adorned with opulent fabrics, tapestries, and decorations. The seats and backrests were covered with luxurious velvet and leather, equipped with soft cushions. The ceiling of the carriage was painted with exquisite colorful paintings and carved patterns. The servant had prepared marquee red tea inside the carriage, placing it on the carriage's table, and then respectfully knelt to the side with his head bowed. How extravagant, Aaron thought, sweeping a glance at the luxurious interior of the carriage. He picked up the marquee red tea and took a light sip. The rich and mellow taste filled his mouth, easing his slightly nervous mood. The carriage traveled on the main road of Iriseel, heading towards the Black Knight Church. Aaron sat inside the carriage, pondering to himself. This time, my visit to the Black Knight Church is not just to choose a faith, but more importantly, to communicate with the Evernight goddess to gain her help. With my own disguise, I can barely deceive Beyonders of the Black Emperor sequence and Judicator sequence at the demigod level, concealing my special nature. However, as soon as I go to Backland, as the Duke's eldest son and future heir to the title, if I want to achieve something in Backland, I will inevitably have to meet Loen Kingdom's King George III. And the current George III is at least Sequence 2, and most likely already Sequence 1, trying to accommodate other Black Emperor Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. Facing a Black Emperor Sequence angel of this level, he can see the special nature about me at a glance. In this way, not only will the plan be difficult to complete, but my safety cannot be guaranteed either. If this problem is not solved, I cannot go to Backland. But now the curtain is about to rise, and Backland is a must-visit. Now, the only way is to converse with the Evernight goddess, obtain the hidden blessing, and ask the goddess to use her hidden authority to conceal my special nature. With Doomsday approaching, whether the Evernight goddess wants to cultivate a powerful helper when Doomsday arrives, or wants the water of the river of eternal darkness, I have the potential to be invested in. Thinking of this, Aaron slowly let out a breath, having made up his mind. Saint Francis Cathedral, the Black Knight Goddess Church is East Tarok County Diocese headquarters. Street. Francis was a saint during the establishment of the Black Knight Goddess Church, active in the late ancient Third Epoch, and recorded in various holy scriptures. Therefore, among the people who believe in the Evernight Goddess, Francis is also a common name. The church building as a whole is tall and solemn, as if woven from the night, constructed with black stones. The walls are covered with strange patterns, and a sense of peace and tranquility washes over you. The carriage slowly stopped in the large square in front of the church. It was already night, the scarlet moon hung high, and everything was covered in a faint crimson hue. An elderly gentleman, dressed in a Black Knight Church missionary robe, with white hair meticulously groomed and a kind, serene face, stood beside the church, with several priests beside him. Matthew Adams, one of the 13 archbishops of the Black Knight Goddess Church, in charge of the Black Knight Goddess Church's East Tarok County Diocese. A Night Pathway Sequence 4 Nightwatcher, honorific title is Ring of the Goddess, and he wields a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Aaron recalled his father Duke of East Tarok's introduction in the carriage, and walked with his father towards the archbishop. Matthew Adams walked forward, making a scarlet moon sign by touching his chest 4 times clockwise as he walked. Praise the goddess. Welcome Duke of East Tarok and Lord Aaron, please follow me into the church to confirm your faith. Without further pleasantries, the group entered St. Francis Cathedral. Upon entering the church, a solemn and serene scene came into view. The tall arched ceiling supported the entire space, crimson moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, and the stone floor was bathed in a faint crimson glow. The interior of the church was simple yet elegant, with stone pillars extending along the corridor, bearing the weight of the entire building. The walls were adorned with ancient frescoes and paintings, depicting stories from the Black Knight Bible and images of saints. Rows of pews were neatly arranged in the center, quietly awaiting believers who came seeking tranquility. The interior of the church exuded a solemn and peaceful atmosphere. Faint candlelight dotted every corner of the church, emitting a subtle fragrance. Although it was night, the sense of piety permeating the church was still strong, with praying believers scattered in various corners of the church. Matthew Adams led Duke of East Tarok and Aaron into a private prayer room at the back of the church, where Matthew Adams guided Aaron to become a follower of the Evernight, with Duke of East Tarok supervising from the side. After the usual inquiries and a simple ceremony, Aaron officially became a follower of the Evernight goddess. Aaron frowned. From the moment he entered St. Francis Cathedral, he no longer concealed his special nature, even actively drawing out a portion of the dark golden mist. There was no abnormal reaction even like this. It seems that the Evernight goddess's attention is mostly on Saphira Castle, constantly watching Saphira Castle. No wonder as soon as Klein descended from Saphira Castle, that sequence 1 attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic fell from Saphira Castle into the forsaken land of the gods. However, in this case, I will have to take some risks. I hope the goddess, seeing that I am already a follower of the Evernight, will not directly send down divine punishment. Aaron took a deep breath, touched his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing a scarlet moon, and facing Archbishop Matthew Adams and his father Duke of East Tarok, he said with a slightly guilty conscience. Praise the goddess. Archbishop, may I pray to the goddess alone here? Facing this somewhat abrupt request, Archbishop Matthew Adams smiled and responded in a gentle tone, of course, Lord Aaron. No follower of the goddess would refuse such a request. Duke of East Tarok frowned slightly, but said nothing, and left the private prayer room with Archbishop Matthew Adams. After the footsteps faded away, Aaron waited for a moment, then got up and walked to the deepest part of the private prayer room, facing the wall, his thoughts racing. The arrangement of the spiritual wall could easily be detected by Archbishop Matthew Adams and his father Duke of East Tarok, 2 demigods, which would be difficult to explain, and with mutual supervision, there's no need to worry about someone eavesdropping on my prayer. Aaron sat on the floor of the prayer room, facing the Evernight holy emblem on the wall, while his spirituality surged, connecting with the dark golden mist at the infinite heights of his spiritual island, and he prayed in a low voice. You are the Evernight goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the Scarlet Lord, the Hidden Mother. You are the Queen of misfortune and fear, the Lord of slumber and silence. Aaron paused, maintaining his connection with the dark golden mist, still feeling no abnormality. He sighed, and added the last sentence with a bitter smile, Ammonizes. That's right, Ammonizes is the true name of the Evernight goddess. This approach was also a last resort, chanting the true name of a deity to attract the attention of a true god, dangerous but extremely effective. Silently, Aaron's figure disappeared little by little, as if being erased by an eraser. In the prayer hall, Archbishop Matthew Adams and Duke of East Tarok seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned their heads, their pupils trembling. In the cosmos, an endless, tranquil darkness stretched out, filled with plants like moonflower and night-scented stalk. From the depths of the darkness, a lady in a black classical long dress, with the moon as her pillow, opened her eyes. Her clothing was layered but not complex, embedded with specks of starlight, like the night sky. Her body was somewhat ethereal, showing signs of rippling outwards, and her face seemed veiled by layers of thin gauze, hazy yet exceptionally beautiful. She wore a layered but not complex, deep black long dress, adorned with countless sparkles, as if inlaid with the stars of the night. Aaron felt as if he had fallen into a hazy dream, his senses sluggish and illusory, but his consciousness remained clear, frantically mobilizing his spirituality to connect with the nation of disorder. It felt like a long time had passed, yet also like only an instant. Aaron opened his eyes and found himself in a tranquil darkness, surrounded by night-scented stalk and deep-sleep flower, exuding a sense of peace and serenity. Not far away was a Gothic palace that seemed to blend with the surrounding darkness. It was exquisitely detailed, dimly colored, yet still magnificent. It's not that misty town. Is this the astral world, the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom? Is the Evernight goddess in that palace? Aaron walked through the clusters of night-scented stalk and deep-sleep flower, pondering to himself, gradually approaching the palace not far away. In the deepest part of the palace, the Evernight goddess sat on an ancient high-backed chair, still wearing that layered but not complex, deep black long dress. The scattered sparkles on her long dress reflected the gleam from the palace's dome, walls, and pillars, creating a quiet, dreamy cosmos. Aaron respectfully entered the palace with slow steps, and just as he was about to look up, his spiritual intuition wildly warned him, and an unprecedented feeling of death washed over him. Thump, thump. Aaron clearly heard his own heartbeat, and a sharp pain shot through his brain. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed veiled by layers of thin gauze, seemed to sense something and slowly raised her hand. Aaron only felt that everything before his eyes was covered by a layer of black gauze. His spiritual intuition gradually returned to normal, the brain pain slowly eased, and the sense of death crisis gradually disappeared. Do not face God directly. Only this thought remained in Aaron's empty head. This also served as a harsh warning to him. The superiority of a transmigrator's foresight and the confidence brought by Saphira had inevitably made him somewhat complacent. Although he had been reminding himself to be careful, his actions were still somewhat reckless. This was a true sequence zero true God, and I actually forgot to follow even the basic common sense of not looking directly at God. This is a real world of mysticism. If I die, I'm truly dead. I don't have Klein's ability to resurrect within Saphira Castle. The only thing related to resurrection is the Black Emperor's return from resurrection, which is still far beyond my current level. If I keep being reckless, I will truly die. Thankfully, this time it was the Evernight goddess, who didn't try to kill me, only pulled me into her divine kingdom. It was my own fault just now. Alas, at my current sequence 9 level, if I die, I won't even qualify to become a malevolent spirit. Aaron's thoughts raced, both reflecting and self-admonishing. After feeling his state return to normal, he dared not be negligent, lowering his head and bowing respectfully. Respected Scarlet Lord, Evernight Goddess. His voice echoed in the quiet and peaceful palace, but there was no response, as if she was scrutinizing, observing. Suddenly, the Evernight Goddess's voice rang out like a serenade, bringing tranquility and peace. There are some auras on you that I am very familiar with, and even, she paused, there is a very high-ranking existence closely related to you. Aaron's mind raced. Familiar aura, did it refer to the residual aura of God Almighty and Celestial Worthy? No, the Evernight Goddess was sealed and slumbered in Saphira Castle by Celestial Worthy. She should have no connection with God Almighty and would not be familiar with him. Then why did she use some to describe it? Does that mean there are some issues or hidden dangers on me that I don't even know about? The very high-ranking existence should refer to Saphira disordered country. I wonder if the Evernight Goddess doesn't know that the nation of disorder was not sealed on the West Continent, or if she sensed it but didn't intend to tell me. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately responded, I come from before the first epoch, that, he paused, comparatively beautiful world. Back then, I was absorbed by Saphira disordered country due to a shipwreck. With the help of Celestial Worthy and God Almighty, I merged with this Saphira, but because of this, I had to sleep until the 5th epoch, descending upon the East Taker family 15 years ago. Her voice rang out again like a serenade, bringing tranquility and peace. Saphira disordered country, God Almighty, Celestial Worthy, before the 1st epoch, it seems you know quite a lot. How did you know my honored name, and what is your purpose? Aaron silently complained in his heart, he couldn't possibly say he learned it from a book. However, he did not panic, responding according to his pre-prepared mental draft. Although I slumbered within Saphira, I could occasionally gain some external information. Since my descent, I have been exploring the history since the 1st epoch. I learned the honored name of the goddess of misfortune during the dark ages of the 2nd epoch, and that she might belong to the night pathway. And your honored name, Queen of Misfortune and Fear, further confirmed my guess. And I want to go to Backland, but the Loen royal family has arbiter sequence angels who can discern my uniqueness, so I hope to become your favored one, to receive hidden protection and conceal my uniqueness. He had to think carefully about what could be said and what could not. He absolutely could not mention being from the same hometown, at least not now. The Evernight Goddess also came from before the 1st epoch. This secret was probably only guessed by the creator of the City of Silver, now Adam, in the entire world. Later, Klein also confirmed it through the number of broken cocoons in Saphira Castle and a series of conjectures. And I come from Saphira disordered country, by common sense, I shouldn't and couldn't know this secret. Using the fellow countryman card now would only be counterproductive. However, he could proactively state that he came from before the 1st epoch, allowing the Evernight Goddess to infer the fellow countrymen, identity herself, thereby gaining a certain sense of recognition. As for the Loen royal family having arbiter sequence angels, it could be explained with rhetoric like, secret records of the East Tak angel family, but saying that George III might already be a sequence one was absolutely out of the question. Simply explaining how he knew would be impossible and would greatly affect the subsequent conversation. She responded faintly, "A very bold guess, and you are very intelligent, but why should I help you?" Aaron pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and slowly spoke. "I believe you must know that the 9 great qualities and the 22 paths of gods are gathered on earth, and some outer deity were also drawn near earth by the first. In this process, many Sephira and Beander characteristics of outer gods were torn and drawn to earth. The uniqueness of chaos and a chaos pathway sequence one extraordinary characteristics of the Son of Chaos, one of the outer gods, were also torn away and are now within my Sephira. Those outer deity outer gods lurking outside earth are eyeing it covetously, yearning for the Sephira and Beander characteristics on earth. Outside earth, there is an invisible original barrier formed by the residual power of the first, which prevents outer gods from directly invading. However, as the original will recedes, there are only 22 years left until the original barrier breaks. Once the original barrier breaks, a doomsday-level war is unavoidable, and no god can remain outside of it." As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding darkness began to fluctuate slowly, seemingly shielding and interfering. Aaron's goal was simple: to clarify the current situation. From an informational perspective, this held little value for the Evernight goddess, who had survived from the first epoch and knew many secrets. However, more importantly, he intended to convey 3 messages through this information. Firstly, in the context where neither the Black Emperor pathway nor the Arbitrator pathway currently had a sequence 0 alive, he had the opportunity to become a god and could achieve the outer deity position by relying on the source quality disordered country, thus possessing the capital for investment. He would truly have the strength to face the outer gods when doomsday arrived. Secondly, the uniqueness of chaos and a chaos pathway sequence one extraordinary characteristics within his Sephira could help him go further on the outer deity path. As the owner of the only unsealed Sephira apart from Chaos Sea and Sephira Castle, he would be qualified to help the Evernight goddess in the future. Thirdly, his Sephira and the outer god uniqueness and Beander characteristics within it determined his absolute enmity with the outer gods. In the foreseeable god war, he and the Evernight goddess would inevitably be in the same camp. After a long silence, an ethereal and serene voice sounded. "Your request will be granted. Once you achieve Angel, I will need you to do something for me." Aaron dared not neglect, and immediately responded, "Okay, I will obey your will." He thought to himself, as expected of the behind-the-scenes big shot, full of oppressive presence. The matter the Evernight goddess mentioned should be to retrieve the water from the river of eternal darkness deep within Calderon. That shouldn't be difficult, just need to be careful. Just as Aaron thought the conversation was over and he was about to return, the ethereal and serene voice spoke again. More than 1,000 years ago, at the end of the 4th epoch, before the battle of the 4 emperors, Night Emperor, who was the previous Justiciar, secretly sought me out. Perhaps it was a spiritual premonition from a god, or perhaps he sensed something himself. He once again borrowed the power of secrecy from me and created a netherworld ship called Ghost Empire, and also created a god-level deep sleep flower charm. Her voice paused, seemingly with an ulterior meaning. And before that, during the earlier period of the 4 emperors' opposition, no one knew that Night Emperor and Olernia had a son. It was I who acted to conceal his existence, allowing him to secretly grow outside the Trentost Empire without anyone noticing. And the price was that he became my favored one and received the full support of the Trentost Empire. His name is Varna Will. Like a bolt from the blue, Aaron felt his head buzzing slightly. Now he finally understood how the Tarot Club members felt when they learned historical secrets. It was truly exciting. After regaining his composure, Aaron secretly grumbled to himself. Before he could speak, the ethereal and serene voice spoke again, seemingly indifferent to his reaction. "I can feel that you've hidden quite a bit from me, but that's not important. As you said, doomsday is inevitable, and I hope you remember and grow quickly. Aaron's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could explain, his figure slowly dissipated. The darkness fell silent. The night-scented stock and deep-sleep flower exuded a sense of tranquility and peace. The figure in the dark long dress deep within the darkness looked at the historical mist above the spirit world, that boundless expanse of gray-white mist, then turned to look at the spot where Aaron had just stood. A wisp of dark golden mist lingered, gradually dissipating. Dash 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 dash. Iriseel, St. Francis Cathedral, within the prayer cubicle. A phantom dark door appeared out of thin air. Aaron stepped out of it, and the dark door transformed into a streak of light that merged into his left wrist, forming a deep black base with brilliant embellishments, embracing exactly half of the scarlet moon. Aaron let out a heavy breath, half jokingly and half relieving the pressure in his heart, thinking, "This feels like getting stamped, like being officially hired by a company. But at least now I don't have to rely on empty words. From now on, I am the Everknight's favored one." Aaron raised his hand and poured his spirituality into the scarlet mark. A moment later, his expression became somewhat strange, and he couldn't help but sit down on the floor, falling into contemplation. Night Mark, Ability 1. Amplification. Significantly enhances the effects of Night Pathway Beyonder abilities, increasing spiritual consumption. Ability 2. Concealment. Conceals specialties. Consuming a large amount of spirituality allows entry into a concealed state, automatically exiting when spiritual infusion stops. Ability 3. Awakening. Consumes spirituality, dispels slumber, awakens from slumber. The abilities of this night mark are a bit strange. Ability 1 is not very useful to me. After all, I am not a Beyonder of the Night Pathway. At most, it will enhance the Night Pathway Beyonder abilities when I use the Wisdom Ring and the Lord of Mysteries. However, Ability 2 is very useful to me now. Concealment can hide my specialties, and consuming spirituality can also allow me to enter a hidden state, which will be very helpful for future plans and can help me avoid some unbearable fatal attacks. But this Ability 3 is very strange. It doesn't seem like an original ability, but rather, it feels like something specifically added. Awakening, who is sleeping? And who do I need to awaken? Then, recalling the Evernight goddess's last words, which seemed to imply something, Aaron felt a headache coming on. Varna Will is the true name of the first Duke of East Tarok, and also the origin of the East Tak angel family. He is actually a descendant of the Night Emperor. Then that means I am also a descendant of Truncest. No wonder the Evernight goddess said I had some familiar aura about me. Besides celestial worthy, there's also the Night Emperor's bloodline that comes with this body. As for why other gods didn't notice, his guess was that perhaps during the fourth epoch, Night Emperor and the Evernight goddess secretly cooperated, using the position of a true god to create a decree and combining it with the Evernight goddess's secret authority to completely conceal the bloodline aura of that secretly transferred lineage. After the War of the Four Emperors ended, the gods at that time and the four great nobles they supported, Sauron, Castile, Augustus, and Einhorn, were eager to divide the northern continent and did not expect that an angel of the Hunter pathway would actually be a descendant of the Night Emperor. Perhaps only the Evernight goddess, as the source of the sealing power, could so easily identify the Truncest bloodline on me. It seems there is still much secret history of the fourth epoch that I do not understand. So, after the fourth epoch ended, the Truncest family, which had disappeared from history, was not completely extinct. The Night Emperor had a premonition, prepared in advance, and made a deal with the Evernight goddess, allowing his descendants to receive a hidden blessing, change their identities, and continue the family line. Thinking of the history of the East Tark family's establishment, and then of the several Truncest royal demigods killed by the first Duke Easttark in the family's ancient texts, Aaron couldn't help but sigh. Then he was stunned. Could it be that those several Truncest royal demigods who were killed didn't actually die, and the scene of their killing was just a show for others? With prior communication, and with the status of the first Duke Easttark, Valnerwal, As an angel, and the hidden blessing at that time, it wasn't impossible for a real act to be faked. If that were the case, the true strength of the current Easttark family would be quite terrifying. However, it's hard to say. They hadn't achieved angel status, were only at the saint demigod level, and weren't from the pathways known for their longevity. Logically, they shouldn't have been able to survive for over 1,000 years until now. It's more likely that they have already turned into Beander characteristics, forming a sealed artifact, unless there were other special means. There's also the Ghost Empire ship, a ghost ship said to carry the last legacy of the Truncest Empire. Aaron's eyes flickered. Perhaps, in the future, he would have the opportunity to acquire that unimaginable legacy. He organized his scattered thoughts, adjusted his state, and got up to open the door of the prayer room. Not far outside the door, Duke Easttark paced back and forth, full of worry, while Archbishop Matthew Adams continuously drew the crimson moon on his chest, silently praying. But neither of them approached the prayer room, as if some power prevented them from getting close. Seeing the door open and Aaron step out, the worried expression on Duke Easttark's face receded, and a hint of confusion surfaced in his heart. Just as he was about to ask, his peripheral vision caught Archbishop Matthew Adams beside him, and he suppressed the urge to inquire. Archbishop Matthew Adams, this white-haired but exquisitely groomed, kind and serene elderly gentleman, was now scrutinizing Aaron with a very strange gaze, as if wanting to reacquaint himself with the Baron, which made Aaron feel a bit uncomfortable. Aaron cleared his throat and did not offer any explanation. Instead, he directly revealed the crimson moon mark on his left wrist, which had turned deep black with brilliant embellishments, surrounding exactly half of the mark. Spirituality surged in, and the crimson mark emitted a faint light, spreading a serene and peaceful aura. Aaron looked at Duke Easttark, who showed surprise, and Archbishop Matthew Adams, whose pupils constricted, and said calmly, "I am already a favored one of the Evernight Goddess." Within the major Orthodox churches, ordinary believers who wish to receive a response from a deity can only obtain a systematic reply by arranging various fixed ritualistic magic, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Only senior believers who have been in the church for more than 10 years, popes or pontiffs wearing triple crowns, and a handful of favored ones can receive a response simply through prayer. From this perspective alone, the status of a favored one is no less than that of a diocesan bishop. Moreover, because they are favored by a deity, most favored ones are very strong, and even if they are weak, they will grow quickly. Duke Easttark hesitated, his gaze complex. Archbishop Matthew Adams, however, lost his confusion and smiled, drawing a crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the goddess. Hello, Baron Aaron." He paused. "Your Excellency, favored one. Dash 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 dash." Leaving Street, Francis Cathedral, the carriage traveled along the main road of Ilrosal at night. The main road was no longer as bustling and lively as it was during the day, appearing quiet and empty, just like the atmosphere inside the carriage now. Duke Easttark sat upright in the carriage, his eyes slightly closed, not saying a word. Aaron sat opposite him, also with his eyes slightly closed, but his mind was racing. "I've become a favored one of the Evernight Goddess so silently, I estimate Father will probably have mixed feelings for a while, and it's inevitable that he'll have some guesses in his heart. However, this was also a last resort for me. To go to Backland, I must obtain a hidden blessing. Becoming a favored one is also a foreseeable good thing. With the deity's approval and endorsement, both I and the Easttark family can receive help from the Evernight Goddess's church and have more say." Father is already a demigod and truly at the highest level of the Easttark family. Does he know our family's hidden identity? Aaron's eyes flickered. He glanced at the servant kneeling in the corner of the carriage and did not speak. He picked up the slightly cooled marquis black tea from the carriage table and took a light sip. The rich and mellow taste filled his mouth, easing his slightly restless mood. Dash 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 dash. West District of Ilrosal, Duke Easttark's manor. The carriage was taken back to the stables by the stable boy for cleaning and maintenance. Aaron got out of the carriage with his father, Duke Easttark, and they tacitly headed to the study. The two entered the study on the side of the first floor. Aaron gently closed the door, and with the soft closing sound, a faint ripple swept through the room, isolating it from the outside world. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Is this a wall of spirituality? No, there was no ritual arranged, so it must be a wall of spirituality directly solidified in this study through a specific ritual. Good, very convenient. I want a study like this in the future too, so I won't have to consume spirituality to set up a wall of spirituality every time. He reined in his diverging thoughts and sat opposite the desk, looking at Duke Easttark, who remained silent. After a moment of thought, Aaron decided it was better to take the initiative, at least he could gain the upper hand. Father, do you know about the Transmigration family from the fourth epoch? Did they truly perish in history? Aaron clearly saw Duke Easttark's eyebrows twitch, but he did not answer immediately, and Aaron understood in his heart. Even if Duke Easttark didn't know the secrets from back then, he at least knew that the Easttark family was a continuation of the Transmigration family. After a moment of silence, Duke Easttark did not answer but instead asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Did that say something?" "Yes, Father. This time at St. Francis Cathedral, I entered the Evernight Goddess's divine kingdom and truly saw her, and thus learned many secrets. Including the time of the apocalypse, sequence knowledge, many historical secrets, and our family's true identity." Aaron responded with a mix of truth and falsehood, pushing the reason for knowing many historical secrets that he shouldn't have known onto the Evernight Goddess. Anyway, no one would actually go to the goddess to confirm. Duke Easttark's pupils constricted. He scrutinized the young man sitting opposite him, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. "Then I suppose you have already learned the true origin of our Easttark family from her. This secret is only revealed to Easttark family members when they achieve demigod status and go to the bottom of the Ancestral Tower to meet the ancestors. As my child, I believe you will also know these things in the future. I just didn't expect." Duke Easttark's face showed a complex expression, one that was either relief or worry. "When you were very young, I noticed some differences about you. Your maturity far surpassed children your age, your thirst for knowledge, and you even learned many languages of the North-South continent. And your desire for beyonder power, and that you became a favored one of the night. These always make me feel like something is constantly chasing you. My child, you can confide your worries in me. You must remember, no matter what happens, your mother, the East-Taker family, and I will always stand behind you." Looking at Duke of Easttark across the desk, his face filled with concern, Aaron's Adam's apple bobbed, and he lowered his head. "I know, Father. I love you, I love Mother, I love Afuni, and I love everyone who cares about me. Precisely because of this, I don't want to see tragedy unfold before my eyes while I am powerless. I don't want to regret my future self, I want to change some things and protect those I care about." Duke of Easttark glanced at the bowed young man opposite him, then suddenly stood up and walked to his side. He smiled with relief, reached out and stroked his head, saying with a tone of satisfaction, "Aaron, you've truly grown up. Everyone has their own secrets. I believe in you, my child. No matter what you want to do, I will be your strongest backing. Go forth boldly." Aaron looked up at Duke of Easttark beside him and nodded slowly but firmly. Dash 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 dash. After the conversation, Aaron returned to his bedroom. Afuni was already asleep under the care of her personal maid, so she didn't come to play with him. Standing before the French window, looking at the red moon outside, he pondered his gains and losses of the day. First, he confirmed his faith, successfully met the Evernight Goddess, gained her initial approval and trust, and obtained the identity of her favored one. Next, he had a conversation with his father, Duke of Easttark, confided his true thoughts to his father, and received his father's support and affirmation. Finally, through this series of actions, Aaron wanted to show his father, Duke of Easttark, his close connection with the Evernight Goddess and his strong divine favor. Furthermore, He wanted to show his specialness to the source of the East Taker family, the Night Emperor's son, Varna Will, so he could meet with that ancestor as soon as possible and gain the full support of the East Taker family. After all, in the current 5th epoch, where the true gods have retreated to the astral world to maintain the original barrier, the help an angel on the ground can provide is unimaginable. Even if he became a favored one of the Evernight goddess, the Church of the Night would only provide some convenience and support. After all, the Church is the Church, and the goddess is the goddess. What the Evernight goddess knows, she may not necessarily tell the Church. To convince the Triple Crown of the Church to give full support based solely on the identity of a favored one would be somewhat fanciful, so direct help from the Church is limited, it is more intangible, hidden help. Therefore, since he had the conditions, he had to make full use of them. The identity of a favored one of the Evernight goddess could serve as a springboard, allowing him to meet the source of the East Taker family before becoming a demigod, and have a chance to persuade him. This would lead to gaining the full support of the angel family, which would be greatly beneficial for some future plans. Aaron pondered for a moment, then quickly entered the smaller inner compartment next to the master bedroom, found 4 candles, and placed them in the 4 corners of the compartment. After making the necessary preparations, he lit the 4 candles in sequence, picked up the silver dagger, recited the Hermes language, and meditated on the scene of spirituality spreading and gushing from the tip of the knife. Invisible power surged outward. Aaron, holding the silver dagger, walked around the compartment. His spiritual intuition feedback confirmed that a spiritual wall had indeed been erected around him, excluding all impurity and all interference. Aaron sat on the chair, closed his eyes, and meditated to restore his spirituality. A moment later, he closed his eyes again, his spirituality diffused, and his consciousness connected to the boundless dark golden mist infinitely high in the spiritual sky. Passing through the dark golden mist where illusory whispers and roars echoed, Aaron opened his eyes again. Inside the magnificent temple, on the tall throne deep within, Aaron looked down at the 4 contracting and expanding light spots below, somewhat hesitant, but after a moment, he still extended his spirituality towards one of the light spots. In Lumberg capital, Isara. Checkwald delivered today's task at Old John Bar and received his bounty. Clutching the money bag tightly, he dragged his tired body back to his home in Isala South District, greeted his mother who was washing clothes and his sister who was diligently reading under the gas lamp, and feigned relaxation under the worried gaze of his family. Returning to his small room, he took out a brown-covered notebook and a black iron box from a compartment in his bed, and a simple knight's short sword from the lining of his jacket, placing them all on the table in front of him. While stroking the ancient knight's short sword and the black iron box, he opened the brown-covered notebook. The notebook contained a lot of content. This was a memento left to him by his father 2 years ago when he died from severe injuries. For the past 2 years, he would take it out and read it carefully every day, to remember the mission he bore. The Wald family was originally a Viscount Intis, and during Emperor Rosel's time, they supported reforms and were recognized as staunch supporters of Rosel. More than 100 years ago, Rosel was assassinated. The Wald family was also purged by the Sauron royal family as a result. Under the desperate resistance of the then Patriarch, a Sequence 5 Reaper, and the family's Beyonders, a small portion of the family's descendants escaped Intis with their wealth and some Beyander materials, seeking refuge in Lumberg capital, Isara. His grandfather died during that escape, and 2 years ago, his father, who was already a Sequence 7 incinerator, went to Intis alone to seek advancement, only to return severely injured and die of his wounds. Following his father's dying instructions, he placed the red crystal that condensed on his father's body after his death into the black iron box and never opened it again. That ancient knight's short sword was said to be a relic of the Wald family ancestor, always enshrined in the high tower deep within the family, until the family faced disaster and it was taken out and carried away. He had always kept it close to him, praying for the ancestor's blessing. Now, he had become a hunter, working hard to purchase the Beyander materials needed to become a Sequence 9 hunter. As for the option of joining the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, he was not going to consider it. Once he joined the church, his freedom would be restricted, and there would be no hope of returning to Intis. However, his sister could join the church. I can bear the family's responsibility myself, which would also make Mother's life easier. The young man sat at the table, his thoughts wandering, not noticing the faint glow on the ancient short sword beside him, and a gaze observing him. Above the dark golden mist, within the magnificent temple, Aaron on the throne withdrew his spirituality and pondered to himself. Check Wald, former Viscount Intis, purged by the Sauron royal family. Confirmed, old Huang's fault. Hunter pathway, very responsible, with a motivation for revenge. Not bad, worth cultivating. The Sauron royal family should have an angel of the Hunter pathway. Father is only sequence 4 now, so we can plan well then. Aaron didn't hesitate, extending his spirituality into a light spot. His spirituality was limited, so he needed to quickly confirm the basic situations of those who might enter here in the future and become his favored one. If they were of good character, they could be drawn into the dark golden mist for careful cultivation. If they were brutal, they would be marked for future elimination. In Fenaport City, the capital of the Fanapotter Kingdom, in a slightly old high-rise villa with a garden in the Celso district of the southern suburbs. A black-haired girl sat at a table, meticulously studying a book. She had blood-red eyes and pale skin, clearly a sanguine. On the decorative shelf beside the desk, a string of light green diamond necklaces emitted faint glows. It was her coming-of-age gift from her mother. Louise Sears closed the book on the table with some distress, rubbing her long black hair. As a sanguine with a long lifespan, she, having just come of age, was still full of novelty for everything. Every time she privately gathered with her kin and listened to them talk about the customs and traditions of various places in the northern continent, she yearned for it greatly. Finally, upon reaching adulthood, she expressed her wish to travel to her parents. After gaining her parents' approval, she began to learn the languages of various countries on the north-south continent. At the same time, as one of her parents' requirements, she would travel to Backland, the capital of the Loen kingdom, to visit her maternal grandfather, Count Mistral. Under the care of her maternal grandfather, Count Mistral, she would travel in Backland for a period to gain experience and learn lessons. Withdrawing his spirituality, Aaron sat on the throne, pondering slightly. A sanguine girl who just came of age, already sequence 7. That Emlyn White guy should still be obsessed with dolls now. Sanguine, Earth Mother Church, Lilith. Speaking of which, the Trenestost family also has a deep connection with the Sanguine. That Sanguine sequence 1-foot beauty goddess, Blood Moon Queen Olnaya, is the wife of the Night Emperor. When the Evernight goddess agreed to help the Night Emperor, she probably also considered Lilith's attitude. Ultimately, I also have a close relationship with the Sanguine, and based on the past relationship between the Trenestost family and the Sanguine. As a continuation of the Trenestost family, the East Taker family should have some Sanguine Beander characteristics that are difficult to sell. These could be used for trade and cultivation. Time was limited, so Aaron extended his spirituality to the next light spot. Northwest of the Violent Sea, Bodo Port, a dilapidated 2-story building on North Street. A blue-haired mixed-race youth with deep features, a rugged outline, a bronze complexion from long-term physical labor, and some elven blood, opened the somewhat drafty door and walked in. Feilun Idas returned home, dragging his tired body after a day's work at the docks. He placed a light blue dagger on the table, the dagger glowed faintly. His father, who passed away a few years ago, told him that this dagger contained Beander power, but even now, he hadn't figured out how to truly use it. Bodo Port in the Violent Sea, located off the new navigation route, doesn't belong to any country and is a free city for pirates. Famous pirates from the 5 seas and their fleets have all visited here. Whether it's to replenish crew, supplies, or fence stolen goods, Bodo Port can meet their needs. Unlike the conservatism of the inland, in Bodo Port, a pirate paradise, Beander power is not a secret but a symbol of power and status. In such a chaotic city without order, Feilun Edis, as a mixed-race individual, found survival even more difficult. Without support after his parents passed away, he yearned even more for Beander power but didn't want to become a pirate. He spent his days loading and unloading goods at the docks, struggling to make a living. Aaron on the throne pondered slightly. Bodo port in the violent sea, elven bloodline, he should be suitable for the sailor pathway. He pinched his throbbing temples and extended his spirituality into the last light spot. South Continent, West Baron, north of the Star Plateau, west of the Pass River Valley, Caesar Port, which belongs to the Intis colony. In a Barum-style building mixed with Intis style near the port, a slightly thin young man was kneeling before a crystal-clear skull, praying for the ancestors' blessings. In 1194, Rosal discovered the new navigation route, reopening the north-south continent and enabling colonial rule. In the early days, before Rosal was assassinated, he implemented gentle colonization, cooperating with local indigenous chiefs. In 1198, Rosal was assassinated by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the former Intis royal Sorin family, and other nobles, falling in the White Maple Palace. The new Intis Republic, dissatisfied with the speed of gentle colonization, began violent colonization. This provoked resistance from the local indigenous families. The Watson family, as indigenous nobles of Caesar Port, was brutally suppressed. Thanks to their distant connection with the Loen colony across the Pass River Valley, the Watson family was not completely wiped out, but they were severely weakened and have been in decline ever since. In West Baron, there are cities managed by Loen people, valleys belonging to Intis, indigenous generals supported by Loen, and tribes that obey Intis's commands. More often, there are relatively independent state-level forces that, relying on the balance needed by the two great powers, secretly communicate with different factions of the numinous episcopate, contending for or claiming to be descendants of death. Additionally, the Rose School of Thought and the Faesac Empire also have a strong influence in West Baron. On the surface, no forces belong to them, but in reality, many generals and chiefs have submitted to them. Sid Watson, as the chief of this generation of the Watson family, bears the mission of revitalizing his family. Members of the numinous episcopate hidden in West Baron secretly contacted him, expressing their desire to recruit him into the numinous episcopate, and gave him a day to consider. Sid Watson knew about the numinous episcopate. They were a group of fanatics who believed in death and sought to resurrect him. It was said that it was originally a secret organization established by some descendants of Death who tried to resurrect him. They believed in concepts such as, death is not the end, a world beyond the senses, and, everything can be reversed. Honestly, Sid didn't want to join such a dangerous, seemingly evil organization. However, as a chief of an indigenous family that had resisted colonial rule, he was heavily ostracized in the Intis colony. Not wanting to become a pirate or join a church, joining such a secret organization might be his only chance to become a Beander. After worshipping his ancestors, Sid tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, unsure of what choice to make. Aaron withdrew his spirituality, quite interested in the information he had observed. South Continent, West Baron, Caesar Port, Intis colony. And involved with the numinous episcopate. Could it be that I can even plant an informant within the numinous episcopate? Speaking of the Pass River Valley, it seems the East Taker family's colony in the South Continent is there. It looks like conflict with the numinous episcopate and the Rose School of Thought will be inevitable in the future. Aaron exhaled deeply from atop the throne, finally clarifying the identities of the 4 current reserve members. There were no evildoers among them, all were cultivable. Then, after making some attempts and preparations, the first gathering could be held. Aaron recalled Klein's experiences and lessons from holding the Tarot Club, and summarized them according to his own situation. First, I need to name this gathering of mine. As a secret organization, it shouldn't be too cheap. My honored name includes the description, Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom, so this divine meeting shall be called the Chaos Council. It's full of gravitas and quite intimidating to mention. Secondly, these 4 come from all over the world, unlike the initial Tarot Club where everyone was from Loen, so there are language and information exchange barriers. This is easy to solve. I am proficient in the languages of various countries on the North-South continent. Simple simultaneous translation using Sephira will suffice. Moreover, the 4 of them include a down-and-out noble, a newly adult sanguine, a mixed blood with elven ancestry, and a South Continent native. Their understanding of the Beyonder world varies. But I need to make them clearly realize that this is a secret gathering held by a hidden existence at the level of a deity, instilling awe in them. Therefore, my honored name and the corresponding sacrifice and grant ritual, these things that can embody the divine status, need to be rooted in their hearts from the beginning. Finally, I need to control the rhythm of the gathering. Simply put, I need a stooge. Not everything can be explained by a high and mighty deity, otherwise, it would diminish the deity's status too much. This is a bit troublesome. I don't have the Beyonder characteristic of a marionettist yet, so I can't conjure a dummy out of thin air and control it to calmly manage the meeting process. However, this is not unsolvable. I can impersonate my own favored one, sitting on one of the 9 high-backed chairs below, and then conjure a false divine projection on my throne. With my current control over Sephira, as long as I pay attention to the identity switch and voice modulation, I should be able to successfully disguise myself. Anyway, they can't see clearly through layers of dark golden mist. Later, when conditions permit, if I can eliminate a marionettist, I won't have to go through such trouble. By impersonating my own favored one, I can, through the mouth of the favored one, reveal some simple mysticism knowledge and the acting method to the gathering members, accelerating their growth. It will also better establish my image as a favored one of a deity, knowledgeable and powerful. I can also issue tasks that are inconvenient for a deity to directly assign, such as collecting information or purchasing materials. Aaron carefully thought it over and found no omissions. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the throne and appeared on the high-backed chair closest to the throne on the left side below. Spiritual energy fluctuated, connecting with the surrounding dark golden mist, gradually converging and solidifying on the tall throne, forming a figure surrounded by layers of dark golden mist. The mist swirled, obscuring the face, but one could directly feel the sense of mystery, solemnity, and majesty. With a thought, Aaron heard a vast and distant voice from the throne, "Bold madman. How dare you spy on a deity?" Aaron amused himself for a moment, felt no issues, and nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand, dispersing the figure on the throne, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness, passing through layers of dark golden mist mixed with prayers, returning to the compartment. Aaron took out his pocket watch from his coat pocket and checked the time. It was already 11 p.m. He felt his spiritual energy, which was not significantly depleted, so he directly closed his eyes and meditated to recover the remaining spiritual energy. When the hands reached 11:58, Aaron opened his eyes, rubbing his hands with a mix of nervousness and excitement. He then closed his eyes, spiritual energy diffused, and his consciousness connected with the boundless dark golden mist at the infinite heights of the spiritual sky. Passing through the dark golden mist where illusory whispers and roars echoed, Aaron opened his eyes once again. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the throne and appeared on the high-backed chair below. Spiritual energy fluctuated, connecting with the surrounding dark golden mist, gradually converging and solidifying on the tall throne, forming a figure surrounded by layers of dark golden mist. After preparing, Aaron extended his spiritual energy into the 4 light spots on the lowest stone chairs, connecting with Sephira, expressing his intention to pull people in. As spiritual energy was consumed, the 4 light spots gradually expanded. In a house in the Selzo district, Isara, capital of Lumberg, an ancient knight's short sword erupted with a dark golden glow, engulfing the young man on the bed not far away. In a slightly old but garden-equipped high-rise villa in the Selzo district, south suburb, Fenaport City, capital of Fanapotter Kingdom. A string of light green diamond necklaces emitted faint glows, instantly engulfing the young girl scratching her head while reading at the table. In a dilapidated 2-story building on North Street, Bodo Port, northwest of the Violent Sea. A light blue dagger emitted a faint glow, engulfing the blue-haired mixed-blood youth on the bed. In Caesar Port, West Bayern, South Continent, north of Star Plateau, west of Pass River Valley, belonging to the Intis colony. Inside a Barum and Intis-style mixed building near the port, a crystal-clear skull emitted a faint glow, enveloping the slightly thin young man nearby. Dash 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 dash. Above a dark golden mist, Louise Sears regained her vision, looking around in a mix of fear, confusion, and excitement. She found herself in a grand and magnificent palace with a strange double-pointed roof, sitting on a stone chair at the very bottom of the palace. Louise looked around and saw three blurry-headed, indistinct male figures on the surrounding stone chairs, doing much the same as her, looking around. Immediately after, they almost simultaneously discovered a figure in the deepest part of the palace, on a tall throne inlaid with chaotic eyes. This figure was surrounded by layers of dark golden mist, obscuring its face, but one could directly feel a sense of mystery, solemnity, and majesty. Below the throne, 9 high-backed chairs stood, and on one of them, a blurry-faced man sat quietly. "Sir, where is this? What do you want to do?" The 4 were first stunned, falling silent, then spoke almost simultaneously. Different languages, sentences composed of different words, yet conveying the same grave intense feeling. Especially when the 4, looking at each other, discovered that their languages were different but they could understand each other without hindrance. This grave intense feeling gradually turned into panic, vigilance, fear, and dread. With a thought, Aaron caused the dark golden mist to fluctuate, and a vast, distant voice then came from the throne, like the whisper of a deity. "Welcome to my kingdom, kingdom." The 4 figures on the stone chairs at the bottom of the palace couldn't help but tremble, some terrifying associations coming to mind. That vast, distant voice didn't pay attention to them, or rather, didn't care about their feelings, and continued speaking. "There are still 22 years until the apocalypse, and the gods are about to face their twilight. The earth will be torn apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. You are the lucky ones chosen by me, and together with my dear, you will provide necessary assistance for my revival and contribute to fighting the apocalypse. Of course, during this process, I will provide you with some help and protection, allowing you to grow quickly. You may call me Lord of Order." Louise Sills forcibly suppressed the shock and fear in her heart, gathered her courage, and slightly raised her head to face the hidden existence on the throne, shrouded in dark gold mist, whose form was unclear. "Respected Lord of Order, what is the meaning of the coming of the apocalypse and the twilight of the gods? Are we really only 22 years away from the apocalypse?" As a member of an ancient Beander race that has existed since the Second Epoch, even though she was still weak and had just come of age, she had meticulously studied many mysticism books within the Sanguine in order to travel through the various nations of the northern continent recently. However, strangely, she had not found any prophecies or records about the coming of the apocalypse and the twilight of the gods. Although the 3 figures around her did not speak, they also paid close attention, hoping to receive an answer and learn more hidden knowledge. Aaron thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to give the members of the gathering a sense of urgency. With a thought, the dark gold mist rippled, and the vast, distant voice sounded again, like the whisper of a deity. "The truth of the apocalypse, you are not yet qualified to know it. At the very least, you must become an angel to be qualified to understand. You only need to know that when the apocalypse arrives, even gods may fall. In these remaining 22 years, you will cooperate with my dear to provide necessary assistance for my revival, and at the same time, exchange for the power to protect your relatives and friends during the apocalypse." The magnificent grand hall immediately fell silent, the 4 people on the stone chairs each shocked by such secretive and terrifying news. Unlike the other 3's ignorance, as a member of a Beander race, Louise Sills clearly knew what an angel was and what it represented. Angels refer to Beyonders of Sequence 2 and Sequence 1, already quite close to the position of a true god, possessing various strange characteristics, and can even, to some extent, influence lower sequence individuals of their pathway within a certain range. They are considered great figures standing at the pinnacle of the real world. The major churches only have popes, patriarchs, and some legendary ascetics who are earthly angels, while within the Sanguine, only the 3 great dukes currently in charge of the Sanguine are angels. Louise couldn't help but tremble slightly, feeling that she had come into contact with some incredible secret, and was somewhat apprehensive because of it. However, the 3 people around her showed the same reaction, making her not seem out of place. Aaron felt it was about time for his dear, this great hidden existence, to speak and move the meeting forward. So, he straightened his posture on the high-backed chair beneath the throne, turned to look at the 4 people on the stone chairs below, and spoke in a gentle tone. "You need not worry, my lord is not an evil god, nor are they those malicious hidden existences. The great Lord of Order will bring hope and light to the land, bring order to the chaotic future, and also bring you power and glory." After saying this in a gentle but fanatical tone, Aaron felt his toes could awkwardly dig out a 2-bedroom, 3-hall apartment. This shameless act of pretending to be someone else to praise himself in front of many people still made him somewhat embarrassed and unaccustomed. What if someone found out later? Wouldn't that be social death on the spot? No, absolutely cannot let others know. And this kind of boasting, he would definitely have to do it often in the future, so he had to get used to it, adapt. He thought of Klein's initial embarrassment and caution when pretending to be the fool, and how he could still quickly adjust his mindset and stabilize his emotions even after his true thoughts were exposed in the honest hall of the City of Miracles, Levhissid. Indeed, people all need to grow. Aaron inwardly complained and secretly summarized. As his voice fell, the eyes of the 4 people on the stone chairs focused on the figure on the high-backed chair. This should be the dear of this hidden existence named the Lord of Order. The 4 of them simultaneously made this judgment in their hearts. Your current levels are still very low, so apart from some matters involving high levels and high positions, the great Lord of Order will provide assistance. For other matters, including some hidden knowledge, hidden history, Beander potions, Beander weapons, etc., you can all inquire with me and trade with me. Aaron's goal was very simple: to continue elevating the status of the Lord of Order, emphasizing that only things involving high levels and high positions would receive direct assistance, while all other matters would be handled by him, the dear. Otherwise, if even a Sequence 9 Beander material required direct assistance from the Lord of Order, that would be too demeaning. Is my face as a god-level hidden existence not important? Having my own playing the role of a favored one provide assistance not only maintains the status but also offers effective help, and allows for the collection of rewards that a god-level hidden existence might find inconvenient to ask for. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, it avoids having to mobilize spirituality to simulate the Lord of Order's response, which can significantly reduce the consumption of spirituality and extend the duration of the gathering. After all, at his Sequence 9 level, pulling 4 people together for a gathering was still quite strenuous. And it also conveyed to all attendees that in the real world, there was also a powerful force that believed in the Lord of Order, capable of providing much hidden knowledge, hidden history, Beander potions, and Beander weapons. This promptly dispelled any negative thoughts they might have and gave them some confidence to quickly advance and gain power in the Beander world. Sid Watson's eyes immediately lit up, and the confusion and fear in his heart were forcibly suppressed. He couldn't help but speak in a slightly trembling voice. "Respected Sir Dear, members of the Numinous Episcopate secretly contacted me, expressing their desire to recruit me into the Numinous Episcopate, and only gave me 1 day to consider. The Numinous Episcopates displayed crazy behavior and ideology frightened me. I don't want to become like them, but they want my reply tomorrow, and if I refuse, I'm afraid I'll be silenced. What should I do?" The other 3 also cast their gazes over. Even Felon Edis, who didn't know much about the Beander world, had heard enough from the pirates, drunken boasts in the taverns of Bodo Port to roughly know that it was an evil secret organization. Cheek Wald, a former Intis noble, and the Sanguine Maiden, Louise Sears, knew even more. The Numinous Episcopate controlled the Death Pathway, also known as the Corpse Collector Pathway, and possessed many high-sequence Beander powerhouses, making them enemies of the various Orthodox churches. Aaron pondered for a moment, then smiled as he looked at Sid Watson on the stone chair below. Judging by your attire and your Dudanese accent, you must come from the West Barum region of the southern continent, and you are a native noble of some standing. Am I wrong? Sid stiffened, a little flustered in his heart. No, Your Eminence. The other three on the stone chairs looked at each other, their appearances obscured by the dark golden mist. They couldn't help but murmur to themselves, this eminence observes with such meticulous detail. Given that, the reason the numinous episcopate absorbed you into their organization is likely to win over and assimilate local native nobles, providing them with assistance for their activities in West Barum. Even if you join, you will only become an peripheral member, so you don't have to worry about those bloody sacrifices. Even if you are corrupted, as long as you come to our Lord's kingdom of God, all corruption will be cleansed. The Beander pathway controlled by the numinous episcopate is the death pathway, and the sequence 9 potion is called Corpse Collector. The Church of Evernight also controls part of the death pathway. You can secretly advance with my help, concealing your true sequence, as long as you don't encounter high-ranking members of the numinous episcopate before becoming a demigod. At the same time, Aaron muttered to himself, in a few years, the numinous episcopate will be split, so you won't have to worry even more. After Sid's heavy-hearted thanks, Aaron looked at the remaining three and asked with a smile, do you need any help? Fallen Adas made up his mind and spoke. Respected Your Eminence, I come from an island in the raging sea. Because I am a half-blood, I have been ostracized. I want to become a Beander, and I hope Your Eminence can grant my wish. Aaron looked at him. You may not be aware, but most of the elves in the second epic mastered the sailor pathway, becoming favored by the sea. Given your half-blood status and the geographical characteristics of the raging sea, the most suitable pathway for you is the sailor pathway, and the name of sequence 9 is sailor. In the low sequences, to become a Beander, you must first master the potion formula. Secondly, you need to search for the main and auxiliary materials according to the potion formula. After preparing the potion and drinking it, if you don't lose control, you can become a Beander. Loss of control. Aside from Louise Sears and Cheek Wald, who had some understanding, Fallen Adas and Sid Watson both looked puzzled, but just from the name, they knew it wasn't a good outcome. Aaron glanced at the four people below, noticing the confusion on their faces. Every potion contains some subtle mental influence. When we consume a potion, we gain abilities that originally belonged to extraordinary species, which is an unnatural evolution. More or less, we will be affected by the residual mental influence. Successfully resisting this influence will prevent abnormal situations. If affected by this influence, it can lead to mental derangement in minor cases, and loss of control or death in severe cases. Beanders of the 7 Orthodox churches must also wait 3 years after consuming the previous potion and pass corresponding examinations before they can be promoted. This is to eliminate those subtle mental influences and prevent the accumulation of madness and loss of control. Cheekwald couldn't help but speak. 3 years. Is there no other way? The other members, including the sanguine Louise Sears, looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. Aaron curled his lips. Let you feel the power of a secret organization. Of course, there is. We call it the acting method. You must remember, the key to potions is not mastery, it is digestion. It's not excavation, it's acting. And the name of the potion is not just a core symbol, it is also a specific image, and even more, it is the key to digestion. Louise's body trembled and froze there, like an ordinary person hearing a sudden, loud thunderclap. Long-lived species have their pros and cons. The advancement of the sanguine is very difficult, basically relying on the bestowal from elders, which in turn means the death of another sanguine. Therefore, for a normal sanguine to advance, it can take anywhere from 4 to 5 years to over 100 years. The higher the sequence, the longer the waiting time for an advancement opportunity. Perhaps this is why the internal texts of the sanguine did not record the acting method, because every sanguine was unconsciously acting, believing in the moon, and the time advantage brought by the acting method had no meaning for the sanguine waiting in line for advancement opportunities. Louise comforted herself. happy and excited to have gained secret knowledge, yet also worried about her future advancement. Fallen glanced at Louise, who clearly understood the meaning, then at Cheek, who was thoughtful and excited, and exchanged glances with the bewildered Sid. He scratched his blue hair, and his hoarse voice carried a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize deeply, esteemed Mr. Eminence. Could you explain it in more detail?" Aaron looked at Fallen with some surprise. He had originally thought Cheek, who was asking about a fast advancement method, would ask this question, but it turned out to be Fallen. He is quite courageous to risk asking in such an unknown situation. The sailor pathway truly suits him. I can focus on nurturing him in the future. Aaron nodded with satisfaction and replied, "Of course. First, acting, according to the potion's name, can change the state of the body, mind, and spirit, making them gradually align with the stubborn spirit remaining in the potion's core, thereby generating resonance, assimilating little by little, and absorbing little by little. Secondly, the stubborn spirit remaining in the potion's core is like a well-defended castle. To invade it, break through it, and dismantle it, one must find loopholes and keys. The name of the potion reveals the corresponding clues. Thus, through acting, one can harmonize the body, mind, and spirit, disguise oneself as one of their own, trick the guards, swagger in, and eliminate and assimilate those stubborn spirits." Fallen, suddenly enlightened, quickly expressed his gratitude. Aaron looked at him, returning to the question you asked at the very beginning. By mastering the acting method and truly understanding the meaning of acting, you can largely avoid losing control and accelerate your advancement. Even if you haven't become a Beander yet, you can still pre-act according to the sequence you wish to become, using the name of its Sequence 9 potion. This will greatly reduce your risk of losing control, and after you successfully advance, you will realize that a portion of the current stage's potion digestion has already been completed. "Thank you, Your Eminence." Fallen, his face full of joy, quickly thanked him, while secretly sighing in his heart, "What an approachable and knowledgeable gentleman, no wonder he can be a favored one of the great Lord of Order." The other three had roughly the same thoughts, but Sid's expression was conflicted, because he recalled the Sequence 9 apothecary, corpse collector that Mr. Favored One had just mentioned. Although he also wanted to become a Beander, inherit the family's glory, revitalize the family, and at the same time gain strength to protect those he valued. But honestly, the name of this Sequence 9 apothecary was indeed a bit hard to accept, especially after he heard that Fei Lun's optional Sequence 9 apothecary was Sailor. The comparison made him even more conflicted. Corpse collector, as the name suggests, is to inter a corpse, which for some death believers in the South Continent, is not something difficult to accept. However, Caesar Port, where Sid was located, is on the north side of West Baron in the South Continent, west of Pass River Valley, and was the first area to be colonized by Intis. After nearly 100 years of suppression, the death faith had almost no foundation there. So although Sid was a native noble, he did not believe in death at all, otherwise he would not have been conflicted about whether to accept the numinous episcopate's invitation. Unfortunately, Aaron couldn't read his inner thoughts, otherwise he would definitely want to kindly tell him that the Sequence 8 apothecary, gravedigger of this sequence, the name is very self-explanatory. Check, unable to hide his excitement, asked, "Respected Mr. Favored One, how long does it take to digest the apothecary using the acting method? When can the acting end? Is there any standard for judgment?" Aaron glanced at the four people on the stone chairs below, and seeing their curious and eager expressions, he nodded slightly. In the low sequences, as long as you act strictly, you can digest the apothecary in no more than half a year, and at the fastest, it only takes 1 month. As for the standard of measurement, it's very simple. Once completely digested, every Beander will immediately experience it themselves. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. When you truly become a Beander, you will understand that feeling. 1 month. Check's face showed an excited expression, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Hey, young man, I said at the fastest 1 month, why are you all so confident?" Aaron silently complained in his heart. Seeing that no one was asking questions, Louise then spoke with anticipation. Respected Mr. Favored One, do you know how the Sanguine can improve their strength without relying on gifts from elders? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt glances directed at her. Sanguine. Is this the vampire of legend? Sid scrutinized the lady beside him with confusion. Being in the relatively chaotic South Continent, he had indeed heard many rumors about vampires, but they were all rather terrifying and bloody, and the lady beside him did not give him that feeling, which made him question those unreliable rumors again. As a mixed blood struggling to survive in the pirate paradise of the violent sea, Fei Lun had never seen a sanguine and undoubtedly had various beautiful or bizarre imaginations about them, curiously sizing up the lady. Sanguine. Czech was startled at first, then his brows relaxed. He was a former Intis noble, and although he had never truly seen a sanguine, he knew some inside information and understood that they were a transcendent race. This certainly has value for drawing in and forming alliances. What a secret gathering, even sanguine are here. Louise, being watched by so many gazes, was instantly at a loss. After all, she was only a newly adult sanguine with insufficient knowledge and experience, but she vaguely understood that she seemed to have asked something she shouldn't have. Why are you looking at me? Is it not allowed for me to have a sanguine friend? Should I explain a bit? No, what about sanguine? I am sanguine, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. We sanguine have a long history, long lives, and rich accumulation, we are a noble race. Louise secretly grumbled in her heart, then lightly coughed, indicating that such a blatant stare was very impolite to a lady. The three gentlemen around also felt slightly embarrassed and quickly withdrew their gazes. Aaron did not pay attention to the exchange of glances among the people below, and after a slight nod, he replied. Sanguine can also consume apothecaries to advance, but it must be the corresponding, correct kind. Or more accurately, as long as you possess the corresponding Beander characteristic, and after ensuring you have completely digested it, you can apply for advancement within the sanguine, without needing to queue and wait. After all, this is something you obtained yourself. Beander characteristic. All the people below, except Louise, looked confused. And the Beander characteristic of the sanguine is extremely rare. Most of it has been collected by the sanguine to be used as materials for the advancement of clan members or for the cultivation of newborns. If you do not want to queue up within the sanguine to wait for the opportunity to advance, then you have two methods. First, travel and search throughout the world. Many large cities and the sea have secret Beander gatherings, perhaps organized by official Beyonders, or possibly by other secret organizations or pirates. At these secret gatherings, some Beander characteristics left behind by the sanguine might appear. If you want to participate in these Beander gatherings, safety and secrecy are the top priorities. After all, not everyone is as friendly as I am. Of course, if you are in a city where many sanguine live, you don't need to bother searching. Even if there are sanguine Beander characteristics, they would have already been bought, and it's more likely to be on the sea. Aaron reminded them, then couldn't help but recall that a certain great pirate seemed to possess a Beander characteristic left behind by a blood clan baron. So he added, coincidentally, I also have a clue to a Beander characteristic left behind by a blood clan baron, which is the main material for the apothecary you need to advance to sequence 6. If you are interested, I can have someone look for it. However, this will take some time. My subordinates need to determine the target based on the clues. Louise, who was originally a bit disheartened, immediately smiled and eagerly responded, Yes, Mr. Favored One. I am very interested. Mr. Favored One is truly a generous, noble person, Louise thought happily to herself. Aaron smiled and continued. The second method is to participate in hunting competitions, but this is very dangerous, especially for those sanguine who have just come of age and have not yet mastered high-level combat skills. Louise puffed out her cheeks. She felt that Mr. Favored One was talking about her and looking down on her. Then she remembered that she usually liked to gather with her kin and research various potions. It seemed, perhaps, probably, she had indeed never fought with anyone. She couldn't help but lower her head guiltily. Aaron did not pay attention to the change in expression of the sanguine girl below, and continued to speak. The essence of these competitions is to hunt down the artificial vampires in the Rose school of thought who believe in the primordial moon, which can both suppress the faith of the primordial moon and recover sanguine characteristics while training the combat abilities of the descendants. Of course, the targets of such hunting competitions are generally only sequence 7 artificial vampires. It's rare for higher sequence original moon believers to appear. After all, the Rose school of thought is heavily suppressed by the Seven Gods Church on the northern continent, and its influence is very weak. Most of the Rose school of thought's demigods and angels are on the south continent. Aaron glanced at Louise and Sid, then continued with a smile. If you can afford the price, I can even go to the south continent to hunt a shaman king, which would give you hope of becoming the next blood count. As the faint words echoed in her ears, Louise clearly heard her own heartbeat. A look of desire and conflict appeared on her beautiful face, then settled into calmness. She knew very well that with her current sequence 7 strength, she simply couldn't offer anything that would tempt a powerful individual capable of killing a sequence 4 demigod. Perhaps the sanguines dukes and marquises could, but if she told a sanguine duke or marquis now, this demigod-level Beander characteristic would never fall to her, and it would also expose her involvement in a secret organization. Having thought it through, Louise regained her composure and quickly thanked Aaron, this high-sequence powerful individual who could kill a demigod. Shaman King. The other three looked at Louise, whose expression had changed drastically just now, and understood that this must contain some secret. Before they could ask, Aaron spoke first. Shaman King is the name of a sequence 4 demigod on the apothecary pathway, and the sanguine also belong to the apothecary pathway. Fei Lun felt as if he had heard a clap of thunder. Struggling to make a living in Bodo Port, he naturally heard many rumors about various pirates on the sea. Among them, the most widely spread and discussed were the stories of the 4 pirate kings and the 7 pirate generals. In sequence 4 demigods corresponded to the 4 pirate kings who roamed the 5 seas, giving headaches to the navies of various countries. Such powerful existences, in the words of Mr. Favored One, seemed to be killable at will. He truly lived up to being a favored one of the Great Order Master. Czech's pupils constricted slightly. Demigod. This was an absolute high-level position in the major True God churches and various national militaries. Immediately, his thoughts raced, thinking of Intis and his journey of revenge. He quickly calmed down. Strength. Only greater strength could provide a satisfactory price to this esteemed favored one, and only then could he truly have the confidence to complete the Walled family's restoration. Sid, on the other hand, was relatively calm due to his lack of deep understanding of the extraordinary world. After learning of Mr. Favored One's formidable strength, he gained confidence and courage in dealing with the numinous episcopate in the future. Aaron looked at the performance of the 4 below with satisfaction, giving his understated description of eliminating a shaman king a 9 out of 10, deducting 1 point to prevent arrogance. Of course, I don't have the strength to eliminate a shaman king. With my current strength, let alone whether I can find a shaman king on the south continent, even if I did, I'd just be instantly killed. Although I don't have this strength, who am I? I am a favored one of the Evernight goddess, an heir of an angel family. If the sanguine can truly afford the price, I can naturally invite someone with genuine strength to act. As the saying goes, the man is known by his clothes, the horse by its saddle. My revelation that a favored one can possess power beyond the demigod level, the most direct benefit is to highlight the power of the Order Master, strengthening the confidence, courage, and cohesion of the gathering's members. After Czech regained his composure, he faced Aaron with a hint of speculation and asked, "Esteemed Mr. Favored One, what does Beander characteristic refer to?" Ever since deciding to establish the Chaos Council and masquerade as a favored one, Aaron had a clear understanding of his current identity, to accelerate the advancement of the Chaos Council members. As a favored one of the Great Order Master, he didn't need to feign the status of a deity. He could communicate with members in a more relaxed and amiable manner. He would freely disclose and explain common knowledge of mysticism and some hidden history to the members, helping them understand the Beander world faster and better, and advance more quickly. As for the Beander materials, potion formulas, and other items that required transactions, he would only charge a reasonable price, cultivating his own influence to gain a share in the world-sweeping war in the future and seize the final fruits of victory. Having already made up his mind, Aaron didn't feel annoyed and responded in a gentle and common tone. In the Beander domain, there is a law, namely the law of Beander characteristic immortality. In simple terms, Beander characteristics do not perish, do not diminish, they merely transfer from one carrier to another. After every Beander dies, the Beander characteristic on their body will condense and precipitate. What a normally deceased Beander leaves behind is no longer materials and items, it is roughly equivalent to a potion, corresponding to the potion of the deceased Beander's sequence, just lacking certain auxiliary materials. Of course, it itself will also possess certain Beander abilities and can be used as a semi-finished mystical item. It can also be consumed directly through a special, simple ritual and corresponding techniques, those items produced by the aggregation of characteristics. This only applies to the same pathway as the Beander characteristic, and only applies to sequences equal to or lower than one's own. This will enhance the consumer's Beander characteristic and make their strength even more powerful. Of course, I'm only mentioning this method to illustrate one of its uses. I don't wish for you to become stronger through this method. Consuming a Beander characteristic of the same or lower sequence is also equivalent to consuming a new potion. While it can make you more powerful, you will need to spend more time digesting and acting, thereby slowing down your advancement speed. To truly become powerful, the best and most direct method is to quickly digest the potion and achieve advancement. Uncontrolled extraordinary persons, however, will leave behind sealed artifacts, mystical items, and so on. But these often have severe negative side effects and are difficult to utilize. Moreover, the Beander characteristics left by uncontrolled extraordinary persons are difficult to directly formulate into potions. These Beander characteristics, in addition to containing the stubborn spiritual residue of the potion itself, also contain the madness of those uncontrolled extraordinary persons before their death. Directly formulating them into potions will only cause the advancer to lose control and go mad. Hearing such a detailed and thorough explanation, Chet couldn't help but be stunned, and then a strong sense of gratitude surged in his heart. He respectfully bowed to Aaron to express his thanks. "Thank you so much. Esteemed Mr. Favored One, you are truly too generous." Fei Lun responded joyfully, and the other two also expressed similar thanks. Aaron looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "My efforts were not in vain. Now, my image as a knowledgeable, generous, and amiable favored one should be successfully established." As Aaron rejoiced, a slight stinging sensation suddenly came from his head. His heart tightened, and he immediately understood that his spirituality was running low. It was time to end the first Chaos Council, but one thing was still missing. Aaron's thoughts stirred, connecting with the surrounding dark gold mist. A majestic and vast voice resonated from the throne deep within the magnificent temple, echoing in everyone's ears. "You can chant my honored name when you need help. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. At the same time, you can also offer sacrifices to me and pray for boons, which is the basic help you can receive as a member of the Chaos Council. You can perform the sacrifice and boon ritual in an undisturbed environment, it doesn't need to be too formal. Place 4 new candles on the altar, one at each corner, and a gold coin as a medium for the ritual. Use a small silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment." As Aaron emitted his Beander, manipulating the figure on the throne to speak, he couldn't help but recall that Klein's sacrificial offerings were foods like white bread, Fenaport noodles, paella, and Dixie pie. Alas, who would have thought that the great Mr. Fool was also a foodie, but why was there no sweet iced tea? I must ask Klein about it later. Source of order and shadow, great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom, Lord of Order who holds the rules. Checkwald silently repeated these 3 descriptions in his heart, and a tumultuous storm suddenly surged within him, making it impossible for him to maintain his calm expression. As a former Intis noble, even though he was not yet a Beander, the notes his father left him, as well as the books his father left behind, contained some common, formatted incantations, and he had some understanding of them. Therefore, he clearly understood what the three-part description spoken by this order master represented in other rituals. It pointed to, the 7 deities who overlooked the entire world. It was almost equivalent to, Scarlet Lord, Hidden Mother, Queen of Misfortune and Fear. Could the Order Master be an unknown, hidden, powerful existence like a deity, mentioned in his father's leftover notes? A dangerous source that must be carefully avoided in rituals. After the initial tremor, there was an indescribable joy and excitement. For the first time, he felt that the goal of revitalizing his family and avenging them was so close. Louise Sears, who knew and understood more than him, trembled from the bottom of her heart. If the Order Master's ritual magic can truly point to him and allow him to receive our requests, then he must be addressed with he, the respectful third-person pronoun used to describe deities and similar existences. He is a great existence on the same level as the primordial one. How fortunate, how wise I have been. I have always been very cooperative and haven't done anything foolish. He might be some ancient, hidden, terrifying existence, just not appearing before us in his original form and true name. The original witch, the hidden sage, or the true creator worshipped by several secret cults. No, impossible. Even this hidden existence's favored one is so generous and easygoing, this great order master cannot be those evil existences. Louise also understood that the order master she saw now might not be his true form, and the other party might not even have a gender or be a humanoid creature. Farron Edes and Sid Watson, limited by their knowledge of mysticism, didn't think too much, only marveling at the three-part honored name and the legendary sacrifice and boon ritual. Aaron sat on the high-backed chair directly below the throne, manipulating the phantom on the throne, explaining the ritual process. He keenly noticed the changes in the 4 people below. But he pretended that nothing had happened, giving the impression that everything was as expected, and continued to speak to himself. I pray for your help. I pray for your favor. I pray that you fulfill my prayer. Wisteria, the herb of order, please transmit power to my incantation. He described each line of another format of incantation, and finally asked. Everyone, did you remember? Ah, Louise gasped softly, quickly covered her mouth, and began to recall carefully. Relying on her powerful Sequence 7 memory, she quickly finished recording and repeated it aloud for confirmation. The other 3 gentlemen exchanged slightly embarrassed glances, shaking their heads apologetically. After all, they were still ordinary people, and it was still somewhat difficult for them to remember the entire ritual process in a short time. Aaron returned to his identity as the favored one, affirmed Louise's recording, and then smiled slightly. You don't need to worry. It doesn't matter if you don't remember the specific ritual process. As long as you firmly remember my Lord's honored name and pray to my Lord, recalling the ritual process will help you remember the specific content. Given the different circumstances of each of you, your sacrifice and boon ritual can be held 2 days later, which is Sunday morning. My Lord will open the door of the Chaos Kingdom to fulfill your prayers. As for why it's 2 days later. Of course, it's because the esteemed Mr. Order Master is currently penniless and has nothing to bestow upon them. After understanding the needs of the gathering members, even with the help of his family's power, he would need some time to prepare, and 2 days was just right. I will also strive for the full support of my family within these 2 days. The news of me becoming the Evernight Goddess's favored one should have already reached him, in the family. Perhaps I will see that 4th epic Ancestor tomorrow. At this moment, Aaron felt his headache intensify, and the invisible connection between himself and the magnificent temple and the dark gold mist began to waver. He immediately made a decision, manipulating the phantom on the throne to speak. At 12 a.m. Loen time every Friday, you will come here to participate in the Chaos Council. Set aside undisturbed time. All right, today's gathering ends here. As you command, Great Order Master. Aaron was the first to stand up, facing the phantom on the throne and bowing. A full favored one demeanor. As you command, Great Order Master. The 4 people on the stone chairs at the lower end of the magnificent temple also hurriedly stood up, imitating Aaron's movements, and bowed to the phantom on the throne. Even though many of them still had many questions and many thoughts, they were completely reluctant for it to end. Aaron emitted the remaining Beander to connect with the surrounding dark gold mist, and the figures of the 4 people below immediately became more blurred and ethereal. In less than a second, the figures shattered, turning into dark gold light specks that quietly floated on the stone chairs, and silence returned to the temple. Aaron felt a sharp, unbearable pain in his head, a sign that his Beander was about to be exhausted. Not daring to linger, he waved his hand to disperse the phantom on the throne, and his consciousness sank, passing through layers of dark gold mist. He returned to the cubicle, quickly broke the spiritual wall, tidied up the traces, and went to the bedroom, where he plunged into the comfortable and warm large bed without even taking off his clothes. In a small cubicle in the southern district of Isala, the capital of Limburg, Checkwald opened his eyes and sat up abruptly from the bed. He took out a brown-covered notebook and a black iron box from the bed compartment, then retrieved an ancient knight's short sword from his jacket lining, placing them all on the table in front of him. Check's pupils slightly contracted, a crack had appeared on the originally ancient knight's short sword, running from the tip to the hilt. The previously calm short sword seemed to have broken a seal, emitting faint red glows and subtly revealing a sense of iron and blood. Holding it, he felt a scorching sensation, and the sounds of shouts and slaughters echoed in his ears. Check dared not touch the short sword again, placing it back on the table. After some thought, he took out an empty small iron box from under the bed and put the short sword inside. Check looked at the pattern that had appeared on his wrist, composed of scales representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. It's not a dream, this is real. I really entered a meeting established by a hidden existence. This mark should be the symbolic emblem of the Lord of Order, as mentioned by Mr. Favored One. Through the symbolic emblem, honorific name, and rituals, one can implore the help of that great existence. It seems this short sword from my ancestor should be the mystical item Mr. Favored One mentioned, and the crystal left by my father inside this black iron box should be a sequence 7 Beander characteristic. Check fell into deep thought, looking at the objects before him, as the blood moon hung high outside the window. Dash 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 dash. In a high-rise villa with a garden, though slightly old, in the Celso district, southern suburbs of Fanapotter City, the capital of the Fanapotter Kingdom. Louise Sears opened her eyes and abruptly stood up from her chair, looking around to find that she had returned to her own bedroom. She raised her left wrist and saw a faintly appearing, shimmering pattern composed of scales representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion. On the decorative shelf beside the desk, a string of light green diamond necklaces lay shattered into pieces on the floor. Excitement, shock, surprise, and dread flashed in her red eyes as she looked at the blood moon outside the window, speechless for a long time. Dash 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 dash. In the raging sea, Bodo Port, inside a dilapidated 2-story building. Farron Edis suddenly awoke and sat up from the bed. On his left wrist, a pattern composed of scales representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion glowed faintly, then gradually faded. He uneasily looked around, confirming that he had returned home, while a faint blue light on the table caught his attention. The dagger, which had been perfectly normal, was now emitting faint blue light, and the sound of waves crashing against reefs, mixed with singing, faintly echoed. Farron curiously picked up the dagger, immediately felt dizzy, and promptly put it back on the table. Farron recalled some words spoken by Mr. Favored One in that magnificent grand hall, and he had some guesses about this dagger. He dared not delay, quickly found a box, and put the dagger inside. He sat blankly by the bed, looking at his reflection in the full-length mirror by the door. At this moment, under his characteristic blue hair, his eyes sparkled with hope. Dash 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 dash. South Continent, West Biome, north of Star Plateau, west of Pa River Valley, Kaiser Port, a colonial territory of Intis. Inside a building near the port, a mix of Byam and Intis styles, Sid Watson abruptly woke up on a chair beneath the altar where his ancestor's skull was placed. His heavy breathing revealed the youth's tension. He looked around, his gaze fixed on the altar. The originally snow-white, crystal-clear skull had turned as black as ink, with a deep crack splitting its brow. Even without approaching, Sid felt as if he saw feathers stained with pale yellow grease unfolding behind the skull. A deep sense of fear once again enveloped him, but a faintly appearing, shimmering pattern on his left wrist, composed of scales representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion, dispelled the fear in his heart. Sid, with courage from who knows where, quickly found a tin box and put the ink-black skull from the altar inside. Still uneasy, he found an iron box, placed the tin box inside, and locked it. Having completed this series of tasks, he finally slowly sat down, exhaled deeply, and looked at the mark on his wrist and the locked iron box, his eyes flickering, silently. Dash 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 dash. May 3, 1346, Saturday morning. Aaron was woken by his personal valet. After a night's rest, his spirituality had mostly recovered. He attended to his personal hygiene in the washroom, changed into a luxurious silk gown with the help of his personal valet, and came down to the first-floor hall. As he went downstairs, Aaron kept recalling the first chaos meeting from last night. Overall, he had achieved most of his predetermined goals, introducing the acting method and Beander characteristics, along with other mysticism knowledge, to the 4 members, and revealing his ability to deploy demigod-level power. He successfully established the image of a knowledgeable, generous, and amiable favored one, and revealed the honorific name and the ritual of sacrificial bestowal, which not only showcased the divine-level status of his Lord of Order persona but also facilitated future exchanges of extraordinary materials. Alas, the only regret was probably insufficient preparation. If I could have presented a few Sequence 9 potions and Sanguine Baron Beander characteristics on the spot and distributed them among the members, the effect and impact would have been even greater. However, the mysticism knowledge I revealed is already enough for them to digest for a while. Too much is as bad as too little, a steady flow is better. While deep in thought, Aaron had already arrived in the first-floor hall. After warmly greeting the smiling Afni, he looked at Duke East Tarkus, Gusmanwol, and the Duchess Celine Wolf, who were at the head table. Although Duke Gusman's face was still stern, the worry from yesterday had vanished from his brows. Seeing Aaron's gaze, he smiled gently and said, "Prepare this afternoon, you will come with me to see someone." Aaron looked at his father's expression, vaguely guessing. Could it be that his father had already informed his ancestor, Warnerwell, about his becoming a favored one of the Evernight goddess last night? What did his father communicate with her, that he was to be summoned today? Madame Celine, smiling, waved him over, called Aaron to her side, and nodded with satisfaction. As the daughter of Count Wolf, who had received a high-level education and grew up in Backland, she naturally believed in the Evernight goddess. However, because her husband, Duke East Tarkus, believed in the Lord of Storms, and she hoped Aaron could choose his own most favored deity based on his understanding of the doctrines of various churches, she did not offer her own suggestions regarding Aaron's faith. Praise the goddess. She never expected her eldest son to choose the faith of the Evernight goddess, just like her, and even receive the goddess's attention, becoming her favored one. This made Madame Celine, as a devout Evernight believer, extremely proud. Aaron accepted his mother's praise with a wry smile. After breakfast, he went upstairs, intending to return to his room to meditate and continue restoring his spirituality. As he reached the first floor, his spirituality was stirred, and Aaron felt as if a small tail was following him. He turned to look and found it was indeed Afuni, her golden hair simply tied back with a light blue hairpin, trailing closely behind Aaron. Upon realizing Aaron had seen her, she proactively caught up, saying to Aaron with a mix of joy and slight disappointment, "I told father I also want to become a Beander. He promised that I could consume a potion after I turned 15. Father asked me which pathway I wanted to choose. I don't like lawyer or arbiter. I originally wanted to follow Father's sequence and become a hunter pathway. Father just smiled and didn't agree, telling me to go back and think about it slowly. Aaron, which pathway do you think I should choose? Aaron looked at the young girl beside him, her eyes full of longing, and said to Afuni with a slightly teasing tone. Do you know why Father doesn't want you to choose the hunter sequence like him? Why? Afuni asked, full of confusion. Aaron gave a peculiar smile, leaned close to Afuni's ear, and whispered to her, because the sequence 4 of the hunter pathway is called Iron-Blooded Knight. Ah, Iron-Blooded Knight. That name sounds cool too. Afuni's eyes sparkled. Aaron glanced at his innocent and naive younger sister, suppressing his laughter, and said in a calm tone, one of the costs of becoming an Iron-Blooded Knight is becoming male, even if one was female before advancement. Afuni unladylike parted her lips slightly. That's too unbelievable. Watching his sister's disbelieving expression, Aaron chuckled with a mischievous delight. He then fell into thought. Originally, he hadn't considered the issue of his sister's sequence, as she was only 12 this year and not yet old enough to consume a potion. However, considering that he might be going to Backland soon and might not return for a long time, it was indeed necessary to plan Afuni's future path in advance. Although she wasn't yet old enough to consume a potion, determining the potion sequence beforehand could allow for early acting, reducing the risk of losing control. It was very necessary to plan a suitable Beander sequence for his sister in advance. Moreover, with the apocalypse approaching, whether one wanted to do something when the apocalypse arrived or protect oneself better, becoming a Beander was a good choice. However, the hunter sequence was indeed not very suitable for females. To achieve sequence 4, one had to change gender, which was truly a bit hard to accept. What if she switched pathways at sequence 5 to become sequence 4 Demoness of Despair? No, absolutely not. That name sounds very dangerous, and the twisted pathway of Demoness cannot be allowed for Afuni to jump into that fire pit. Since Afuni doesn't like the lawyer and arbiter pathways, among the remaining pathways, the ones I am most confident in and most familiar with are only the 3 pathways corresponding to the Lord of the Mysteries and the Darkness pathway corresponding to the Evernight Goddess. The Darkness pathway is quite safe, but the pressure to advance is too great. As the Evernight Goddess Church, which controls a complete sequence, there are a large number of Beyonders and Bishops of the Darkness pathway within it. However, Beander characteristic conservation means there are only so many Beander characteristics in the entire pathway. Advancement is difficult and requires a lot of contribution. Although Aaron felt that he and the Evernight Goddess were allies, this was clearly not enough for Afuni to advance to the level of a saint, let alone an angel. In comparison, the 3 pathways corresponding to the Lord of the Mysteries offer more opportunities. There's no need to queue up and accumulate contributions, making advancement easier, and there's also the possibility of becoming an angel. For the seer pathway corresponding to the Fool, Aaron is very clear about all the rituals and formulas from sequence 9 to sequence 0, which is equivalent to mastering a complete divine pathway. For the apprentice pathway corresponding to the Door, although Aaron has not mastered the complete sequence pathway, he can seek out the Abraham family and exchange corresponding potion formulas and Beander characteristics for helping to lift the Blood Moon curse, revitalize the family, and eliminate traitors. He could even bring the Abraham family under his control, laying a solid foundation for the future establishment of the kingdom of God on earth. As for the Marauder pathway corresponding to Error, the situation is both troublesome and complex. Although potion formulas and rituals can be obtained through trade with Pallas Soloias, who is parasitic within Leonard, the pursuit of Beyonders of the entire Marauder pathway by the Son of the Creator, King of Angels Amen, makes the Marauder pathway an extremely dangerous and difficult sequence to advance through. Aaron originally wanted his sister to become a seer sequence. After all, Klein's experience was right there. He generally understood both the potion digestion principles and the potential dangers faced during advancement. However, considering the advancement ritual of Sequence 3 Scholar of Yore, completely detaching from reality for 300 years, and consuming the potion only after one has become history and no longer belongs to the current era. With the apocalypse approaching, there is simply no chance for a Funi to become a scholar of yore. Furthermore, according to the description in Mr. Azek's reply to Klein, vaguely remember that you can only switch at 3. It should be possible for a Funi to switch to the 2 adjacent pathways when she becomes Sequence 4, becoming Sequence 3 Wanderer or Mentor of Deceit. However, Aaron always had doubts about the practice of switching pathways, speculating that switching pathways might increase the risk of losing control. Aaron's worries were not unfounded. Among the known Beyonders who switched pathways, such as the Blood Emperor and Night Emperor among the 4 emperors, Emperor Russell, the former chief of the City of Silver, and later in Zhangwil. Especially his own ancestor, the Night Emperor, who switched from lawyer to the Justiciar pathway, ultimately failed to become the winner among the 4 emperors. Logically, the Night Emperor had the support of the 7 deities and switched to a similar pathway, which should have been more stable compared to the Underworld Emperor, who benefited the most from the War of the 4 Emperors, yet he did not have the last laugh. The final outcomes of these Beyonders who switched pathways were not good, so much so that Aaron instinctively disliked switching pathways, believing it might not be the optimal choice. Moreover, switching sequences itself is an extremely dangerous matter, especially now with a shortage of high-level materials, and most high-level Beyander characteristics contain low-level Beyander characteristics, which will conflict with the low-sequence Beyander characteristics of the consumer themselves. Even if low-sequence Beyander characteristics can be gradually extracted through sealed artifacts of the Sun Pathway's high sequences, transitioning from one sequence to another is likely inherently extremely difficult. After much thought, Aaron still felt it best for a Funi to take the Apprentice pathway. The 2 core abilities of Door and Record would be sufficient for a Funi to face enemies and protect herself. Moreover, whether it's the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Abraham family, the Olden box in the hands of the Saint of Secrecy, or the Beyander characteristics after Mr. Door's demise, all of these have traceable origins. With that thought, Aaron no longer hesitated. He looked at a Funi beside him and asked gently, "Do you want to take the Apprentice pathway?" "Apprentice?" A Funi asked back, slightly surprised, "But I remember the family's Apprentice pathway only goes up to Sequence 7, and there are no subsequent potion formulas. Although I also like Apprentice, I want to become a powerful Beyander more, someone who can help you and Dad," a Funi replied with a firm tone. Aaron smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair, disheveling her neatly combed golden locks. "No, a Funi. The family indeed only has the Apprentice pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, but I know where to get formulas for higher pathways. I even have clues for angel-level formulas and Beyander characteristics." Aaron looked at the incredulous Afuni and said with a hint of pride, "Now, what do you think of the Apprentice pathway?" Afuni jumped up excitedly, doing a small court dance on the spot to express her inner joy. "That's great, Aaron. Then I'll choose the Apprentice pathway. I'll go tell Father right away." Afuni bounced on the spot, chirping, and without waiting for Aaron's reply, she skipped downstairs to find Duke of East Tarok Gusmanwil. Aaron stood on the steps, shaking his head helplessly, and returned to his bedroom. Aaron sat at his desk, thinking about what his father had said at breakfast. "Father said he would take me to meet someone this afternoon. Considering I became a favored one of Evernight Goddess yesterday, and that I'm being personally introduced by my father, a Sequence 4 demigod. This person should be Varna Will, the first Duke of East Tarok, the son of the 4th Epic Night Emperor, and a Sequence 2 Weather Warlock." Aaron sighed and began to ponder the specifics of the afternoon meeting. First, with Evernight Goddess's endorsement, Ancestor Varna wouldn't be too surprised even if he discovered I knew many secrets. As an orphan of the Trentost Empire, he and the Loen royal family, and even the nations of the northern continent, can actually be considered enemies. The reason he didn't dare expose his true identity was to prevent being attacked by everyone. Essentially, his strength was insufficient. To gain his attention and full support, merely being a favored one of Evernight Goddess is not enough. I also need to reveal some information about my essence. It's also fortunate that Ancestor is not on the Justiciar pathway or the Black Emperor pathway. As an angel of the Red Priest pathway, he won't covet the Sephira on me. Instead, its presence will greatly enhance his confidence in restoring the family's glory, thus fully supporting my actions. Of course, this also requires some bargaining chips and a case-by-case analysis during the meeting. Blind confidence is not a good thing. For me, strength is always the foundation for speaking. Only by rapidly advancing to demigod or even angel can I seize the greatest benefits in the world war that will arrive in the next few years. Only in that war, involving all forces on the North-South continent, will there be an opportunity to reshape order and establish a true kingdom of God on earth. Next are the Beander materials needed for the promotion of my Chaos Council members. For ordinary Sequence 9 potions, I can overdraft some shares based on my identity. But for higher sequences, including the Sanguine Beander characteristic, if I were to bear all the expenses myself, the cost would be too high. I need to figure out a reasonable transaction price. It shouldn't put too much pressure on the Chaos Council members' promotions, but it should also motivate them to find materials and advance quickly. Let me think. The main materials for a Sequence 9 potion are roughly between 50 and 200 pounds, requiring 2 items, totaling around 400 pounds. A Sequence 9 potion formula is worth about 220 pounds. For the current Chaos Council members, Sequence 9 potions and formulas are the most practical. Check and Sid should be fine. They barely belong to the impoverished aristocratic class, so they should be able to afford it if they save up. But Fei Lun is in a place like Pirate Paradise and is discriminated against for being a mixed blood, so it's probably hard for him to save money. No problem. As a favored one, I can allow Chaos Council members to borrow a portion of Beander characteristics or Beander materials in advance. After they successfully advance, they can repay with Beander characteristics of the same level or gold pounds, plus a certain amount of interest. It feels like being a landlord, but I'm also doing this to urge them to constantly grow stronger. After all, in major Orthodox churches and other secret organizations, there's no such thing as prepaying for materials. You can only work hard to accumulate contributions, and only when you have enough can you exchange for the corresponding materials. In comparison, I'm practically a great philanthropist. The Beander materials corresponding to Sequence 8 are around 300 pounds each, totaling approximately 600 pounds. A Sequence 8 potion formula is worth roughly 450 to 500 pounds. The Beander materials corresponding to Sequence 7 are worth 500 to 700 pounds, totaling approximately 1200 pounds. A Sequence 7 formula is around 800 pounds. The corresponding Beander materials for Sequence 6 are mostly above 1500 pounds and are often hard to come by. The Sequence 6 potion formula costs less than 2000 pounds. Ms. Louise currently needs a Sequence 6 Sanguine Beander characteristic. Given her and her parents' financial resources, if I really find one, I can sell it for a bit more. Aaron sat at the table, constantly pondering and envisioning details, as time gradually passed. Iriseel, East Tarok Duke's Manor, the first floor of the tall circular tower, covered in reddish-brown rust and adorned with countless swords, spears, and halberds, was sparsely populated at this moment. As the ancestral tower of the East Taker family, it was usually not open to the public, only for major events such as the annual family promotion ceremony and certain sacrificial activities. Aaron stood in the spacious first-floor hall, looking back at the gazes from the high platform. A total of 5 figures stood silently on the platform. Besides Aaron's father, the current Duke of East Tarok Gusmanwal, and the Black Emperor demigod and Justiciar pathway demigod who appeared at the last family promotion ceremony, there were 2 other figures. Aaron recognized them. Their simple portrait illustrations were in the family chronicle. One was Sorenwal, the second Duke of East Tarok, an iron-blooded knight. The other was John Vil of Dongtak, the former Duke of Dongtak, a imperative mage. A full 5 demigods. plus the demigod maintaining the East-Taker family's interests in the South Continent, and the 2 demigods in the East Tarok fleet in Backland, there is 1 angel and 8 demigods just on the surface. Truly worthy of being an angel family that has continued from the 4th epoch. My Chaos Council still needs to work harder. Under the gaze of the 5 demigods on the platform, Aaron slowly walked towards an open passage deep within the 1st floor, behind the altar. A winding stone staircase descended, leading to an unknown destination. Aaron walked down the winding stone steps, the strange symbols on the walls emitting faint red light, illuminating the path ahead like fireflies in the dark. The passage was incredibly quiet, with only Aaron's footsteps echoing softly. The further down he went, the more Aaron felt a sense of immense pressure, a suppression from a higher life form, the pressure of an angel. Reaching the end of the stone steps, Aaron arrived in a spacious hall, where swords, spears, and halberds, covered in reddish-brown rust, filled the walls, exuding a strong aura of battle. A figure in ancient full-body armor, with red hair and brown eyes, sat on a bronze chair in the depths of the hall, his brown eyes quietly watching the young man descending the stone steps. Aaron immediately felt an intense oppressive sensation, and following his spiritual intuition, Aaron looked up at the source of that pressure, those brown eyes that seemed to flicker with fire and lightning. Aaron was slightly startled, his spirituality instinctively connecting with the dark golden mist, and the crimson moon mark on his left wrist also glowed faintly, as the long spear condensed from pale blue flames and the sword light turning into lightning vanished like illusions. Aaron immediately lowered his head, no longer looking back at those brown eyes, and the figure on the bronze high-backed chair also nodded slightly, seemingly pleased. This majesty, and the fact that a mere gaze can activate the red moon mark and even make me instinctively connect with the Sephira, fire and lightning, it must be him. Aaron took a few steps forward, bowed, and saluted. Junior Aaron Ween has met the first Duke of East-Tark ancestors. To Aaron's surprise, the figure on the bronze high-backed chair had no angelic airs, responding very casually, even with a hint of teasing in his tone. A very good young man, you've done very well. Our East-Tark family has a promising future. Seemingly noticing Aaron's surprise, he responded indifferently. Do you feel that I don't resemble an angel, not like those high and mighty individuals in the churches who wear triple crowns? He sighed, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Since you have already become the blessed of that one, and you asked Gusman about the Truncest family, you must have learned a lot about our family from that one. I am indeed the Night Emperor's only son. To avoid suspicion and to hide my identity, I did not follow the family's inherited Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways. Instead, I found another path and took the Red Priest pathway. My imperial father did not intervene to stop Alistair Tudor during the process of setting a trap to kill Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici to achieve Red Priest, and even provided some subtle assistance. As a corresponding reward, the leader of the Aemon family gave Imperial Father a Beander characteristic of Sequence 2 Weather Warlock of the Red Priest pathway, which was the key for me to break through and become an angel at the end of the 4th epoch. But everything has its pros and cons. Becoming an angel gave me the ability to protect the East-Tark family, but the struggle between divinity and humanity was endless. Unlike the angels of the various churches, I did not have many believers when I became an angel, which could stabilize my anchor against divinity. At that time, I did not want to become a lunatic influenced by divinity and solely focused on revenge. Relying on the hidden assistance provided by that existence, I exchanged long periods of slumber for short periods of lucidity and rationality. Many years passed like this, until our East-Tark family truly prospered, and I gained a stable anchor. The long-term struggle between humanity and divinity also reached a point of reconciliation. This made me increasingly realize the preciousness of humanity, so after awakening, I have always maintained my humanity. And my intuition tells me that you will definitely become an angel in the future, and I also hope you can learn from my experience. While speaking, the corners of the first Duke of East-Tark's mouth curled up slightly, forming a mocking arc. Back then, I deliberately displayed some tendencies towards madness, and by actively showing weakness, I signed a contract with that usurper, the first king of Loen, William Augustus I. This allowed East Tark County and its affiliated Eastern Sea areas to join the Loen Kingdom, retaining only autonomy and partial military power, in exchange for the title of Duke. HMPH, so many years have passed, that usurper must want to confirm my state, and as an angel who has not openly pledged allegiance to any Orthodox church. Once he confirms that I am in a state of madness, out of control, and sealed, he can contact various churches to dispatch angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts, HMPH, to eliminate me, this unstable factor. Aaron responded thoughtfully. In that case, the churches can obtain angel-level Beander materials and nearly 1,000 years of accumulation from the East Tark family. And the Loen royal family can advance by retreating, exchanging the abandonment of those Beander materials for greater support from the churches, and can truly control East Tark County and the Eastern Coastal Fleet. Varna's brown eyes looked at Aaron again, a look of appreciation flashing through them. Given your current age and insight, that you can think this far makes me very pleased. At least you won't become a reckless person with courage but no strategy. Aaron's mouth twitched. He truly was an angel of the hunter pathway. His talent for provocation was off the charts, even his compliments sounded so awkward. Varna sat on the bronze high-backed chair, pondering for a moment, then raised his arm and waved it slightly. A red flame appeared out of thin air, disappearing into the various strange patterns on the walls and the swords, spears, and halberds covered in reddish-brown rust. Aaron felt a vast and heavy barrier slowly rise and close. Aaron guessed this might be a higher-level spiritual wall formed based on the angel's status. Why raise the spiritual wall now? Is he going to say something more secretive? Aaron's thoughts raced in his mind. Varna sat on the bronze high-backed chair, looking at the young man not far away with pride and a smile. Since you already know that our East Tark family is a continuation of the Truncest family, you should understand the significance of the Arbiter pathway to our family. I can tell you in advance that I do indeed have the complete formulas for the Arbiter pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 2, lacking only the Sequence 1 formula and the most important Sequence 0 advancement ritual. And not like the family records, which only have formulas from Sequence 9 to Sequence 4. The two imperative mages in the family have long since fully digested their potions, but they have been slow to advance to Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. Do you know why? Aaron looked at the Ancestor on the platform, his thoughts racing with a hint of helplessness. This is definitely a mischievous prank. Why not just say it directly? He still wants to see if I'm a reckless person with courage but no strategy. Why? Not enough Beander materials. That's unlikely. An angelic family of nearly 1,000 years couldn't possibly fail to gather even one set of Sequence 3 materials. It's not as rare as the Sequence 2 Beander characteristics where there are only 9. Aaron looked up at the figure on the bronze high-backed chair, as if he could see the slightly upturned corner of his mouth hidden beneath the helmet, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Sighing inwardly, Aaron recalled what his ancestor had just said and had a flash of inspiration. Because it's not legitimate enough, to the outside world, all of our family's Arbiter pathway formulas below Sequence 4 came from a demigod of the Arbiter pathway killed at the end of the 4th epoch. If our family suddenly produced Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway at Sequence 3 or higher, the Loen Kingdom and the Loen royal family's suspicions of us would be endless. After all, the forces currently possessing higher sequence potions for the Arbiter pathway, besides themselves, are only the Castile family of Fenaport and the Trenistost family, which they believe has long been lost to history. Therefore, whether they believe we are cooperating with the Castile family, or suspect we obtained remnants of the Trentost Empire, or even doubt our family's true identity. All these uncontrollable risks led you to weigh the pros and cons and choose to let them temporarily maintain Sequence 4 strength, awaiting an opportunity. Varna looked at Aaron with an appreciative gaze and slowly said, "Most of your reasons are correct, and you've considered everything very thoroughly." Suddenly, he changed the subject and abruptly asked, "Have you heard of the Ghost Empire?" Aaron raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask, "That rumored ghost ship, Ghost Empire, said to carry the last treasures of the Trentost Empire?" Varna was silent for a moment, then responded with a slightly mournful tone. That's right, but it's not just a rumor. You should know that after the Solomon First Empire was destroyed during the Age of Strife in the Fourth Epoch, my imperial father recovered the Black Emperor characteristic of Solomon, advanced to sequence 1 foot Prince of Abolition, and established the Tudor Trentsust United Empire, with 2 co-regents to rule the northern continent. One of the requirements for the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual is to compel the populace to secretly construct 9 pyramid-like mausoleums, then enter one of them and consume the sequence 0 potion during corresponding sacrificial rituals participated in by the vast majority of the populace, spread across different cities. Once the advancement is successful, the Black Emperor will not truly die until those 9 secret mausoleums are all destroyed. Even if he perishes, he can awaken and return from one of them. Therefore, my father constructed a massive ghost ship equivalent to a city, and secretly built the first, and also the last, mausoleum inside. My father wanted to use the Ghost Empire's ability to etherealize himself and roam the spirit world to build a mausoleum for himself that would be almost impossible to discover. Varna paused, then spoke with a touch of melancholy. Fate is truly unpredictable. After the Ghost Empire and the first mausoleum within it were completed, that Black Emperor also revived and returned, and my imperial father consequently dropped to sequence 2 feet Duke of Entropy, rendering that mausoleum useless. Until finally, my imperial father realized that the destruction of the Trentost Empire was inevitable, and having learned from the demise of the Solomon family during the fall of the Solomon Empire, he decided to leave seeds of hope for the family's revival. My imperial father left 2 contingencies. One was me. He dispatched his most trusted subordinate, who was then the leader of his personal guards, Alvin Gallo, a Sequence 2 Ancient Bane. He personally brought that Sequence 2 Weather Warlock Beander characteristic and came to East Tarok County to find me, who had changed my identity and was accumulating strength at the time. He handed over some sealed artifacts of the Empire that had not been displayed externally, as well as some Beander characteristics and potion formulas from pathways other than the Justiciar and Black Emperor sequences, to me. The second contingency was the Ghost Empire. Some of my imperial father's personal guards were ordered to carry high-level Beander characteristics of the Justiciar and Black Emperor sequences, as well as some other sequences, that is, Beander characteristics of sequence 4 and above, into the Ghost Empire. Varna's brown eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Aaron and asked, "Do you know why even those true gods covet the Ghost Empire?" Aaron, somewhat puzzled, retorted, "Because of those high-level Beander characteristics." Varna scoffed, "Hey, you think too shallowly of gods. They are just some Beander characteristics, at most sequence 2, or perhaps even just some sequence 3 or sequence 4 Beander materials. While precious, they are not worth the intervention of those lofty gods." Aaron couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Why isn't it worth it? If it were me, I would definitely snatch them. Moreover, this order master in front of me even wants to obtain a sequence 9 potion from the family. Since he's talking so big, I'll make an exorbitant demand later." Varna did not have the ability to read minds, and even if he did, with the dark golden mist permeating the higher reaches of the Mind Island, he couldn't hear Aaron's thoughts. He stopped beating around the bush and directly stated the reason. During the Fourth Epoch, with the support of the Six Gods and the Sanguine, my imperial father, along with Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, jointly killed the Black Emperor and successfully seized the Black Emperor's corpse. After my imperial father's demise, he and that Black Emperor's corpse disappeared together, just like the Ghost Empire. And from my imperial father's demise at the end of the Fourth Epoch until now, more than 1,000 years have passed. There have only ever been 2 sequence 1 foot Hand of Order, of the Justiciar pathway, and the other sequence 1 Beander characteristic remains unaccounted for to this day. Aaron, below the platform, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind a bit dazed. After calming down, his thoughts raced. The corpses of 2 true gods, corresponding to 2 Beander pathways of the source quality disordered country. And a sequence 1 foot Hand of Order, Beander characteristic of this pathway, which might even contain the remaining Beander characteristics from sequence 2 to sequence 9. This is truly an enormous treasure, no wonder even true gods would be tempted. Varna sat quietly on the high platform, slightly surprised to find Aaron calming down so quickly, but he said nothing more. With a flick of his right hand, a dark golden token appeared out of thin air, floating above his palm. Aaron felt an inexplicable pull, and his gaze involuntarily lifted to look at the token. Before Aaron could ask, Varna took the initiative to speak. If you want to open the treasure of the Ghost Empire, you must first gain the Evernight Goddess's approval and remove the influence of the Concealment Authority on you. You have already done that. Secondly, only a bloodline of our Trenestost family can serve as a bloodline guide to sense the approximate location of the Ghost Empire. Finally, only a Beyander of our family who walks the Justiciar pathway, holding the token in my hand, can truly find and open the Ghost Empire. Otherwise, even if they sense its approximate location, they won't be able to find it. Varna paused for a moment, then said somewhat helplessly. The two imperative mages in the family have both carried this token to search for traces of the Ghost Empire. Perhaps the Evernight Goddess didn't approve of them, so they didn't succeed, only sensing that it was roughly near the Sonya Sea. Aaron couldn't help but glance at the red moon mark on his left wrist, thinking to himself. As expected of the Evernight Goddess. After a slight deliberation, Varna looked at Aaron and said seriously. Over 1,000 years have passed, and I don't know the exact situation inside that Ghost Empire. So, for safety's sake, I suggest you only go searching for and exploring the Ghost Empire after you've become a demigod or possess demigod-level strength. The token will remain in my personal keeping for now. Once you achieve Sequence 5 Punisher Knight, return here, and I will hand it over to you. This time, Aaron did not hesitate and agreed directly. He understood clearly that attempting to search for and explore the legendary Ghost Empire with his current Beyander status, not even at mid-sequence, would be too risky and dangerous. Not to mention that over 1,000 years have passed, and the personal guards who entered the Ghost Empire back then should have already died of old age, but those who entered the Ghost Empire were at least demigod-level powerhouses. Would those demigods leave behind spiritual remnants that evolve into some kind of evil spirit, just like the Red Angel evil spirit in the Blood Emperor ruins in Backland? Even if they were only demigods and far from reaching the former status of a Red Angel, the Ghost Empire contains a fully constructed Black Emperor mausoleum. There might also be the remains of the Night Emperor and the Black Emperor, two true gods from similar pathways. With these factors combined, who knows what could happen? Perhaps an evil spirit would be the least of the dangers. Even if none of that is considered, just the sealed artifacts left behind by those demigods, and the Beyander characteristics preserved within, or all of demigod or higher status. After such a long time, if some dangerous sealed artifacts with living characteristics were to form, they would be extremely dangerous for him in his current state. Therefore, it is a wise choice to explore only after possessing a certain level of strength, and not to overlook the risks for the sake of immediate gain. Varna, on the stage, looked at the calmly assenting Aaron, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Aaron's mind jolted as a question came to him, so he looked up at Varna on the stage. Those personal guards who were ordered to enter the Ghost Empire back then, he paused, then said with some regret. They might form some sealed artifacts with living characteristics after their deaths. I want to know the sequence status of the personal guards who entered back then, so I can formulate some targeted preventive measures based on the characteristics of those sequences. This way, when I am strong enough to go explore and enter the Ghost Empire to search for the legacy of our Trenestost family, I can deal with the sealing effects of these sealed artifacts. As for whether they are still alive, Aaron didn't think much about it. After all, over 1,000 years had passed, and aside from the unreasonable long-lived Sanguine, it was impossible for mere demigods to have lived until now. Upon hearing this, Varna on the stage showed a strange smile and, in a scrutinizing tone, countered with a question. Have you heard of Aemon? Aemon. Aaron's hair stood on end, and a scene involuntarily formed in his mind. In a spacious, bright hall, Duke of East Tarok, Lady Selene, Afuni, the butler, Male and female servants, the coachman, and other servants, either pulled out a crystal monocle from their pockets or conjured one out of thin air and placed it over their right eye. Not far away, a man with black hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, a thin face, dressed in a black classical robe and wearing a pointed soft hat, looked at him with a smile. Immediately after, everyone turned their heads, looked at him with their monocles, smiling, and said in unison, "Interesting." Thinking of this, Aaron felt a chill, truly a fellow with a terrible personality. Seeing Aaron's reaction, Varna was slightly surprised and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems I don't need to introduce him further." Aaron pretended to ponder, then hesitated and asked, "Are you referring to Aemon, who is titled, Blasphemer, Angel of Time, the son of the Creator at the end of the second epoch, born in the first year of the third epoch, and one of the King of Angels of the third epoch?" Aaron was also helpless. He needed to demonstrate his value, and more secrets unknown to ordinary people were undoubtedly one way to do so, creating an illusion that the Evernight goddess had informed him, further showcasing his value and learning more unknown secrets. Instead of mentioning the normal statement, which is the patriarch of the Aemon family in the 4th epoch Tudor dynasty, he directly stated his identity as a king of angels from the 3rd epoch, also indicating that he already knew that the so-called Aemon family was just a facade, and all its members were Aemon himself. "Look, the Evernight goddess has told me all these secrets, perhaps even more comprehensively than you know. The Evernight goddess acknowledges my right to know, so you don't need to hide those secrets you're keeping, just tell them all." Varna's expression on the stage was somewhat complex, with a hint of relief yet also seeming to say, "Did you secretly take extra lessons behind my back? You know quite a lot." "Yes, it's that Aemon. In the 4th epoch, he joined the Tudor dynasty, but with the prior tacit understanding of ignoring Tudor's achievement of becoming the Blood Emperor and the transaction involving that sequence 2 weather warlock Beander characteristic, he and we were actually still in a semi-cooperative state and did not have any conflicts." Aaron frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Why ignore Tudor's achievement of becoming the Blood Emperor? Aren't we enemies?" Varna was silent for a moment, seemingly lost in distant memories. After a while, he slowly said, "I also asked my imperial father this question. How nostalgic. So much time has passed, and now my descendant asks the same question." With that, he put away his nostalgic expression and became serious, as if deliberately imitating the expression of a certain person at a certain moment. It was hope, and also an attempt. Every Beander characteristic contains a will from the first. The higher the sequence, the greater the influence. The mad ancient gods of the second epoch were particularly severely affected due to accommodating high-sequence Beander characteristics from different pathways. When the Creator fell in the third epoch, all deities and most angels had witnessed the second blasphemy slate, gaining a deeper understanding of the sequence pathways and higher statuses. By the fourth epoch, the gods noticed this will was fading, and some bold ideas began to emerge, but no one dared to try them easily. Alistair Tudor keenly realized this. Since the path ahead was cut off, it was better to go all out, forcibly change pathways to become a god, exchanging his willingness to be a test subject for the gods, disregard for his achievement of becoming a red priest. My imperial father also wanted to see what the outcome of changing pathways would be now that the will was fading, whether he would lose control on the spot and become an unidentifiable evil god, or merely go mad. If even Tudor, who forcibly changed pathways to become a god, didn't completely lose control, then would my imperial father, already a god, have hope of becoming even stronger by accommodating the Black Emperor, a neighboring pathway, after killing the Black Emperor. Varna on the stage said with some melancholy. It's a pity that man proposes, God disposes. Even gods are fooled by fate. Alistair Tudor's desperate gamble actually succeeded, achieving the Red Priest, merely mad but not out of control, even becoming stronger. Such a result confirmed the guesses of many gods, but what my imperial father didn't expect was that the Six Gods Alliance, which originally supported my imperial father, gradually developed greater disagreements and animosity than during the Solomon First Empire. This also laid the groundwork for the outcome of the War of the Four Emperors. Varna paused, a hint of mockery appearing on his face, and continued. After the War of the Four Emperors ended, the Underworld Emperor of the South Continent, who is Death, reaped the greatest benefits. He seized Alista Tudor's Red Priest uniqueness and attempted to accommodate non-adjacent Beander characteristics, ultimately ending in failure, madness, and near loss of control. But this also served as a warning to the gods, who then compromised in their confrontation, gradually forming the current situation of fragmented nations and alliances among the gods. Aaron was also greatly surprised, his thoughts racing, making constant guesses. Alista Tudor's successful advancement to Red Priest gave those true gods hope of accommodating high-level Beander characteristics from other pathways across pathways. After all, for them, gods have already emerged from similar pathways, and the hope of accommodating high-level Beander characteristics from similar pathways is too small and too difficult. If it were truly possible to accommodate high-level Beander characteristics from non-adjacent pathways at the cost of only madness, they would be more confident in dealing with true gods from similar pathways and outer gods after the original barrier breaks. Madness might be resisted by expanding the number of one's believers, increasing the number of anchors, and strengthening one's own cognition. And if that's the case, the empires established by the four emperors became obstacles to their expansion of faith. What if all four emperors died? They could both divide the vacant faith and gain the uniqueness of these true gods, preparing for further advancement. It's hard to say what the other true gods' positions were at the time, but the god of combat most likely took action. The Night Emperor's uniqueness, which is the Truncest Brass Book, is currently in the Twilight Temple outside St. Malone, the capital of Fosak, numbered 002. I remember that after the God War ended, the god of combat fell, and the god of combat church's Archbishop Larian fled, taking 002 with him. As for the Red Priest uniqueness that disappeared after death fell during the Pale Disaster, it is very likely sealed as 001 at the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church. Solomon's Black Emperor uniqueness should have fallen into Adam's hands, and Adam thus had the ability to help Emperor Rosal and George III become Black Emperors. The Death uniqueness, formed in the violent sea after death fell, also became the basis for the numinous episcopate to resurrect death, evolving into an artificial death, affecting all high-sequence powerhouses of the death pathway. Before Aaron could fully consider, Varna on the stage continued. I've strayed a bit, let's talk about the blasphemer Amen. My imperial father introduced him to me in detail. He is a king of angels of the Marauder pathway. He is a sequence one himself, and he has accommodated the Marauder pathway uniqueness, similar to his brother. My imperial father once said that he and Mr. Dor, Bethel Abraham, were the most hopeful existences to become gods after the four emperors. To do a favor, and also for the consideration of the entire empire. My imperial father and Aemon conspire to hunt together, and his brother might have also participated. Varna glanced at Aaron, whose face was calm below the stage, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Jacob family, also belonging to the Tudor Empire, is a Sequence 1 angel of the Marauder pathway. Through careful planning, Aemon, with the help of my imperial father, secretly killed the Jacob family's Sequence 1 angel and impersonated him for a long time. Alas, the strongest defense is often broken from within. That Sequence 1 angel of the Jacob family only understood this truth upon his death. Aaron's heart trembled slightly below the stage, but he showed no emotion on his face. Finally understanding a point of confusion, he thought to himself. Aemon of the fourth epoch replaced that ancestor of the Jacob family, but how did he do it? Even with a surprise attack, it wouldn't cause a Sequence 1 angel to fall silently. In the fifth epic World War, Aemon, with the help of his already god-level brother, hunted Pal's Zoroast. Even Old Pigeon of Storms quickly discovered it. Although this was influenced by Pal's Zoroast's long experience and awareness of evading Amon's pursuit, and also by Klein's help. But this also indicates the strangeness of Aemon replacing the Jacob family ancestor. And this was originally with the help of the Night Emperor. With the rule restrictions from the Night Emperor's godhood, and Amon's own sequence suppression with his uniqueness, that Jacob family ancestor didn't die in vain. Varna naturally didn't notice Aaron's internal changes and continued to speak to himself. However, for the god of deceit, so-called insiders and so-called alliances are merely tricks to achieve his goals. To prevent Aemon from going back on his word, my imperial father created a contract with the Justiciar's authority. My imperial father and Aemon signed a contract. The contract stipulated that my imperial father would help Aemon replace the Jacob family's Sequence 1 angel and obtain that Sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Aemon, in turn, stole the life and time of the Jacob family, extending the lifespan of several demigod-level personal guards for my imperial father. And he agreed with my imperial father to provide assistance when the Trenistost family obtains the Red Priest Pathways Sequence 1 Conqueror Beander characteristic in the future as an exchange condition. That contract and the key to opening the Ghost Empire were secretly handed over to me by the chief personal guard, Alvin Gallo. The contract has a seal personally made by my imperial father back then and is currently in an absolutely sealed state. It can block Amon's perception, and this is the last gift my imperial father left for me. And those demigod-level personal guards whose lifespans were greatly increased were ordered to carry high-level Beander characteristics of the Justiciar, Black Emperor sequence, and some other pathways into the Ghost Empire. My imperial father received help from the Evernight goddess, allowing all the personal guards to fall into slumber, to avoid losing control and going mad due to long-term confinement. Aaron's heart, which had just calmed down, fluctuated again upon hearing this. Stealing life and time and gifting it to others, only an angel of the Marauder pathway would have the ability to greatly extend the lifespan of demigod-level beings. Aaron couldn't help but recall the ghost picture frame in Amon's tomb in the suburbs of Backland. This sealed artifact belonging to the Aemon family also had the effect of accelerating the flow of time and stealing life, but its level was clearly not high, at most a grade 1 sealed artifact, corresponding to the demigod level. As for Amon's mausoleum, I can explore it once I arrive in Backland. At that time, I can bring the families Beander and the demigod expert in Backland to explore Amon's mausoleum together. This will eliminate the hidden dangers for the people of Backland, and I can also obtain many good things from it. For example, the Beander characteristic of the human skin shade, which is very useful whether it's for cultivating my own forces or selling it to Klein after he advances to Sequence 7 Magician. There are also many low sequence Beyonders who died exploring the mausoleum, their lifespans stripped away by the ghost picture frame. This can yield many low sequence Beander characteristics. And sealed artifacts like the ghost picture frame. These things can serve as resources for training my subordinates, or rather, my first pot of gold. As for the stone door deep within Amon's mausoleum that leads to the abyss. I'd better destroy it. Otherwise, if Aemon uses this stone door to cause trouble, I'll regret it endlessly. As for the Night Emperor's personal guards who extended their lifespans to enter the Ghost Empire. If they are truly as the Ancestor said, then they might still be alive on that Ghost Empire to this day. Escaping the torment of time through slumber and avoiding losing control and going mad is indeed the only solution. Slumber. No wonder there's a waking ability in the Night Mark, which allows one to consume spirituality to awaken from slumber. At the time, I thought this ability was too useless. Who would I need to wake up? Slumber waking, so that was the intent behind the ability attached to the Night Mark the Evernight goddess bestowed upon me. She wants me to awaken the demigod guards of the Trenistost family who are in a state of slumber on the Ghost Empire. If I successfully find the Ghost Empire and obtain the Night Emperor's legacy left for the family's revival at the time of the Empire's collapse, and successfully awaken those demigod guards, extracting those high-sequence Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts for my use, this will be an unimaginable power. In terms of the number of saints alone, the East-Taker family at that time would not be inferior to the major Orthodox churches. At the angel level, whether it's helping Queen Mystic Bernadette advance to Sequence 2 Sage, or helping Pals restore his strength, I can gain assistance. Moreover, there's also that messenger lady, Wei Ang Sai Ting, the Snake of Fate, who should have already arrived in Backland. And there's Calamity Queen, who is barely surviving within a certain elf ruin. Proper communication and exchange of benefits can secure the help of these angels. Coupled with my own efforts, I will strive to advance to demigod as soon as possible and assault the angel level. Only through multiple measures can I better help myself seize the final victory in the world-sweeping war to come. As for the scroll traded with Aemon, that's worth discussing. Currently, it definitely cannot be used. At the very least, I need to possess an angelic rank and have the ability to protect myself in front of Aemon. Otherwise, given the blasphemer's malicious personality, even if my identity is special and my pathway is not adjacent to his, there's no guarantee what he might do. I remember Aemon eventually traded a Conqueror Beander characteristic with the Red Angel Evil Spirit for summoning Mr. Door back. As for the 3-sequence 1-foot Conqueror Beander characteristics of the Red Priest pathway, I remember one was in the hands of the former Intis royal family, the Soren family. However, the Soren family had already declined during Rosel's time, having been heavily battered by Rosel for so many years. With their weakened strength, they might not still have the ability to retain that Conqueror Beander characteristic or the corresponding sealed artifact. Most likely, it has been acquired by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, who believe in the true Creator. Another one is in the hands of the Fosak royal family, the Einhorn family. Fosak's eventual defeat in the war might lead to the fall of an angel or the loss of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It's also uncertain about the specific whereabouts of that Conqueror Beander characteristic or the corresponding sealed artifact, but it should still be in St. Malone before the end of the war. However, I can take advantage of the war to help my ancestor obtain this Conqueror Beander characteristic, allowing him to become a Sequence 1 angel. This requires careful planning and cannot be rushed. At the very least, I must wait until the god of combat falls before acting. As for the last Conqueror Beander characteristic or corresponding sealed artifact, it fell into the hands of the Loen royal family, the Augustus family. During the Backland Smog incident, it was given to the Demoness sect as compensation for their help. According to the description of White Demoness Katarina, that Conqueror Beander characteristic is guarded by Black Saintess. Amon's final trade with the Red Angel Evil Spirit for that Conqueror Beander characteristic, I wonder which of the above 3 families it originally belonged to. However, such a precious item given to an evil spirit is too much. Since it is an evil spirit, it should be completely eliminated, dust to dust. I just don't know if putting the Red Angel Evil Spirit to rest prematurely will cause some changes. After all, the Red Priest pathway is truly complex. There's the Iron and Blood Cross Order who believe in the true Creator. Aemon and Adam, faintly appearing behind the birth of the Red Angel Evil Spirit. Primordial Demoness Cheek, who has always coveted the Red Priest pathway. And Harabergen, the two-faced dragon of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, who sealed the Red Priest uniqueness at the church headquarters. There's also the Saphira, City of Calamity, that has already shown signs in Bansi Harbor. Why does it feel like there are true gods making arrangements behind the Red Priest pathway, all eyeing the Red Priest pathway? It's truly intricate. As for Aemon, doesn't he want the last Marauder Sequence 1 Beander characteristic? He doesn't know where Pals is hiding, but I do. As Doomsday approaches, whether it's to counter the threat of outer gods or to advance oneself further, the gods all hope for the Lord of the Mysteries to reappear, open the seal of the West Continent, and allow them to find their corresponding Saphira. Before Klein showed his potential, Aemon was currently the most promising to achieve Lord of the Mysteries. Even if the gods don't like him, they are helpless. In this situation, as Doomsday approaches, allowing Aemon to achieve error will become the consensus of the gods. Pals also knows the truth of the second blasphemy slate in Doomsday. He can also guess one or two of the gods' true intentions. It's a pity that if Pals were truly caught by Aemon, if he hadn't made preparations in advance, he would probably be doomed. If Aemon gave Pals a chance to only take his Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, I believe Pals would most likely agree. It's just a pity that Blasphemer Aemon, the god of deceit, has left such a deep impression that no one is willing to trust him. rather than eventually being captured by Aemon and having his Sequence 1 Beander characteristic forcibly taken. It's better to actively strip the Beander characteristic and sell it for a good price, maximizing profit. I remember grandson of Pales, Viscount Mobert Zoroaster of the Solomon Empire. He's currently in the book world created by Grossel's Travels, flirting with that elf, Shaddaz. Saving Mobert, grandson of Pales and the only surviving member of the Zoroaster family, would be a very good starting point. Otherwise, that old man, who is constantly on edge trying to avoid Aemon, would run away as soon as he sees me, and then I would truly have no place to find him again. The Beander characteristics of the owners who were absorbed into the book world in Grossel's Travels are all below demigod level. The reason they would immediately age, decay, and die if they left the book world is simply because their own lifespans were not long enough to keep them alive for so long. If they're not even demigods, then the ghost picture frame in Amon's mausoleum could be used to supplement Mobert's missing lifespan. It's just that I don't know how much stolen life force is left in that ghost picture frame, or if it's enough. After all, there's a Loen soldier from over 100 years ago, a noble from the 4th epoch, an ascetic from the 3rd epoch, and one elf and one giant from the 2nd epoch. The time span between them is not just long. It's fortunate none of them became demigods, otherwise only Aemon could save them. Suddenly, a light cough, carrying a hint of displeasure, interrupted Aaron's increasingly divergent thoughts. Varna looked helplessly at Aaron, who was somewhat distracted below. Did you forget that I'm still opposite you, telling you secrets, and you're already spacing out? Aaron immediately sobered up, bowed, and apologized. Ancestor, I have understood our family's secret. I will advance as quickly as possible and become a disciplinary knight. Then I will return here, bringing the token to search for the Trentost Empire's treasure. Varna nodded with satisfaction, looking at Aaron and slowly said, Aaron's father told me you wanted to go to Backland. I don't know the reason for your decision, but as the future heir of our East-Taker family, it is necessary to go out and experience the world. But I must inform you that Backland is not so peaceful, you need to be mentally prepared. Seeing Aaron bow in confirmation, he mused for a moment, and a dark iron token with red rust attached to it suddenly appeared beside Aaron, emitting a faint glow. Before Aaron could ask, he began to explain. This is my token. All Beyonders of demigod level and above in the family know of this token's existence. Backland's situation is complex after all, and your current strength is insufficient, but every demigod has their own complex matters. The family can only provide you with a Sequence 5 Guardian. As compensation, you can choose a Sequence 5 you are satisfied with, as well as several other lower Sequence Beyonders from within the family to accompany you to Backland. This token signifies that you have my approval. You can use it to ask a family demigod to act on your behalf and resolve dangers. If it is a normal danger or trouble, you can keep this token indefinitely. But if the matter you request goes against the will of that family demigod, this token will be reclaimed after he takes action. Do you understand? His deep brown eyes gazed at Aaron below, full of oppressive power. Aaron, however, was somewhat accustomed to his ancestor's personality and responded obediently, understood. He was also secretly excited. Although this token had many restrictions, he could at least find a demigod to help him. If it really came down to it, he could ask the Backland demigod to handle ordinary matters, and for inconvenient matters, he could just ask Aaron's father. He then looked at Varna on the bronze high-backed chair with eager anticipation. Feeling the burning gaze from below, Varna couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. However, he did not disappoint Aaron and continued with a smile. Of course, besides these, you can also propose your own requests or ideas, such as certain sealed artifacts or mystical items. These can all be considered investments from the family and me and you. So, what do you want? Aaron pondered slightly. Sealed artifacts. The remnants of Celestial Worthy and God Almighty in the Nation of Disorder are already powerful enough and comprehensive enough. So, I'm not currently lacking in mystical items, but I am lacking many Beander characteristics to cultivate my subordinates. Especially those members of the Chaos Council whom I personally selected. According to the plan, they should soon undergo the sacrifice and grant ritual. If I don't have anything to grant them then, wouldn't that diminish my divine status? Although after arriving in Backland and plundering Amon's mausoleum, I can acquire a large number of Beander materials. A distant solution cannot quench immediate thirst. Anyway, I am not currently lacking mystical items, so it's better to directly ask for Beander characteristics, and I can also ask the Ancestor to help crush them and clear any potential contamination. Moreover, a high-sequence Beander characteristic generally contains lower sequence Beander characteristics, and my sun-chasing scepter can extract Beander characteristics level by level. A higher sequence Beander characteristic can cultivate more Beanders. Anyway, the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter might as well be put to use. Having made up his mind, Aaron looked up at Varna on the platform and said firmly, I want a sequence 4 imperative mage Beander characteristic. If it exists in the form of a sealed artifact, I hope you can help me crush it into a Beander characteristic. I also want a sanguine Beander characteristic of sequence 6 or higher. Varna looked at Aaron below with a slight surprise, seemingly astonished that he did not ask for powerful sealed artifacts or mystical items. Instead, he directly asked for Beander characteristics. While an imperative mage Beander characteristic could be understood, a sanguine Beander characteristic would be of no use to Aaron. He pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, permitted. 2 crystals immediately appeared beside Aaron, one with golden light contained within, and the other transparent like flowing blood. He explained faintly, these are an imperative mage Beander characteristic and a shaman king Beander characteristic. These 2 Beander characteristics are part of the family's foundation, obtained by family demigods in the South Continent after the new navigation route was opened. As for the sanguine, my advice is to only contact them when you have sufficient strength. Strength is the foundation for dialogue. Within the sanguine, only the 3 dukes who govern them truly know our family's identity. So, when to make contact? And for what reason? You need to think carefully. You now represent the East Tucker family, and you must consider the cost of each choice. If you have any other ideas, you can also bring them up. Aaron's eyes lit up, and he revealed a shy smile. He took out a pale mask he had prepared earlier from his in-arms. Yes, it was the death mask. Ancestor, I have a mask here from the Aegis family, descendants of death from the 4th epoch. But it's sealed, and even my father didn't notice anything unusual. I hope you can help me break the seal and minimize the negative effects so that I can use it now. Varna, on the bronze high-backed chair, raised an eyebrow. Your father, a demigod, didn't even notice. You, a sequence 9, discovered it. A mask from the Aegis family. He casually summoned the pale mask, and crimson flames and silver-white lightning shot out from his brown eyes simultaneously. They struck directly onto the pale mask, and illusory figures of pale, oily feathers emerged, then vanished in the flames and lightning. Varna closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. After pondering for a moment, a drop of blood, seemingly containing flames and lightning, emerged from his fingertip. It floated onto the pale mask and slowly merged into it. The crimson flames and silver-white lightning also merged, forming crimson and silver-white patterns on the pale mask. The face under the dark armor revealed a satisfied and arrogant smile, seemingly very pleased with this creation. Then, in an indifferent tone, he said to Aaron, "This mask indeed comes from that death. Its abilities are quite good after the seal is broken, and the negative effects are just so-so." He glanced at Aaron, unconsciously adopting a mocking tone. Hey, although the negative effects are mediocre, they are not something a mere sequence 9 can bear. Aaron's face was full of black lines. Although he knew this was probably the Hunter Pathway's mocking instinct, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If you weren't my ancestor, if you weren't an angel, I would at least let you see what a keyboard warrior is, what an internet troll is. Speaking of which, Medici's tragic death in the end, was it partly due to him maxing out his mocking skill points? Varna, on the high-backed chair, also realized his tone was off and that he had mocked his own descendant. Feeling that it might damage his image in his junior's heart, he immediately continued in an indifferent tone. This mask should have been sealed by an angel of the death pathway, and the seal might have lasted for hundreds of years. The seal penetrated very deeply, and its divine charm was restrained, which is why your father didn't discover it. The mask itself doesn't have any Beander characteristic of a very high rank. It was merely formed by combining a sequence 4 undying Beander characteristic with a sequence 6 faceless. The troublesome part is that it's mixed with a power of the angel level from that death pathway. While this enhanced the mask's abilities, it also brought many negative effects. Therefore, I used my blood as a foundation and merged it with this mask. I sealed and restricted the negative effects of this mask so that you can use it. As Varna spoke, he waved his right hand, and the mask came into Aaron's hand. Aaron ignored the bragging and satisfaction contained in Varna's flat tone. He hastily picked up the mask and closed his eyes to sense it. Name: Mask of Death. Ability 1. When wearing the mask, one can communicate with the surrounding spirits, enslave and command them, connect with the spirit world, and travel through the spirit world. Ability 2. Can accommodate some wraith spirits within the mask and release them during combat. Ability 3. Freely change body shape and appearance, and mimic the behavior of others. Negative effects. 1. If the mask is worn for more than 8 hours, it will become irremovable, the modified body shape and appearance will be irreversible, and it will be accompanied by a transformation of the body into a death spirit. 2. When worn, one will endure corresponding babbling influences. The more and stronger the wraith spirits accommodated and stored, the greater the influence. After sensing it with his eyes closed, Aaron couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Very practical skills. If I can travel through the spirit world, I won't need to record the traveler's abilities. I just don't know if the teleportation distance is limited. Is it a fixed distance teleportation, or is the teleportation distance determined by the consumption of spirituality? I can try it later. However, these negative effects are indeed very low. Aside from the common flaw of the hunter pathway, Ancestor is very thoughtful towards his descendants. It's not in vain that I've always thought of trying to acquire that sequence 1 Conqueror Beander characteristic for him. Alas, a maximum of 8 hours of wear. It inexplicably reminds me of the 8-hour workday in my previous life, which I actually miss a bit. I don't need to worry about the babbling, my resistance to it is terrifyingly high. Even if I really get corrupted because of it, one trip back to the Nation of Disorder will clear it. Using this mask will inevitably be affected by death spirits. It seems I need to get a Beander item of the Sun pathway to carry with me to eliminate this influence. It's a pity my sun-chasing scepter is not suitable for carrying around. Should I ask Ancestor for another Beander item of the Sun pathway? Forget it. I just said I only needed Beander characteristics. It's a bit inappropriate to ask for Beander items again now. Besides, low-sequence Beander items of the Sun pathway can be found by my father, so I won't trouble Ancestor. Shearing wool and cutting leeks also require strategy. You can't just shear one sheep vigorously, nor can you just cut leeks vigorously. Sustainable development is the long-term way. After silently reflecting, Aaron looked up at Varna on the bronze high-backed chair, bowed, and expressed his gratitude. Then he revealed a shy smile again and asked shamelessly, "Ancestor, if I encounter an angel chasing me?" Varna interrupted him with a face full of black lines. "Do you think every angel is as idle as I am now? Do you need an angel to chase after a mere sequence 9 like you? Don't beat around the bush with me here, just state your thoughts directly." Aaron chuckled dryly, scratched his head awkwardly, and continued, "Ancestor, I actually want to know your honorific name. Some of my subsequent plans require your help, and I wish to call upon your honorific name to receive your response and assistance." Fearing that his ancestor might misunderstand, Aaron quickly added an explanation, speaking with a tone of flattery and reverence. "It's not for you, Ancestor, to fight others, it's merely to give me some face, that's all. I need an angel to back me up, and I can guarantee that every time I call upon your honorific name, it will be related to my schemes and be a very important matter. After all, an earthly angel like you, in the distant second epoch, could be called a minor god. Your time is very precious. Furthermore, you are on the same level as the Triple Crown of the various True God churches. If my plan can receive your help and approval, this will give me infinite confidence and courage, and also accelerate my growth. Listening to the increasingly exaggerated flattery from the young junior below, Varner's eyebrow twitched again. He glanced at the Evernight mark on Aaron's left wrist again, thought for a moment, and then nodded slightly. All right. After all, Aaron was also a favored one of the Evernight goddess, and perhaps by paying a price, he could even invite Madame Ariana, the Evernight goddess's loyal servant, to act. If outsiders didn't know, it was fine, but if they knew that his own junior didn't pray to his own angel, but instead sought help from the church's angel, wouldn't that be a bit embarrassing for her to say? Although she disliked trouble and was too lazy to respond to prayers, she still spoke in a majestic voice. My honorable name is the ruler of the misty battlefield, the master of weather changes, the totem of flames and lightning, the great Varnar will. Aaron carefully wrote down this honorable name, thinking to himself. The first 3 sections describe the abilities and symbols of a Hunter Pathway Sequence 2 angel, while the 4th section precisely points to the target. Through the angelic rank, the honorable name resonates throughout the world. My honorable name is still more domineering. Immediately after, Aaron showed an innocent smile to Varnar on the stage, which made Varnar feel a subtle sense of unease. Then Aaron lowered his head and softly prayed in ancient Hermes. The ruler of the misty battlefield, the master of weather changes, the totem of flames and lightning, the great Varnar will. Varnar on the stage instantly darkened his face, his brown eyes surging with flames and lightning. Although Aaron lowered his head, after he finished praying, he still saw a figure in black armor seated on a bronze high-backed chair, with flames and lightning seemingly swirling behind him. Wait, surrounded by flames and lightning. Aaron coughed dryly, and upon looking up, he saw those brown eyes that seemed to surge with flames and lightning. Aaron looked at Varnar with innocent eyes and said dryly, I heard that Sequence 6 of the Hunter Pathway is called a conspirer. Ahem, I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to test the effect of this honorable name. Varnar looked at Aaron below with a face full of black lines and waved his right hand. The patterns on the wall lit up, and Aaron only felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the entrance of the underground passage. Varnar's majestic voice came from beside his ear, hurry up, advance as soon as possible. Great changes are coming, and you don't have much time left. In the empty underground hall, Varnar looked at Aaron, who had disappeared from his original spot, put away his serious expression, and muttered to himself with a slight smile. Very courageous, truly has my demeanor from back then. Dash 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 dash. Deep inside the Zuda's first floor hall, at the entrance of the underground passage, Aaron stood dumbfounded at the passage entrance. Before he could recover, the passage entrance closed. Ah, is he that stingy? I just tested the effect of the honorable name. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if the Ancestor had a mischievous streak and gave a fake honorable name? What if I really needed it to make a grand entrance and it turned out to be useless? Although it's a bit impolite, at least it proves that this honorable name is real. Sigh, the Ancestor has survived from the 4th epoch until now, but his tolerance is still a bit small. Aaron smacked his lips, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, only silently muttering to himself. Seeing that the passage entrance had closed, Aaron no longer lingered and immediately walked towards the high platform in the first floor hall. The 5 demigods on the high platform had not left, they still stood there quietly. Upon seeing Aaron emerge, their expressions softened. The current Duke of Dongtak, Gusmanwell, smiled and instantly disappeared from his original spot, appearing beside Aaron and patting his shoulder. You are the only person from our Dongtak family, besides demigods, who has entered that place. His tone was filled with pride and satisfaction, and he emphasized, Dongtak family, seemingly wanting to confirm something. The remaining 4 demigods on the high platform also cast their gazes over, their eyes filled with inquiry. Aaron instantly understood, smiled, and offered no explanation. He took out the ancient, black iron token that Ancestor Varnar had given him from his pocket. As spiritual energy poured in, the black iron token emitted a faint glow, and a strong aura of iron and blood surged forth. The 5 demigods, including his father Gusmanuel, all looked surprised, scrutinizing Aaron. Then they exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and all showed satisfied smiles. The other 4 demigods nodded to each other, then disappeared from their original spots. Duke Gusmanuel of East Tak looked at Aaron putting away the token with a gratified and proud smile. He said with relief, "The fact that you have this token means you have already received the Ancestor's approval." As he spoke, he couldn't help but ruffle Aaron's hair, saying with some reluctance, "You'll be going to Backland soon. After you go back today, spend more time with your mother and your sister. Afni really misses you. She told me yesterday that she also wants to become a Beyander and wants to go to Backland with you." I refused Afni's request, but I also allowed her to participate in the family's advancement ceremony after she turns 15. Your mother is also very worried about you going to Backland alone. Although Aaron was very satisfied with the current atmosphere of paternal kindness and filial piety, he still interrupted his father with a smile. "My dear Duke of East Tak, why are you also starting to be sentimental? Don't worry about me. As the future heir of the East Tak family, this will be my inevitable path. As for Afni's Beyander path, I've already thought it through. Just leave it to me." After he finished speaking, he looked at his father, who had a look of gratification, with a shy smile. "And I have a mystical item that can travel through the spirit world. Hee, if you and mother miss me, send me a telegram, and I'll teleport home immediately." The Duke of East Tak looked at Aaron with surprise, then said with some understanding, "Did the Ancestor bestow it upon you? That is indeed a very practical mystical item." Aaron smiled and shook his head, his tone a bit strange. "Father, do you still remember the gift mother gave me, the one from grandfather Earl Wolf?" Gusman was stunned for a moment, then looked surprised and asked in return. "That pale mask rumored to have been brought out of the Eggers family mausoleum. But I checked it, and besides being a bit hard in material, there was nothing else unusual about it." Aaron suppressed his laughter, thought for a moment, and explained in a calm tone. "The Ancestor said that mask was sealed by a death pathway angel. A very tricky sealing method. So it's normal for a demigod not to discover it if they don't understand the methods of the death pathway. My Ancestor broke the seal on that mask for me, using his own blood as the foundation. With the status of an angel, he applied a new seal, allowing me, in my current sequence, to also be able to use it," Aaron said, taking out the pale mask from his Xiong. Red and silver patterns glowed faintly on it. Aaron handed it to Duke Easttark, who had regained his composure. He took the mask and closed his eyes, sensing it. A look of surprise appeared on his calm face. "This is a mystical item with very strong functional capabilities. Most of its negative effects can be avoided with careful attention. When I get back, I'll find you a mid-sequence sun pathway mystical item. If you carry it with you, it should lessen the negative effects brought by this mask. The offensive power is a bit weak. Before you leave this mask with me for safekeeping. With your current sequence, I can capture a few mid-sequence wraiths and spirits within this mask for you to command. However, you must pay attention to the duration of use and be mindful of the negative effects." Aaron's eyes immediately lit up, and he continued, following his words. "Dear Duke Easttark, I have one more small request. This mask possesses the ability to travel through the spirit world, but I don't know if its travel ability is fixed distance travel. Or if the travel distance is determined by the amount of spirituality consumed, as well as the limitations of spirit world teleportation. So, I would like you to help me test this mosque's spirit world travel ability." Duke Easttark nodded slightly, agreeing. He then led Aaron away from the Ancestral Tower and returned to his residence, by which time it was already evening. Upon returning home, Aaron was met by Ivani and Madame Celine, who were waiting in the living room. Aaron walked over and sat in a chair beside them, looking at his mother and sister, who seemed to have something to say. He smiled and spoke first. "Mother, you don't have to worry about me. I've grown up and can take care of myself. Moreover, this time I obtained a mystical item that can teleport through the spirit world, so distance will no longer be an issue. If you want to see me, have the butler send a telegram to Backland, and I'll be able to return." These words brought the two emotional ladies back to normal, and they began discussing what to bring to Backland. After bidding farewell to his mother and sister, Aaron found his father in the study and spoke directly. "The Ancestor allowed me to bring a Sequence 5 Beyonder as my guard in Backland, and I can also bring several mid-sequence Beyonders as subordinates. So, after much thought, I want to choose from your personal guards. This way, both loyalty and execution are guaranteed." Gusman smiled, speaking with a hint of teasing. "You little rascal are truly cunning, trying to poach from your old man. All right, I'll give you a list later, including members of my personal guard in Ilrux and the Easttark fleet. Whomever you fancy, you can take. Every member of the personal guard is carefully selected by me, absolutely loyal and absolutely reliable. To deal with complex situations, almost all the Beyonder pathways controlled by my Easttark family are represented in my personal guard, and they have all become mid-sequence powerhouses. However, due to the limitations of their sequence pathways, most of the personal guards do not have subsequent formulas and remain at sequence 6 or sequence 7. But I explained the pros and cons to them when they embarked on this Beyonder path. You don't need to worry about them having any dissatisfaction. The personal guard can also be considered a benefit for each generation of Duke Easttark. Of course, now that you have obtained the token, you can also apply for family resources to start cultivating your own personal guard." Aaron's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that the token given by his ancestor had such a hidden benefit. He was just struggling with how to ask for those few sequence 9 potions, and this feeling of having a pillow delivered when you're sleepy was truly wonderful. "Dear Duke Easttark, I would like 3 sequence 9 potions, namely, Sailor, Hunter, and Corpse Collector, as well as 1 sequence 8 feet Sheriff potion." Gusman did not inquire about their use, merely nodded slightly, then asked in return, "Are they ready-made potions, or do you only need the potion ingredients?" Aaron pondered for a moment, calculating silently in his mind. Cheekwald was a former Intis noble and knew the low-sequence Hunter potion formula himself, but unfortunately, due to family factors, he had not advanced for a long time. After learning about the acting method, his risk of losing control after consuming the potion would only be lower, so he could be given ready-made potions directly. Ferran Edis was a mixed blood with elven ancestry, raised in a seaside port, naturally suited for the sailor pathway. Even if he didn't know the acting method before, he had unconsciously acted as a sailor, so consuming the potion directly would not cause him to lose control. Perhaps he might be the fastest to advance in the Chaos Council after me. Sid Watson, on the other hand, was a bit troublesome. He was too young and had some resistance to the Corpse Collector potion, lacking psychological preparation. Direct consumption carried a high risk, and ready-made potions could not be stored for too long, otherwise, they would fuse with the container to form various strange sealed artifacts. It's better to give him the potion ingredients directly. He's also not suitable to become a Beyonder immediately, as he's still under the Numinous Episcopate's surveillance and easily suspected. As for that sequence 8 feet Sheriff potion, of course, it's for myself, so I can only ask for the potion ingredients. Once I arrive in Backland, I'll go to the Factory District, the Dock District, the impoverished East Borough where the poor gather, and the Backland Bridge area to complete my acting and quickly digest the potion. I also want to see for myself how bad it is, to the point where it can be called a breeding ground for the descent of an evil god. Aaron reined in his wandering thoughts and replied to Duke Easttark. The Sailor and Hunter can be directly prepared into potions. For the Corpse Collector and Sheriff, I only need the potion ingredients. Gusman nodded in agreement, and at the same time, took out a small booklet from a sealed compartment in his desk, handing it to Aaron while saying, "The potions will be given to you by the butler tomorrow afternoon when you prepare to go to Backland. These are the materials compiled by my personal guard captain at the beginning of the year. Take a look and see which one you want." Aaron took the booklet, and after just one glance, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Duke Easttark's personal guard, though not numerous, only 20 people, possessed considerable strength. Although there were no demigod-level powerhouses, there were 2 Sequence 5s, 1 Mentor of Disorder and 1 Reaper. The rest of the personal guards were mid-sequence, most of whom possessed a mystical item, and the sequences covered were far more than just Hunter, Lawyer, and Arbiter. Aaron's gaze lingered on the names of the 2 Sequence 5 powerhouses for a moment, then settled on 2 other names. Darren Charlotto, Sequence 7 Feet Magician. Harland Rooney, Sequence 7 Feet Appraiser. Although both were only Sequence 7, in terms of future potential and practicality, these 2 were the most suitable. The family did not have subsequent potion formulas to allow them to advance further. But I am different. At the very least, I know all the potion formulas for the seer pathway. I can help Dallin Shirato advance to Faceless. The help brought by a faceless subordinate would be immense, whether for gathering intelligence or carrying out missions. Moreover, I am now a favored of the Evernight Goddess. By paying a price, I might even be able to send him to the areas where the Evernight Goddess keeps mermaids. Completing the ritual for advancing to Marionettist would eliminate the need to search for mermaids in the ruins of the War of Gods, unlike Klein. As for Harland Rooney, his next sequence is Artisan, also known as a craftsman. A craftsman can bring extremely high value to an organization, whether it be mystical items or various Beander bullets, all are quite practical. As for why the family didn't have the craftsman potion formula, Aaron guessed it might be due to a balance between the churches. Considering the attitude of the God of Steam and Machinery Church, they didn't actively seek out the craftsman formula. But as of today, with only 22 years until the apocalypse, there's no need to worry about such things anymore. Anyway, after the World War ends in a few years, the Church of Steam and Machinery will be expelled from Loen, and their attitude will become irrelevant. As for the craftsman potion formula, it can be traded from Charles, a descendant of Emperor Russell, who currently resides in City of Generosity, Byam. Furthermore, in Backland, at the Beander gathering of Eye of Wisdom, Old Mister, there is also a lady from the Lawyer pathway, who has a craftsman behind her. The craftsman potion formula can also be obtained from him, as long as the conditions are good enough, that craftsman can even be brought under one's control. Once he made up his mind, he no longer hesitated and looked up at Duke Easttark. "I want to choose Mentor of Disorder Solon Bint as my guard. Dallin Shirato and Harland Rooney will be my subordinates and go to Backland with me." Aaron thought for a moment and decided to reveal the potion formula to his father first. This would not only increase his contribution to the family but also strengthen the family's power. "Father, I have the subsequent potion formulas and rituals for the seer sequence, enough to reach the demigod level." Duke Easttark's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he smiled. "Was it given to you by that one?" Immediately, he felt his question was inappropriate, so he stopped asking and said with a slight sigh, "Alas, although you have the Ancestor's token and have received his recognition, allowing the family to fully support you. However, this matter is only known to the family's demigods, ordinary family members do not know about it. Originally, I was worried that too much resource allocation would cause dissatisfaction among some family members. After all, it is human nature to worry about scarcity rather than inequality. However, with your contribution of bringing subsequent potion formulas to the family, no one will say much about the overt resource allocation. Every one of us is a member of the Easttark family. The family's nurturing is not a gratuitous contribution, everyone must have a grateful heart. Common unity and dedication are what truly make our Easttark family stand firm, so when we are capable, we all choose to dedicate ourselves to the family. Your choice makes me very pleased." Putting away his expression of emotion, Gusman continued. Dallin and Harland are both in Irussel, but Solon is still in the southern continent. Dallin and Harland will go to Backland with you tomorrow. As for Solon, I will personally send a telegram to have him meet you in Backland." After exchanging a few pleasantries with his father, he informed him that he would prepare the subsequent potion formulas and ritual requirements for the seer tonight. He would personally hand them to him tomorrow. After giving his instructions, Aaron returned to his room. He took out a token from his pregnant and 2 completely black boxes of unknown material, covered with mysterious symbols. These also came from Ancestor Walna's gift, each containing 2 demigod Beander characteristics. Aaron held the 2 boxes and sensed them with his spirituality, feeling no abnormality, nor did he feel the fluctuation of a spiritual wall. He couldn't help but click his tongue. These boxes are good things too, they even skip the steps of a spiritual wall. Let's just call them sealing boxes for now. Truly worthy of being a terrestrial angel who has survived from the 4th epoch, anything that leaks from his hands is a good thing. He found 2 empty glass bottles and brought them along with the 2 sealing boxes to the inner compartment, placing all the items on the table. Then he quickly arranged the candles and set up a spiritual wall with a silver dagger. He didn't use his own blood like his first attempt but took out the prepared spiritual materials. Gently exhaling, Aaron set up the altar according to the steps, quickly drawing his symbolic sigil with Beander creature blood. After smoothly completing the drawing, he chanted the prayer in ancient Hermes. "You are the source and shadow of order. You are the great emperor of the realm of chaos. You are the lord of order who governs rules. Your loyal followers implore your gaze. Implore you to accept their offerings. Implore you to open the door to the kingdom." As his voice fell, his spiritual intuition stirred, and a gentle breeze swept through, gradually outlining a dark gold double-leaf door within the spiritual wall. As Aaron's spirituality probed, the dark gold door slowly opened, revealing a deep, illusory, mysterious space filled with floating dark gold mist. Without delay, he quickly picked up the 2 empty glass bottles and the 2 sealing boxes from the table and threw them together into the dark gold door. As the dark gold door slowly closed, the sacrificial ritual ended. Aaron then closed his eyes, his spirituality diffused, and his consciousness connected with the boundless dark gold mist infinitely high in the spiritual sky. Passing through the dark gold mist where illusory murmurs and roars echoed, Aaron opened his eyes again, returning to the throne within the magnificent grand hall. Aaron reached out and retrieved the items he had just sacrificed, opening one of the sealing boxes and taking out the Shaman King Beander characteristic. He then placed the 2 sealing boxes in a corner of the main hall, together with the silver vial from the previous sacrifice, concealing them with dark gold mist. Aaron looked at the crystal, translucent like flowing blood, and felt a faint sense of oppression, which came from divinity. Other than that, he didn't feel any madness, it should have been pulverized and purified by Ancestor Walna. He mobilized the dark gold mist and placed the Shaman King Beander characteristic into the empty glass bottle. The crystal, translucent like flowing blood, quickly melted into a liquid, gradually merging with the entire bottle. Moments later, the glass bottle became like a ruby, empty inside, exuding an eerie beauty and a craving for blood. Aaron remotely manipulated the glass bottle, which could be called a sequence 1 sealed artifact within the various major churches of the Orthodox gods, ignoring the faint whispers of temptation. With a wave of his hand, a golden staff, appearing as if flames were burning, emerged from beside the throne. It was the sun-piercing scepter. Aaron mobilized the dark golden mist, forcibly fixing the sun-piercing scepter onto the glass bottle. A piercing wail sounded, then quickly vanished. Aaron watched this scene with satisfaction, paying it no mind, and instead enveloped both the sun-piercing scepter and the glass bottle with the dark golden mist. The sun-piercing scepter could cause the Beander characteristic to precipitate from the glass bottle from high to low sequence, and with the scepter standing, it might completely precipitate within a few hours. He left a command in the dark golden mist. Whenever a Beander characteristic precipitated from the glass bottle, it should be immediately enveloped and isolated by the dark golden mist to prevent Beander characteristics from re-aggregating. Meander characteristics from sequence 4 to sequence 7 can be traded individually with Ms. Louise. I think she should be very interested. She has obtained a pathway that can advance her sequence, and she can also exchange excess sanguine characteristics for merits within the sanguine organization, while I can obtain a significant reward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the remaining sequence 8 and sequence 9 Meander characteristics, I won't trade them with her, especially the sequence 9 apothecary. This sequence is very practical, whether for Beyonders or for ordinary people. The medicines made by an apothecary are all very powerful and take immediate effect. The reason the Backland Great Smog caused such heavy casualties was that a considerable number of people died from infections and inability to receive treatment. To reduce the impact of that disaster, an apothecary can provide great help. After all, without the support of George III and the Parliament, it would be almost impossible to establish a complete medical system in just a few years. If I don't want to make a big fuss and arouse George III's suspicion, I cannot suddenly propose a bill to establish a medical system. The only way is to secretly cultivate a large number of apothecaries, prepare corresponding medicines in advance, and help the residents affected by the Backland Great Smog as much as possible. He withdrew his wandering thoughts, looking at the glass bottle from which Meander characteristics were slowly precipitating. Aaron estimated that if he wanted to completely precipitate all Meander characteristics from sequence 4 to sequence 9, it would probably take until tomorrow noon. Without waiting, he wrapped the sun-piercing scepter and the glass bottle in the dark golden mist and placed them not far from the pile of sundries. Aaron closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking, passing through the boundless dark golden mist. After returning to his compartment, he took out a gold pocket watch from his coat pocket, opened it, and checked the time. It was already 10 p.m. Without hesitation, he quickly broke through the wall of spirituality, tidied up all his belongings, and returned to his room. Sitting at his desk, he took out paper and pen, recalled the contents in his memory, and began to write. Sequence 6 Feet Faceless. Meander materials. Mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, characteristic of a human skin phantom. Auxiliary materials. 80 milliliters of thousand-faced hunter blood, 5 drops of black datura juice, 10 grams of dragon's tooth grass powder, 3 strands of deep-sea naga hair. Sequence 5 Feet Marionettist. Meander materials. Dust of an ancient wraith, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Auxiliary materials. 80 milliliters of golden spring water from Sonia Island, 10 grams of dragon-patterned tree bark, residual spirituality of an ancient wraith, 1 pair of 6-winged gargoyle eyes. Advancement ritual. Consume the potion amidst the singing of mermaids. Sequence 4 Feet Bizarro Sorcerer. Meander materials. Main eye of a bizarre evil spirit, true soul body of a spirit world plunderer. Auxiliary materials. 200 milliliters of bizarre evil spirit blood, 30 grams of spirit world plunderer dust, 10 grams of red birch bark, a section of golden grapevine, a finger-sized self-made rubber mask. Advancement ritual. Primarily relying on one's own power and planning, direct a grand play witnessed by many spectators, using it to murder a demigod or an equivalent Meander creature, and then, at the end of the play, consume the potion. Looking at the 3 potion formulas on the paper, Aaron scanned them several times, confirmed there were no issues, and slowly exhaled. From sequence 5 onwards, Meander advancements all require rituals to assist, to avoid loss of control. Looking at the requirements for the marionettist advancement ritual, Aaron frowned, recalling those faceless who tirelessly searched for mermaids but could never find them. Even Klein had to search for them in the ruins of the God War. After a moment of contemplation, he added a sentence after the marionettist advancement ritual. Faceless who need to advance can apply to the family, and I will negotiate with the Church of the Evernight regarding the mermaid ritual. He looked at the paper again, confirmed there were no issues, and after the ink dried, folded the paper. He placed it in the desk's interlayer, to be given to his father, Duke East-Tark, tomorrow. After a day of fatigue, although his spirituality was still abundant, his mind was tired, and Aaron, lying on the bed, quickly fell asleep. Dash 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 dash. May 4, 1346, Sunday morning, Aaron was awakened by his personal valet. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He took care of his personal hygiene in the washroom and, with the assistance of his personal valet, changed into a magnificent silk dress suit. He brought the 3 potion formulas he had written last night and went to the first floor hall to find his father, who was having breakfast. He handed the formulas to his father. Gusman took them, scanned them, and paused for a long time on the second and third pages, frowning in thought. Aaron knew those were the sequence 5 and sequence 4 potion formulas, and he guessed that his father might be thinking about those 2 advancement rituals. A moment later, Gusman put away his thoughtful gaze. He folded the 3 potion formulas and put them into his coat pocket, then looked at Aaron and said, "You've done very well. After the family confirms the authenticity of these 3 potion formulas, you will be credited with merit." As he spoke, he picked up the pale mask with crimson and silver patterns inscribed on it from a nearby wooden box, and as he handed it to Aaron, he said, "I have already tested this mystical item in person. Its spirit world teleportation distance is indeed determined by the consumption of spirituality. What you need to pay attention to is that, at your current sequence, your spirituality is only enough for short-distance teleportation within East Tark County. Running out of spirituality during spirit world teleportation is a very dangerous thing. You will not know where you will be teleported after leaving the spirit world, and your depleted spirituality will not allow you to cope with potential dangers." Gusman smiled as he spoke. Once you reach the middle sequence, you should be able to use spirit world teleportation freely. So, if you want to directly teleport from Backland back to East Tark County to see your mother and Avani, you need to speed up your advancement to the middle sequence. I also found an old friend who made a simple magic array on this mask to help you determine direction and teleportation distance in the spirit world later. While I was attempting spirit world traversal, I caught a spirit world creature for you, probably around sequence 7, somewhat similar to a wraith. But it is more inclined towards support and not good at attacking, and its presence within the mask has a low impact on you. With your current sequence, a spirit world creature like this can certainly help you. You can explore the remaining functions yourself, and also get familiar with spirit world travel." Gusman then took out a golden sun ring and handed it to Aaron, smiling as he continued, "This is a mystical item I carefully selected for you, called the Sun Ring, and its negative effects are extremely minor." Aaron's eyes lit up. He took the sun ring and closed his eyes to sense it. Name: Sun Ring. Ability 1. Within 10 meters of the wearer, pure and warm power will permeate the area. Normal people cannot detect it, but undead monsters will continuously take damage, and it will be difficult for evil spirit monsters to possess and corrupt them. Ability 2. The wearer can consume spirituality to use some spells from the Sun domain. For example, summon Holy Light, Light of Fire, Immunity to Fear, Divine Covenant, and Sun Halo, etc. Consuming a large amount of spirituality can create Sun Holy Water. Negative effect. Generates goodwill towards Sun Pathway Beyonders, and frequent wearing will cause irritability. Aaron opened his eyes and looked at the smiling Duke of East Tarok. Before he could ask, he explained, "This is one of the various mystical items made by a former Duke, who chose to believe in the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, using many Beander characteristics at the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Most of the Beander characteristics in the family's treasure vault have had their corruption removed by our ancestors. Pure Beander characteristics, coupled with the help of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, created this batch of highly practical mystical items with very minor negative effects. I applied for and selected this mystical item in your name. It can counteract and neutralize the negative effects of that mask. This is also the highest quota you can obtain before becoming a demigod, as such mystical items with extremely low negative effects are exceedingly rare." Aaron gripped the pale mask tightly and actively put on the sun ring, a smile appearing on his face as he nodded and replied, "Okay, Father." I will seize the time to advance and give back to the family, living up to the family's cultivation. After speaking, he showed a shy expression and couldn't help but ask, then when can I get the potions I applied for yesterday? The Duke of East Tarok smiled and said, you need to have a calm mind, don't be anxious. Those potions are already in the treasure vault. You can ask the butler to take you to retrieve what you need. You can just find him later. As he spoke, he took out a check from his silk coat pocket and handed it to the delighted Aaron. This is a Backland bank check with 100,000 gold pounds in it. 100,000 gold pounds. Aaron was stunned, his subtle facial changes revealing his surprise. Without Aaron needing to ask, the Duke of East Tarok sensed his confusion and chuckled, don't worry, this has nothing to do with the family. This is just help from a father and mother to their child. Backland has a great many social activities, and I know your personality, you don't like those superficial, extravagant social occasions. Although as the heir to the Duke of East Tarok's title, you have the right to refuse most social activities, there are always some you cannot decline. For the dignity of a noble, and to facilitate your work in Backland and build connections, these 100,000 gold pounds are your initial capital. Aaron's eyes gleamed as he took the check. To be honest, this was the largest denomination check he had ever seen, and the largest sum of money belonging to him. After all, no matter how distinguished his status, as a minor, he usually only had the pocket money given by his parents. Fortunately, there was no place in Easttaker Manor where he needed to spend money, and over time, he had accumulated nearly 20,000 gold pounds. With the 100,000 gold pounds given by his parents, a total capital of 120,000 gold pounds was enough for him to establish a career in Backland. Thank you, my dear Earl. Aaron smiled, his thoughts couldn't help but wander. If dear Mr. Fool had obtained these 120,000 gold pounds at the beginning, how would he celebrate? Lamb stew with tender peas and Dixie pie. He didn't continue to let his thoughts wander. After getting the answer he wanted, he bid farewell to the Duke of East Tarok. Aaron immediately found the butler in the backyard, who was directing servants to pack luggage and load it onto the carriage. Under his guidance, Aaron came to the warehouse in the backyard. After being checked by the gatekeeper, he entered the warehouse. A slightly hot, iron-blooded wind blew towards him. Inside the warehouse were individual compartments, storing various items. Aaron took a look. They were basically all low-sequence Beander materials, with no materials or sealed artifacts above the middle sequence. Aaron looked at the corridor leading underground in the depths and had just walked a few steps towards it. His spiritual perception was triggered. Aaron could feel at least 4 gazes converging on him from a distance. These should be the Beyonders guarding the warehouse within the family, similar to the internal guardians of a church. That passage should lead to the underground sealing core. The middle sequence and higher Beander materials and various sealed artifacts preserved by the family should all be sealed there. His spiritual intuition returned to calm. Those guards, after confirming his identity, did not continue to monitor him. After verifying his guess, Aaron did not continue walking towards the passage, but instead followed the butler's steps to a compartment not far to the side, where several items were stored. The most eye-catching were 2 glass bottle containers. One bottle contained a light blue liquid, like a surging ocean. The other bottle contained a light red viscous liquid, emitting a faint glow. Without the butler's introduction, Aaron guessed that these were the already prepared Sailor Potion and Hunter Potion. He then turned his gaze to the 2 tin boxes placed nearby and looked at the butler with an inquiring look. The butler cleared his throat and slowly said, Lord Aaron, for identification, the tin box on the left with a mark contains the main and auxiliary materials for the Sequence 8 Law Enforcer. The unmarked tin box on the right contains the main and auxiliary materials for the Sequence 9 Corpse Collector. The tin boxes have built-in partitions to prevent Beander materials from contaminating each other, and they can be preserved for 1 year when sealed and unopened. Aaron nodded slightly, pondering in his mind, the 1-year preservation limit should only be for temporary storage. If they were in the sealing core, the time should be longer. But it doesn't matter. The Sequence 9 potion will be digested quickly through acting, and I am confident I can complete the digestion in at most 1 to 2 months, so it won't even reach the 1-year limit. Moreover, at 12 a.m. tonight, the members of the Chaos Council will begin their first sacrifice and grant ritual. At that time, I can directly bestow these potions upon them. I wonder if they can sacrifice some unexpected good things. Speaking of which, the Sanguine should have quite a few good things. I wonder if there will be any surprises tonight. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron picked up the 4 items in the compartment and walked out of the family warehouse with the butler. Aaron was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he followed the butler to the backyard to check the luggage needed for his trip to Backland. After confirming everything was in order, he double-checked the afternoon steam train schedule with the butler before returning to his bedroom. He took the 4 items to the partitioned room and skillfully set up a wall of spirituality. Taking out the spiritual materials, he arranged the sacrifice and bestowal ritual, throwing all 4 items into the dark golden double door. Closing his eyes, his spirituality diffused, and his consciousness connected to the boundless dark golden mist at the infinite height of the spiritual sky. Passing through the dark golden mist, where illusory whispers and roars echoed, Aaron opened his eyes once more. Aaron sat on the throne and placed the 4 potions that had just been sacrificed next to the pile of miscellaneous items. He was surprised to find that the extraction of Beander characteristics by the Scepter of Sun had already been completed. He then drew over the Scepter of Sun and the glass bottle, both enveloped in dark golden mist. The glass bottle, which was originally blood red, eerie, and crystal clear, was now dull and covered in cracks. The Scepter of Sun, however, remained unchanged, glowing golden all over as if flames were burning. Around the Scepter of Sun, clusters of red crystals, some dark red and some bright red, floated, enveloped by the dark golden mist. Aaron sensed them and revealed a satisfied smile, secretly calculating in his mind. 1 Sequence 4 Shaman King Beander characteristic, 2 Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar Beander characteristics, 2 Sequence 6 Potions Professor Beander characteristics, and 3 Sequence 7 Vampire Beander characteristics. These are just mid-sequence Beander characteristics. There are also 3 Sequence 8 Beast Tamer Beander characteristics and 3 Sequence 9 Apothecary Beander characteristics. It seems this Shaman King, during his advancement, often directly used Beander characteristics to concoct potions. This resulted in many of the Beander characteristics within his body appearing in more than one instance, but this also benefited me. The negative effects of the Scepter of Sun can maximize the utilization of Beander characteristics formed after a Beander's death. In the early stages of starting something, it's even more important to accumulate capital. I need to squeeze out all the value from these Beander characteristics, extracting them down to Sequence 9. Anyway, the negative effects of the Scepter of Sun are always there, leaving it unused would be a waste. I really look forward to the Imperative Mage's Beander characteristic. I wonder how many mid and low sequence Beander characteristics it will bring me. Without further thought, Aaron retrieved another sealed box and the last intact glass bottle from the pile of miscellaneous items. He opened the sealed box, took out the golden Imperative Mage Beander characteristic, and placed it inside the glass bottle. Moments later, the glass bottle became as if cast from gold, empty inside, exuding an aura of majesty, and a subtle sense of restraint emanated from its body. Aaron did not hesitate, directly controlling the dark golden mist to press the Scepter of Sun onto the glass bottle. Golden light flickered, and sizzling sounds gradually diminished, then returned to tranquility. He no longer paid attention to the Beander characteristic extraction process, merely leaving an order within the dark golden mist. As long as a Beander characteristic was extracted from the bottle's opening, it would be enveloped by the dark golden mist to prevent Beander characteristics from aggregating. He wrapped the already extracted Beander characteristics in dark golden mist and sorted them into the pile of miscellaneous items. Aaron's consciousness sank, passing through layers of dark golden mist, and returned to the partitioned room. He skillfully dispelled the wall of spirituality, packed up the ritual materials, and instead of returning them to their original place, put them into one of his carry-on luggage. Stepping out of the partitioned room, he came to the French window next to the bedroom, looking at the ancient and elegant East-Tak manor, silently. Dash 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 dash. In the afternoon, the Elysium West District steam train station platform was bustling with people. However, Platform 4 was sparsely populated, with only guards wearing the East-Tak Duke family crest standing there. A young, somewhat disheveled traveler exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there so few people at Platform 4? And that steam train looks quite high class." A nearby station staff member responded with a smile, "You must be new to Elysium, you don't understand the situation here. That steam train was bought and refitted by the East-Tak Duke family. Today, it seems Lord Aaron is heading to Backland." The traveler who first asked scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, "What a coincidence, I just came from Backland. I heard that the public order in Elysium is very good, ordinary people can afford pea-stewed lamb, and there aren't those suffocating slums like in Backland, so I thought I'd settle down and work hard here while I'm young." Dash 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 dash. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding travelers, Aaron pressed the exquisite silk top hat on his head and walked towards the entrance of Platform 4. Originally, he thought there was no need to charter the entire train just to go to Backland. His mother's words reminded him that he was no longer an ordinary traveler but was going to Backland as the future heir of the East-Tak family. A Duke family must act like a Duke family, even if you don't care. You cannot let others think you have lost the dignity of a noble. Ah, this damned sense of ritual. Aaron silently complained in his heart. Duke East-Tak, Madame Celine, and Afni stood beside the train. Afni saw Aaron jumping and waving, and Madame Celine did not stop this slightly impolite action. Behind them stood two middle-aged men. The one on the left was about 1.80 meters tall, with a strong and well-proportioned physique. His skin was slightly bronzed, as if he was often exposed to the sun. His face had clear contours, a slightly pointed chin, and neat, slightly long dark brown hair. His eyes were dark brown, his eyebrows thick and neat, his nose straight and of moderate size, and his lips had clear lines, slightly upturned, giving him a friendly and confident feeling. This gentleman was wearing a black suit, with a tie that was slightly reddish in color, complementing his top hat. The other gentleman had a strong and well-proportioned physique. His skin was slightly lighter, presenting a fresh complexion. He wore a black silk top hat, and his light brown hair was slightly sparse, complementing the hat. His eyes were blue, and his eyebrows were slightly sparse and drooped. This gentleman was wearing a dark gray suit, forming a harmonious overall image with his top hat. Aaron came to his parents and sister, exchanged pleasantries for a moment, then looked at the two gentlemen behind them. Before Aaron could ask, the two gentlemen stepped forward and introduced themselves. The gentleman in the black suit on the left was Harland Rooney, the Sequence 7 appraiser. The gentleman on the right wearing the black silk top hat was Darren Charlotto, the Sequence 7 magician. Seeing that they had finished introducing themselves, Guzman looked at Aaron and said with a smile, "They are both personal guards I carefully selected, they have been trained in all aspects. You must properly explore their potential, they can give you more surprises. The 3 potion formulas you gave me this morning have been confirmed by the family to be authentic. Your contribution is obvious to all. I hope you will make more contributions to the family in Backland." The whistle sounded, and the train slowly started, heading towards Backland. Aaron stood on the outdoor platform at the rear of the train, waving goodbye to his parents and sister. Departure is an opportunity for growth, and also for a better reunion. Mid-section of the steam train, dining area. Aaron sat at the head of the table, with Dallin Charlotte and Harland Rooney seated to his left and right. The food was plentiful. Aaron had specifically ordered Dixie pie and sweet iced tea, and the taste was indeed good. Aaron looked at Dallin and Harland, smiling as he spoke, "Next, in Backland, I'll have to trouble you too. I'd like to understand what each of you specializes in." Dallin and Harland exchanged glances, and Dallin spoke first. I am a Sequence 7 magician, proficient in divination and close quarters combat. I can also transfer fatal damage. Besides that, I'm also skilled in intelligence work and can help the Viscount establish an intelligence network in Backland. Aaron looked at Dallin with a hint of surprise, but then remembered that the Hermit Order had significant influence within Intis's intelligence departments, and the Hermit Order primarily controlled the seer pathway. Seer, faceless, marionettist, they are indeed all suitable for intelligence work. He nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Harland. Before Aaron could ask, he proactively spoke. I am highly proficient in various mechanical constructs, skilled at drafting blueprints and manufacturing weapons. I can also appraise various items. Aaron seemed to recall something, looking at Harland with anticipation, and as he spoke, he used water to sketch a rough model on a napkin beside him. I hope to create a new type of transportation that doesn't require horses. This could greatly improve traffic efficiency and hygiene. My idea is to build a two-wheeled contraption where a person sits in front and continuously pedals, connecting the two wheels via levers, chains, and other mechanisms to make them roll forward. As for the wheels, rubber inflation and other methods can be used to ensure a smooth ride. Harland listened intently, thought for a moment, then looked at Aaron and said, "Are you referring to a type of bicycle? I've heard of bicycles before, but most of them mimic the four-wheeled structure of carriages. Therefore, those bicycles were very cumbersome, difficult to ride, and not very practical. However, the simplified two-wheeled concept proposed by your lordship is indeed different and has research potential." Seeing Harland acknowledge his idea, Aaron happily added, "I believe that reducing weight and amplifying the leverage ratio will make riding more convenient, which is essential for this mode of transport to truly become widespread." Aaron thought for a moment, then continued, "Once we reach Backland, I will provide you with £10,000 as starting capital to establish a research lab, a factory, and an assembly line. I can also recommend an assistant to you. His name is Leopard, and he lives in St. George Borough, Sack Street, Backland. He is a gentleman with great pioneering spirit and practical ability. You can take the East Tacker family's invitation card and invite him to join our endeavor." Harland did not ask why his lordship knew the information of a gentleman so far away in Backland. Dallin, who was beside him, vaguely had some guesses, and they exchanged glances without saying anything more. After dinner, Aaron returned to his bedroom on the train, dismissed the servants, and sat alone by the window, gazing at the dark night outside, lost in thought. Even if no one else boarded the train from East Tacker County to Backland, the regular refueling and the steam train's inherent speed limitations meant they wouldn't reach Backland until tomorrow morning. He pulled out a golden pocket watch from his silk top and checked the time. It was already 9 p.m. Lumberg Capital, Acera South District, a small compartment. On the table in front of Checkwald lay a black iron box and the ancient knight's short sword. After the last Chaos Council meeting, Check had understood the concept of Beander characteristic, and thus he knew what the item left by his father inside the black iron box truly was. It was a Sequence 7 pyromaniac Beander characteristic. Thinking of the figure enveloped in dark golden mist, Check couldn't help but tremble. All gifts bestowed by fate are already marked with a price in secret. Check had never heard this saying, but he understood the principle. He took out the money he had accumulated as a bounty hunter for over a year, along with the main ingredient and all auxiliary ingredients for a Sequence 9 hunter potion that he had collected. He did not crave more, he only hoped to exchange them for a hunter potion. He sat quietly by the table, waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Fainapotter Kingdom Capital, Fainapotter City, Selzo District, South Suburbs, a high-rise villa with a garden, yet slightly old. The tall and beautiful Louise Sills had already sat before the table early. The various books that were originally piled up were long gone. In their place were the materials required for ritual magic and a blue box. After learning the method of sanguine advancement, Louise was in a state of excited apprehension. On one hand, she searched within the sanguine for information about the Lord of Order. On the other hand, she borrowed one of his collectibles from her father, who was a sanguine viscount, a sequence 6 wind-blessed relic. Louise knew it was a sequence 6 Beander characteristic. She planned to sacrifice this Beander characteristic tonight, praying for that great existence to bestow a sequence 6 sanguine Baron Beander characteristic. This was a risky move. If she sacrificed the wind-blessed Beander characteristic and didn't receive the Baron Beander characteristic, it would be troublesome. The excuse she had originally prepared, that a friend exchanged a Baron Beander characteristic for a wind-blessed Beander characteristic, would then be unusable. But if everything went smoothly, after obtaining the Baron Beander characteristic, she would be able to advance to Baron with her father's help. Visiting her maternal grandfather in Backland as a sanguine Baron would be fitting for her status. Louise looked at the red moon outside the window, waiting for time to pass while her thoughts wandered. Raging sea, Bodo Harbor, within a dilapidated 2-story building. Ferran Edis stood by the window, silently gazing at the red moon outside. This would be his last time standing at this window, gazing at the red moon. Over the past 2 days, he had found a sailor job on a cargo ship about to set sail for Dixie Bay. Even though this was a pirate haven, the necessary rules had to be followed. Cargo ships transporting goods to Bodo Harbor were not to be plundered. This was a consensus among all pirates. Many pirates who intended to retire often became sailors through this method. This time, the cargo ship captain did not discriminate against Ferran due to his mixed blood identity. Instead, his sturdy physique made him stand out among a group of pirates who only knew how to get drunk in taverns. Ferran sat by the table, looking at the candles and ritual materials laid out, as well as the pale blue dagger in the very center. After the last gathering, the dagger's various manifestations confirmed to him that it was indeed a mystical item. This was also the only valuable item he currently possessed. To change his fate, he was willing to sacrifice this dagger to that great existence in exchange for the opportunity to become a Beander. Southern continent, West Balam, north side of Star Plateau, west of Pa River Valley, Kaiser Port, belonging to the Intis colony. Inside a building near the port, a mix of Balam and Intis architectural styles, Sid Watson was setting up a sacrificial bestowal ritual in the room where the ancestral altar was placed. Since the last gathering, after his skull turned pitch black, he had sealed it away. This room, where the altar was located, was also strictly forbidden to other family members. On his left index finger was a bone ring. After he confirmed his joining the Numinous Episcopate, that Numinous Episcopate member had asked him to wear this ring, saying it would make it easier to find him. After being coerced by the Numinous Episcopate member, he had also made up his mind to become a Beander, even if it was a corpse collector. As a native chieftain, he selected several items from the family's secret treasury, items that were recorded as extraordinary materials, and waited for 12 o'clock to arrive with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Night fell, and the blood moon hung high. Aaron looked at the pocket watch on the table. It was already 11:58. He quickly got up, set up a wall of spirituality, and arrived at the magnificent palace above the dark golden mist. As Aaron's figure appeared on the throne, he heard layers of prayers emanating from the 4 points of light on the stone chairs below. You are the origin and shadow of order. You are the great emperor of the kingdom of chaos. You are the Lord of Order who governs rules. Your faithful followers pray for your gaze. Pray that you accept their offerings. Pray that you open the door to the kingdom. There were men and women, and their voices were extremely devout. Aaron did not hesitate, and his spirituality surged into the 4 expanding and contracting points of light below. The points of light expanded, forming a dark golden double door that was semi-illusory. The door opened, and 4 clusters of items floated out from the door, silently hovering beside Aaron. His spirituality swept over them, roughly sensing the value of the items. He nodded slightly, raised his hand, and retrieved 4 items from the pile of sundries, throwing them into the still open dark golden double door. After a moment of thought, Aaron condensed the information of these items into a ball of light and also threw it into the door of sacrifice. The layers of prayers gradually disappeared, and the semi-illusory dark golden double door also gradually collapsed into contracting and expanding points of light, silently suspended above the stone chairs below. Aaron raised his hand, pulling over the 4 items that had just been sacrificed. He probed them with his spirituality, carefully inspecting them. A moment later, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. A Beander characteristic of a Sequence 6 Wind Blessed, a mystical item of the Sailor Pathway, various low sequence Beander materials and auxiliary materials, and a total of £1,000 in cash. Not to mention how many low sequence Beander characteristics the Sequence 6 Wind Blessed Beander characteristic could provide, the value of the other items was also higher than his few bottles of Sequence 9 potion. As expected, it's still the middlemen who make the difference, being a platform is the most profitable, Aaron silently complained in his heart. He then retrieved the Staff of Daybreak and the glass bottle from the pile of sundries. Aaron estimated that it would take until tomorrow morning to fully extract all the Beander characteristics. He then put them and the items that had just been sacrificed back into the pile of sundries, and his consciousness sank, leaving the world of dark golden mist. Lumberg Capital, Isara South District. Czech Wald, filled with awe and hope, finished reciting the corresponding ritual honorific in Hermes. The candlelight suddenly expanded and contracted, transforming into an illusory dark golden double door, storing the items on the table within it. A moment later, a delicate glass bottle containing red liquid emerged from the dark golden misty world behind the door, and a ball of light surged into Czech's glabella, making him understand that this was the hunter potion he craved. It really succeeded. Czech's heart pounded as he looked at the potion, further confirming his inner thought, this truly was a great hidden existence. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, after which the candlelight dimmed, and the dark golden double door gradually shattered and disappeared, leaving only a bottle of golden liquid on the table. Czech picked up the potion and slowly stood up, looking towards the northwest. That direction was Intis capital, Trier, and the flames of revenge burned in his heart. Fainapotter Kingdom Capital, Fainapotter City, Celzo District, Southern Suburbs. After Louise completed the sacrifice and bestowal ritual, she waited quietly with a complex feeling of both anxiety and anticipation. Even for the ancient sanguine, true sacrifice and bestowal, ever since the fall of the progenitor, had become various rumors. Apart from those filthy and ugly heretics, no one could confirm them. The candlelight flickered and expanded, transforming into an illusory dark golden double door. It suddenly opened, sucking in the items on the altar, and at the same time, a red crystal appeared, slowly falling onto the altar. Louise almost jumped up in excitement at this marvelous sight. It actually succeeded. Even though she had already confirmed that the hidden existence and the sanguine progenitor belonged to the same great being based on the hidden existence's various performances in the last Chaos Council. And this successful sacrifice and bestowal ritual further confirmed her guess. She expressed her gratitude to the hidden existence according to the last step of the sacrifice and bestowal ritual process recorded within the sanguine. Seeing the candlelight dim and the illusory door shatter, she eagerly picked up the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 6 Sanguine Baron, her heart filled with excitement and hope. Raging Sea, northwest port of Bodo Port, inside a cargo ship. Farron sat in the sailor compartment assigned to him by the captain. Even though the compartment was small and enclosed, he was still very satisfied to have a private compartment. Especially when he saw the bottle of light blue liquid placed on the table after the sacrifice and bestowal ritual ended, his mood instantly became excited. After expressing his gratitude to the hidden existence, Farron packed up all the materials and picked up the potion. Listening to the sailor's snores from outside the poorly soundproofed compartment, and looking at the blood moon outside the window, Farron unhesitatingly drank the potion. Dash 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 dash. Southern Continent, West Biome, Caesar Port, west of Paw River Valley. Sid looked at the remaining black box on the altar, recalling the information that had appeared in his mind. He knew that this box contained the Sequence 9 Corpse Collector Potion. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He picked up the box, went to a nearby compartment, and took out various instruments. A few minutes later, a bottle of black liquid appeared before Sid. He remembered the coercion and threats he had received from members of the numinous episcopate earlier, and he remembered that mysterious and hidden gathering. He no longer hesitated, reached out, picked up the potion, and drank it all. Dash 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 dash. At dawn, the mist-shrouded land was gradually penetrated by a faint light, like a hazy dream slowly unveiling its curtain. The steam train slowly moved forward, and the light of dawn quietly shone, like a soft, colorful glow cast upon the land. Through the window, Aaron could vaguely see the outline of the city in the distance. A surging, wide, yet slightly turbid river diagonally divided the city into two parts, connected by a large bridge and ferries. The river separated east and west, and it also seemed to separate two worlds. The further east one went, the more chimneys there were, and the more thick smoke. The further west one went, the higher the terrain, with various luxurious buildings surrounding palaces. A pale yellow mist lingered above the West District and the dock area. Even though it was just past midnight, one could still see bustling figures from afar. Aaron quietly watched all of this, silently. The steam train sped along the tracks, its whistling sound accompanied by a gentle breeze. Time quietly flowed, and the sky gradually brightened. Sunlight streamed through the train window, and the train slowly pulled into the station. Whoosh! The sound of the whistle echoed in every corner of the platform. The massive, monster-like steam train engine, pulling more than a dozen carriages, slowly came to a stop. Aaron, dressed in a form-fitting black tailored suit and wearing a black silk top hat, was the first to alight. After extensive preparations and planning, he finally set foot in Backland, a city renowned as the capital of capitals and a land of hope. Platform 2 of the Backland steam train station, which was originally bustling with people, had become empty, with only guards and servants wearing the East Tark family crest remaining. People on the other platforms all cast their gazes here, watching this rarely seen scene and whispering softly. The butler, Dido Werner, stood at the forefront of the crowd, dressed in a dark black tailcoat and wearing a semi-tall silk top hat. Seeing Aaron alight from the carriage, he hurried forward, bowed his head, and said, "My esteemed Lord Aaron, you must be weary from your journey. Please come with me by carriage to the Duke's residence in Backland. There will be a welcoming reception tonight, and Duke Negan of the Conservative Party and Earl Hall of the new party will both be attending." Aaron glanced at the butler with a hint of surprise, suppressed the urge to ask questions, and followed him into a luxurious carriage adorned with the East Tark family crest. Sitting inside the carriage, Aaron looked at the butler sitting opposite him and slowly began, "What's going on? Why would even great nobles like Duke Negan and Earl Hall personally attend a reception?" Although the East Tark family was also a ducal family, it had long been removed from Backland's political core, focusing more on the interests and development of the military. In terms of politics, they only retained voting rights in the upper and lower houses and were political allies with some neutral nobles, not participating in the struggles between the new party and the Conservative Party. Aaron didn't believe that his current status as a viscount could make those two great nobles personally attend his welcoming banquet unless something special had happened. Butler Dido bowed his head slightly in respect, then said, "During the upper house meeting in late April, the new party, represented by Earl Hall, proposed to abolish the Grain Act in Parliament. This aroused strong opposition from the Conservative Party, and thus it was not passed at the meeting. However, the news of abolishing the Grain Act received support from the vast majority of the common people. Since late April, there have been several resident protests in Backland demanding the abolition of the Grain Act. Aaron knew about the Grain Act. Its core was to protect the price of domestic agricultural products, preventing the import of grain from countries like Fasak, Masin, and Loen in the south until prices rose to a certain level. As for abolishing the Grain Act, Aaron believed that the shadow of George III was definitely behind it. Seeking novelty through change, abolishing the Grain Act was part of an era of transformation, and this transformation was also the twisted order needed for George III's Black Emperor ritual. The large number of unemployed workers thus created could also be used as labor to build the Black Emperor's mausoleum. Indeed, when there is prosperity, the common people suffer; when there is decline, the common people suffer, Aaron mused, a mocking smile on his face. The butler opposite him continued to speak with his head down, not noticing the mocking smile on Aaron's face. There are many contradictions between the new party and the Conservative Party. Whether in the upper house or the lower house, many other issues have been shelved due to the conflicts between the two parties. And the news of you, the future heir of the East Tark family, coming to Backland had already reached Backland yesterday. Not only did great nobles like Duke Negan and Earl Hall send their butlers with calling cards, but many bankers and old-fashioned nobles also sent calling cards, including your maternal grandfather, Earl Wolf. Tonight, a welcoming reception will be held at the East Tark Duke's residence in Empress Borough. This is the first reception hosted by His Highness, Lord Viscount. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Aaron's expression returned to calm, and he fell into thought. Father and Duke Negan both believe in the Church of Storms, and my grandfather, Earl Wolf, is one of the representatives of the old-fashioned nobles. Duke Negan, as a representative of the Conservative Party, naturally wants to gain the East Tark family's support through various means. As for Earl Hall, the representative of the new party, he must have learned of my status as a Evernight goddesses blessed from the Church of Evernight. As a great noble supported by the Church of Evernight, Earl Hall also wants to gain my support. After understanding the reasons, Aaron nodded slightly and looked at Butler Dido, saying, I am already familiar with the reception procedures and etiquette in the family. You just need to compile a list of all the guests. Butler Dido respectfully nodded in response and took out a beautifully bound card from his embrace, filled with the names of the attendees. Aaron raised an eyebrow, took the list, and began to read it. Suddenly, his finger twitched, and his gaze stopped at a name after Earl Hall's. Audrey Hall. His lips moved slightly, he looked up, put away the list, and said to Butler Dido, I understand. Prepare a exquisite evening gown for me. You personally supervise the preparation process for the evening reception, and make sure there are no mistakes. The carriage, made of splendid wood and metal decorations, moved slowly, accompanied by faint creaks and the clatter of hooves. The carriage, bearing the East Tark family crest, drove into the luxurious East Tark family villa in Empress Borough. Aaron ignored the servants unloading luggage, exchanged a few words with the butler to give instructions, and then went to the reception room on the second floor with Dallin and Harland. He looked at Dallin and said seriously, You will be responsible for the security of tonight's reception. You must closely monitor all visitors, you never know if someone wants to see our East Tark family make a fool of themselves. Additionally, I spoke with the butler, and he will provide you with all the necessary funds. You will take over the construction of the East Tark family's intelligence network in Backland. Currently, focus on areas where common people gather, such as East Borough, the Docklands, and the Backland Bridge area, as primary breakthrough targets. Those are also the main areas where intelligence organizations from various countries infiltrate. I hope to see some results within a month, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Dallin stood up with a serious expression and bowed, saying, Thank you for your trust and support. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Aaron then turned to Harland, who was standing beside him, and spoke with a smile. Go find the butler and ask for a calling card. Find Mr. Leopard, he is someone who can provide you with help. He lives in St. George's Borough, Sack Street, Backland. The bicycle I mentioned to you on the steam train, You need to develop and launch it into the market as soon as possible. All expenses can be sought from the butler. I only have one request. You must produce a sample that satisfies me within 2 months. Can you do it? Harlan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly stood up, replying excitedly, My esteemed Lord Aaron, I have full confidence in machinery. I will definitely complete your task. Aaron nodded slightly with satisfaction, looked at the two standing before him, and made a promise. If your contributions satisfy me, I can provide you with subsequent potions. Aaron looked at the two, whose eyes were shining and who were slightly excited, and waved for them to go down and start working. After standing by the window and thinking for a moment, Aaron felt that as a Evernite goddess is blessed, he should be more proactive, so he called the butler. Prepare a carriage and 1,000 pounds for me. I'm going to St. Samuel Cathedral. In the northern part of Backland, at the Evernite Goddess Church Backland Diocese Headquarters, St. Samuel Cathedral. On the side of a small square in front of a pure black cathedral with 2 symmetrical bell towers, a luxurious carriage was parked. Aaron alighted from the carriage, glanced at the white doves leisurely enjoying people's feeding in the square, and resisted the urge to feed them now. He straightened his pure black suit, held his diamond-encrusted cane, and walked into the cathedral with his butler Dido, who was also a follower of the Evernite goddess. Passing through the quiet corridor, the walls of the corridor were covered with ancient murals and frescoes, depicting stories from the Evernite Bible and images of saints. Under the high sunlight piercing through the stained glass, they arrived at the great prayer hall. What met their eyes was a solemn and serene scene. The tall arched ceiling supported the entire space, and sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting a faint glow on the stone floor. The interior of the cathedral was simple and elegant, with stone pillars extending along the corridor, bearing the weight of the entire building. The interior of the cathedral was filled with a solemn and peaceful atmosphere. Faint candlelight dotted every corner of the cathedral, emitting a subtle fragrance, and praying believers were scattered throughout the cathedral. The cathedral was filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, which naturally calmed one's mood. Aaron casually found a seat, rested his cane on the chair, took off his hat, and devotedly closed his eyes to pray. Time gradually passed. After listening to a complete sermon, Aaron slowly rose, walked towards the altar, drew a crimson moon, bowed to the black-haired, black-robed bishop, praised the goddess, and then came to the offering box next to it. Aaron took 1,000 pounds in cash from his butler and put it into the offering box, acting like an extremely devout believer. Why do I have the illusion of paying protection fees? Aaron muttered to himself. Another black-haired, black-robed bishop approached with a gentle smile, making 4 clockwise dots on his chest, drawing a crimson moon. Praise the goddess. Your Excellency, Archbishop Anthony has invited you. Aaron nodded, turned to look at Butler Dido, motioned for him to wait outside, and then followed the bishop into the depths of St. Samuel Cathedral. In a quiet room deep within St. Samuel Cathedral, one of the 13 archbishops of the Evernite Goddess Church, the head of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, sat on a chair in the middle of the room, looking at Aaron, who was sitting opposite him. This old man, with no beard and deep eyes, had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he was wearing a black and red archbishop's robe, he did not give off a gloomy feeling. However, anyone who faced him would tremble from the bottom of their heart, as if their spirituality was dominated by fear, or as if they were facing an unknown existence watching them from the depths of darkness. Aaron, however, felt no pressure at all. The red moon mark on his wrist glowed faintly, making his heart even more peaceful. Archbishop Anthony was the first to break the silence, speaking in a gentle tone. Archbishop Matthew Adams of the East Tacker County Diocese has reported your becoming a goddess is dear to the Holy Hall, and it has been confirmed by the Holy Hall. Although you are not yet an archbishop, the Holy Hall has still bestowed upon you a sealed artifact for you to wield. Its serial number is 209. Saying this, he took out a silver ring from inside his archbishop's robe and handed it to Aaron. Aaron's eyebrows twitched slightly. He then probed it with his spirituality, and after a moment, he looked at His Excellency the Archbishop with surprise. Name: Ring of Guardianship 209. Ability 1-Foot Sword of Dawn, consumes spirituality to condense a light sword, sharp and sturdy, each strike has a purifying effect, creates a storm of light that can directly destroy the human body, eliminate wraiths, and wound evil spirits. Ability 2 Feet Armor of Guardianship, consumes spirituality to condense, Armor of Dawn, on the body surface, greatly increasing defense, entering a guardianship state, and can erect an unbreakable invisible wall on the left and right, which can help companions within a certain range to bear damage and protect them. Negative effect. Passive reduction of sanity when used, prone to entering a berserk state, heavy burden on the body, the physical body enters a withered state after 5 minutes in guardianship state. A very powerful sealed artifact, and the negative effects are acceptable. It can also be carried long-term without triggering it with spirituality. Aaron made a satisfied evaluation. Looking at the archbishop opposite him, who had no beard and was wearing a black and red robe, he spoke softly. Is there anything I can contribute to the church? Aaron knew very well that even an archbishop would only possess a grade 1 sealed artifact because he guarded the church headquarters in his region. And although he was a deer, he had no obligation to guard a cathedral. This powerful grade 2 sealed artifact from the Holy Hall should have been bestowed for other reasons. Archbishop Anthony was noncommittal, looking at Aaron with his deep eyes, and instead of answering, he asked, "Have you heard about the repeal of the Corn Laws?" Aaron's expression remained unchanged, and he secretly thought, as expected, then replied, "Mr. Butler has already told me, and there will be a welcome party at my house tonight, attended by Duke Negan and Earl Hall." Archbishop Anthony nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated this, and continued to ask, "Then what is your opinion? Which side do you support more?" Aaron feigned contemplation, though he had already thought about this question. However, he still needed to act, to show the effect of the grade 2 sealed artifact being given. A moment later, Aaron raised his head and slowly said to Archbishop Anthony, "I will remain neutral. I will neither support nor oppose either side. I will also gather a portion of neutral MPs and nobles to jointly push for the passage of other bills, allowing the stagnant House of Lords and House of Commons to continue their proper work." Archbishop Anthony nodded slightly, satisfied. Given Duke Negan's close relationship with the Storm Church and his influence in the army, the deeply entrenched East Tacker family and Negan family, even if not closely related, were allies to a certain extent. Aaron's father believed in the Storm Church, and his maternal grandfather was also one of the representatives of the old nobility, a conservative party supporter. In this situation, Aaron's choice of neutrality, not helping either side, was actually helping the new party represented by Earl Hall. Ending the conversation and bidding farewell to Archbishop Anthony, Aaron followed the black-robed bishop who had brought him, carrying the grade 2 sealed artifact, and left street. Samuel Cathedral. Butler Dido stood on the side of the square, with a luxurious carriage parked beside him. Aaron looked back at the cathedral behind him, then stepped into the carriage. People on the street were hurrying, and banners opposing the Corn Laws could be seen everywhere. The carriage slowly drove towards the luxurious villa of the East Tacker family in Empress Borough, and Aaron sat silently in the carriage. Empress Borough, Backland, East Tacker family's luxurious villa. The hall on the first floor was decorated with solemn grandeur, prepared to welcome distinguished guests from various noble families. At the entrance of the hall, a pair of golden, magnificent drapes hung from the tall doorway, and on either side of the doorway, wide steps supported by meticulously carved marble railings showcased the noble temperament of the aristocracy. The walls of the entire hall were carefully covered with cream-colored wallpaper, adorned with huge oil paintings depicting the rise of the East Tacker family, displaying their past glory and honor. A pair of magnificent crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each crystal shining with a soft light, which, refracted through them, created a mysterious and dreamy atmosphere within the hall. In the center of the hall, a huge rectangular dining table, made of magnificent mahogany and inlaid with intricate patterns, was placed. The table was covered with a snow-white satin tablecloth, adorned with gold trim, and set with silver cutlery and exquisite porcelain, along with delicious foods such as pan-fried foie gras, roasted steak, roasted spring chicken, pan-fried sole, daisy oysters, stewed lamb, and cream soup. Not far away, bottles of mist champagne, Ormir wine, and Southwell red wine gleamed enticingly under the lights. Around the dining table, round red velvet dining chairs were arranged in a line, their backs embroidered with delicate patterns, and the table was adorned with fresh flowers and scented candles, emitting a tranquil, fragrant aroma. Aaron stood at the second-floor stairwell, overlooking the opulent grandeur of the first-floor hall, somewhat surprised by the butler's arrangements. However, he was still very satisfied. After expressing his approval to the butler beside him, he took out a gold pocket watch from his pregnant and checked the time. It was already 5:58. Aaron put away his pocket watch, straightened his magnificent formal attire, and walked downstairs towards the entrance. The guests tonight were all of high status, and having the butler greet them at the door would be slightly impolite. At least Duke Negan and Earl Hall required his personal welcome. A luxurious carriage drove up from a distance and stopped at the entrance. Duke Negan, dressed in a sharp dark blue admiral's uniform with red sashes connecting honor medals on his shoulders, stepped out with his wife, Della. Behind him followed two Beyonders dressed as secretaries. Aaron sensed that they were at least sequence 6 and above. Aaron went up and exchanged pleasantries with Duke Negan, a major supporter of the Conservative Party and Prime Minister Egwede's elder brother, remaining noncommittal to the overtures in his words. A moment later, Duke Negan, whose attempts to sound him out had been fruitless, was led into the banquet hall by the butler. A luxurious carriage bearing the Hall family crest slowly pulled up, and 2 men and 2 women stepped out, followed by 2 Nighthawks. Aaron straightened his formal attire and proactively walked towards Earl Hall and Lady Caitlin, making the Scarlet Moon sign by touching his chest 4 times clockwise. Praise the goddess. It is an honor for Earl Hall to attend my banquet. Earl Hall smiled and returned the Scarlet Moon sign. This is the goddess's grace. He then introduced to Aaron, this is my eldest son, Hibbert Hall, and this is my youngest daughter, Audrey Hall. Aaron's eyes subtly shifted, looking at Audrey Hall behind them. Audrey Hall was wearing a form-fitting light white gown, with a tightly cinched bodice and an extremely slender waist, while the multi-layered cake-cut skirt was perfectly supported by whalebone stays. Her golden hair was elegantly coiled, her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled brightly, and on her feet were white dancing shoes adorned with roses and diamonds. Her emerald eyes, as deep as the ocean yet as pure as the finest gem, were curiously observing Aaron. Upon meeting Aaron's gaze, she shyly lowered her head and picked up a small golden retriever that was quietly sitting by her feet. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Due to the angle and its small size, he hadn't noticed the golden retriever getting out of the carriage at first. And now, it was being held in Audrey's arms, looking at him with innocent eyes. Noticing Aaron's unusual reaction, Earl Hall explained with a hint of apology. This is a pet I gave Audrey last month. Audrey is very fond of it, so she brought it to the party. It's very well behaved, and Audrey can keep an eye on it. Aaron smiled and nodded, then took a few steps forward to stroke the golden retriever's soft fur, saying with a smile. It's all right, I'm also very fond of pets. He secretly mused, so this is Susie. The future dog of fantasizing. She's really cute when she's little. Should I also get a Beander pet? After the pleasantries, Aaron personally led the Hall family into the banquet hall, while the remaining guests were greeted by the butler. The banquet guests had not yet all arrived. Those who had already come gathered in small groups. Duke Negan was surrounded by several Conservative Party nobles, while Earl Hall was surrounded by several bankers. Aaron glanced at the situation in the banquet hall and found Audrey in a corner, feeding Susie. Aaron smiled, picked up 2 glasses of champagne, and walked over. Seeing the host of the banquet approach, Audrey stopped feeding and performed an elegant noble bow. The golden retriever, Susie, also sat up properly and looked at Aaron. Aaron returned the bow, handed one of the champagne glasses to Audrey, and said with a smile. Beautiful Miss Hall, it seems the party will take a while to begin. I would like to invite you for a stroll in the garden. Audrey looked at the young man before her, who was about her age, filled with curiosity. She took the offered champagne, rubbed the golden retriever's head, and nodded in agreement. Aaron smiled and said something to the male servant accompanying him, asking him to inform the butler that he had gone for a stroll in the garden and that if anything came up, he could be found there. He then led Audrey and the golden retriever out of the banquet hall and towards the garden. Not far away, Earl Hall and Lady Caitlin exchanged glances but did not intervene. Duke Negan also saw this scene, frowned slightly, and whispered to a gentleman beside him. Aaron took Audrey and Susie for a walk in the garden, with their respective male servants and maids slowly following at a distance. They discussed various news, including the weather conditions in Backland, and which noble family was facing a financial crisis, and so on. To avoid unpredictable factors, he deliberately avoided topics related to mysticism. Even so, the two gradually became familiar, and Aaron also reasonably learned Susie's name from Audrey. Soon, the topic turned to the fundamental reason for this banquet, the dispute over the Grain Act. Aaron stopped and looked at Audrey, slowly saying, "What do you think of the Grain Act?" Audrey blinked her emerald eyes, looking at her newly made friend. "My father told me it's something beneficial for the country and the people, but I don't understand its meaning. Father is also unwilling to explain it to me, always thinking I'm just a child." As she spoke, Audrey puffed out her cheeks, rubbed Susie's soft golden fur beside her, which again drew Susie's innocent gaze. Aaron looked at Audrey, pondered for a moment, and then said, "The Grain Act, literally speaking, protected Loen's local grain prices, but the common people did not truly benefit from the Grain Act. After all, farmers are only the producers of grain, not the owners. The profits from high grain prices will only flow into the pockets of the old nobles. And for the poor in various cities of Loen, the Grain Act would only make the black bread they bought more expensive. So the people will take to the streets, raise banners, and support the abolition of the Grain Act." Audrey's diamond-like emerald eyes lit up, and she responded with a touch of excitement, "So that's how it is. Then what my father is doing can truly help those common people, right? Will you support my father?" Aaron was slightly taken aback. He squatted down and petted Susie, who had unknowingly settled at his feet, not answering Audrey's question, but instead asked, "Then do you think the abolition of the Grain Act means an improvement in the lives of the common people?" Looking at Audrey's slightly confused eyes, Aaron smiled and continued, "The abolition of the Grain Act will lead to a large import of grain from countries like Fenaport, Masik, and Lumberg in the south into Loen. In the short term, grain prices will fall as a result, and many people will indeed benefit from lower food prices. But then what? What will happen next?" Aaron looked at Audrey, who was deep in thought, and continued, "Their quality of life has not improved, and has even worsened. Farmers will lose their land due to falling grain prices, and even incur high debts, forcing them to enter the cities to make a living. And for the urban poor, the bankrupt farmers flooding into the cities will compete for jobs with their low-wage demands, exacerbating the competition for job opportunities, and thus the wages of the labor class will plummet. If before they had to worry about black bread being too expensive, now they have to worry about whether they still have money to buy black bread. While ordinary people enjoy heavily discounted black bread, farmers face the fate of displacement. Their numbers are so vast that factory owners are unwilling to add equipment to protect against dust and lead poisoning in their factories. A slight raise in wages would seem like charity." Aaron paused, and said with a mocking tone, "They are no longer people, but expendable goods." Looking at Audrey, who had long lost her smile, Aaron did not continue, but instead lightened the mood with a joking tone, "Of course, these are all my personal guesses. Perhaps this is just the worst outcome, and we can also work hard to prevent any of this from happening." But Aaron knew in his heart that the development of contradictions would always move towards its opposite. No matter whether the Grain Act was abolished or not, the common people never won. The establishment and abolition of the Grain Act were essentially power struggles between the old nobles who owned land and the new nobles who owned steam engines and banks, and all of this was tacitly approved and condoned by George III. Recalling when war broke out a few years later, and the tide of the era came rolling in. The price of grain soared rapidly, even middle-class individuals like Ms. Starlin could only sell their dignity for survival. And the nobles in power hoarded countless grains, indulging in extravagance amidst the changing times. They clutched their money bags tightly, even if people died of hunger every second. They were unwilling to spare a glance for those stocks that could be blown down at any moment in the strong winds. Aaron glanced at Audrey, whose expression was still troubled, and did not voice the thoughts in his heart. This was not something a 15-year-old girl should worry about. Now she was just Audrey Hall, not Miss Justice a few years later. Aaron changed the subject and took Audrey and Susie for a walk in the garden. At 7 p.m., Aaron returned to the first-floor reception hall with Audrey, whose expression had returned to normal. All the guests had arrived and were gathered in the hall, conversing loudly. Aaron the gentleman led Audrey to Lady Caitlin, who was seated to the side, and after a polite farewell, walked towards his maternal grandfather, Earl Wolf, who was seated not far from Duke Negan. After Aaron left, Lady Caitlin looked at Audrey with a smile. "He is a very polite child, Audrey. What do you think of Earl Aaron?" Audrey looked at her mother in confusion, but still thought for a moment before giving her assessment. A knowledgeable and farsighted gentleman. Recalling what Aaron had said in the garden, she silently added in her heart, "A true noble." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Earl Wolf, expressing his mother's longing for him and her satisfaction with the previous gift. To avoid too much contact with Conservative Party nobles, Aaron proactively left after agreeing with Earl Wolf to visit him personally next time, causing several nobles holding champagne to silently change their direction. The welcome party did not last long. Since Aaron was not yet an adult and had no engagement, there was no ball segment at the party. Many ladies and young women gathered together, chatting and laughing about interesting things in Backland, while their husbands and fathers gathered in twos and threes, discussing matters of the act. The party ended in this harmonious atmosphere. As the host, Earl Aaron maintained a distance from both parties after the banquet officially began to show his neutral stance. After the party, Aaron stood by the window of the master bedroom on the third floor, watching luxurious carriages drive away from the villa, and raised a hand to rub his forehead, which was slightly uncomfortable from drinking too much champagne. He exhaled softly, and Aaron thought to himself, "After tonight's situation is publicized, the Conservative Party and the new party should understand my neutral stance. And with George III's push, the abolition of the Grain Act will only be a matter of months. I'll just diligently digest the potion these few months. Strength is the foundation of everything, otherwise, in the face of the era's tide, I'd just be a stalk of straw blown down easily." Having made up his mind, Aaron took out the death mask and put it on his face. A cool sensation enveloped him, and Aaron felt his facial features creep. Opening his eyes again, he looked at the tall and robust stranger in the full-length mirror. His face had clear and strong lines, a firm jaw, distinct contours, and deep, sharp eyes that were a bright blue. Aaron examined himself from top to bottom, looking at the luxurious formal wear on his body, feeling a bit out of place. He went to the changing room, took off the formal wear, and changed into another outfit. A moment later, Aaron looked at the young man in the full-length mirror, dressed in a brown leather jacket. The jacket was covered with pockets and decorative details, a dark-toned loose and sturdy shirt, and he was wearing a pair of gray jeans and sturdy boots. Looking at the standard hunter attire in the mirror, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, and after a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "From now on, you will be called Lucy Joseph." On May 7, 1346, Wednesday morning in Backland, Aaron was woken by his butler. He took care of his personal hygiene in the washroom and, with the butler's assistance, changed into a luxurious silk suit. After the party that night, the struggle between the new party and the Conservative Party intensified over the next few days, with daily worker parades erupting on the streets of East Borough and Dock District. Even in the well-policed West Borough and Empress Borough, though there were no parades due to the instigation of those with ulterior motives, slogans advocating for the repeal of the Grain Act were ubiquitous. Aaron glanced at the banners on the street from inside his carriage, then withdrew his gaze. The fate of the Grain Act was sealed, and he wasn't concerned. Today, he was heading to his research and development studio in Backland Street, George District. After 2 days of preparation, Harland had put the foot-operated vehicle's development work on track. To facilitate his acting and digestion in the East Borough and Dock District, he decided to use the death mask to change his appearance, avoiding recognition. To have more time for acting, he would come to the studio every day, except for going to church for prayers and necessary social engagements, to conceal his whereabouts. In St. George District, after getting out of the carriage and entering the studio, Aaron made an appearance to inspect, then walked towards a specially reserved compartment deeper inside. Entering the compartment, he put on the death mask, and his face wriggled, transforming into the tall, robust, unfamiliar young man, Lucy Joseph. He changed into the bounty hunter outfit hanging on the rack in the compartment, took out £100 in cash and Darren's forged identification, and put them into his pocket. After checking to confirm everything was correct, Aaron's spirituality emanated, surging into the mask. Abstract oil paintings, resembling colorful and vibrant hues, appeared before his eyes, and the surroundings were filled with rich colors. As if only a few seconds had passed, all of this abruptly vanished, and the colors dissipated. Aaron found himself in a slightly dim corner, with a platform nearby marked with the station name, Backland Bridge Area, Iron Gate Street. Aaron walked out of the corner and arrived at the Brave Bar, deep in Iron Gate Street. During the day, the Brave Bar was sparsely populated. The drunkards apparently only came here to unwind after work in the evening. The bartender, who had been drowsily squinting behind the counter, quickly stood up with a smile when he saw a customer approaching. "Sir, what can I get you? I have authentic South Wales beer, and some from." Before the man could finish speaking, Aaron interrupted him and replied indifferently, "A glass of Sonia blood wine." The bartender wasn't annoyed, instead, he became even more enthusiastic. After the bartender served the drink, Aaron gestured for him to come closer and whispered, "Are there any highly rewarding bounties recently?" The bartender glanced at Aaron's attire, guessing that this gentleman had just arrived in Backland, and replied with a smile. "Of course, we, the Brave Bar, are always the most well-informed place." He didn't forget to promote himself as he spoke. "My name is Caspers Canline. How should I address you, sir?" Aaron maintained his indifferent expression and replied concisely, "Lucy Joseph." Caspers didn't mind Aaron's cold attitude. Many bounty hunters had their own personalities. As long as the task could be completed and the bounty collected, none of that was an issue. He chuckled, "Mr. Lucid, there is indeed a commission here, and the reward is substantial. Many bounty hunters have received this task, but none have been able to complete it yet." Aaron's eyes flickered, and he drank all the Sonia blood wine in one gulp before accepting the mission. Walking out of the Brave Bar, Aaron looked at the note he had received from Caspers, reading the commission information. The client was a merchant from the South Continent. He had brought back a batch of valuable collectible paintings from the South Continent, which were stolen by a group of thieves while his ship was docked at the pier. The client was very anxious about this and was willing to offer £500 in cash as a reward, only requiring the location information of the thieves to claim the bounty, without needing to risk entering or engaging with the thieves. As Aaron read, his brows furrowed. There were many suspicious points about this commission. What kind of paintings were so valuable that they warranted a £500 cash reward? If they were so precious, why didn't he report it to the police for intervention, but instead went to the trouble of offering a bounty? Just knowing the exact location information would earn the reward, and it was even noted not to privately enter and disturb the thieves. Was he planning to deal with that group of thieves himself? It seemed this merchant from the South Continent was not simple at all. Suppressing his doubts, Aaron went to the Dock District based on the information provided by the client, observing and searching the ship where the theft occurred that day. Interestingly, Aaron noticed that several people dressed similarly to him were also searching here, and a sense of urgency arose spontaneously. As his first commission in Backland, Aaron still wanted to achieve it perfectly. A good start always brings unexpected rewards. The competition is too fierce, I'll have to be a bit clever to overtake them, Aaron thought to himself. Aaron looked around and finally found a dark-skinned man with distinct South Continent features in a corner. He was anxiously talking to a man dressed as a captain. Aaron walked over, vaguely hearing words like, thieves, and, report to the police. The man dressed as a captain stopped arguing and turned to leave. The dark-skinned man's face was gloomy, and he looked up at Aaron, who was approaching, and said impatiently, "Is there something you need?" Aaron paused his steps forward but still walked up to him. Just now, the moment this man looked up, perhaps due to emotional fluctuation, Aaron's spiritual intuition, which far surpassed that of Beyonders at the same sequence, was slightly stirred. Aaron clearly felt an indescribable malice. He's a Beyonder, low sequence and clearly malicious, from the South Continent, so he should be a Beyonder of the aberrant pathway. He should be from the Rose school of thought, right? I just don't know if he's from the Temperance faction or the Hedonist faction. If he's from the Temperance faction, it's fine, but if he's from the Hedonist faction, I need to be careful. His emotional fluctuation just now caused his spirituality to leak, but it didn't give me a spiritual warning, so his strength shouldn't be high. Is he a Sequence 9 prisoner, or a Sequence 8 lunatic? Aaron remained outwardly calm, but his heart twitched slightly. Encountering someone from the Rose School of Thought on his first bounty mission was truly not a good omen. Aaron suppressed his emotions and spoke calmly, "Sir, I am a bounty hunter who received a bounty mission. May I ask if you are the client who posted the bounty?" The dark-skinned man opposite him showed a smile on his face and eagerly pressed, "Have you found clues about those damn thieves?" Aaron slowly shook his head, watching the man opposite him's expression gradually turn unfriendly. Aaron added, "Although I don't have any clues about those thieves right now, if you are willing to lend me an item closely related to those stolen paintings. Give me 2 days, and I can give you a result." Since this matter was related to the Rose School of Thought, Aaron didn't intend to investigate slowly. He planned to use Darren's divination to pinpoint those thieves. He wanted to see what kind of item was worth all this trouble for them. He just needed to persuade this guy in front of him to provide a medium that could be divined. The man opposite, with an unpleasant expression, showed clear hesitation and conflict on his face. Aaron's heart stirred slightly, and his spirituality moved, making his words seem to carry a convincing charm and sufficient authority. This was one of the abilities the Arbiter had given him. "I imagine those stolen paintings must be priceless, and very important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't offer a high reward of £500. Every minute delayed increases the risk. I only need to borrow an item from you. If you're worried, I can also offer a monetary deposit." The dark-skinned man opposite finally nodded slowly and led Aaron into the ship's cabin. At the same time, Aaron also felt a subtle digestion of his Beyonder potion, and his suppressed, tense mood eased slightly. Aaron entered the cabin and found the man dressed as the captain earlier was also inside, looking at Aaron with a gloomy gaze. Simultaneously, Aaron felt another oppressive gaze from deep within the cabin, like thorns in his back. Aaron smiled to mask the unnaturalness of his expression. Resisting the urge to turn and look at that gaze, he nodded to the man dressed as the captain, then continued to follow the dark-skinned man into a compartment. It wasn't until the compartment door closed that the cold gaze gradually disappeared. Aaron exhaled. That oppressive feeling indicated at least a Sequence 5 Beyonder. It seemed the Rose School of Thought attached great importance to this theft, sending a Sequence 5. The more importance they placed on it, the more valuable the stolen item must be. The dark-skinned man ignored Aaron and wasn't worried about him making any small moves, seemingly very confident. He rummaged for a while, took a dark black curtain from a wooden box, and handed it to Aaron, saying in an unpleasant tone, "This is the curtain that was used to wrap the paintings to prevent damage. I have fulfilled your request. I hope you remember your words, otherwise." He snorted, his threatening intent clearly visible on his face. Aaron didn't act tough or continue to play it cool. Instead, he showed an even brighter smile. "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." At the same time, he snorted inwardly, "I hope you can still be so tough then." Having obtained what he wanted, Aaron didn't linger. Under the watchful eyes of several gazes, he left the dock. Seeing Aaron leave, the dark-skinned man whispered to the man dressed as the captain beside him, "I'll send someone to follow him." Leaving the dock area and returning to Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge district, Aaron felt the tail behind him, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. He turned and walked into a dark alley, using the physical prowess granted by the Arbiter to widen the distance from his pursuer. In a dark corner, Aaron's spirituality radiated, and abstract oil paintings, similar to colorful and vibrant ones, reappeared before his eyes, with rich colors all around. As if only a few seconds passed, all of this suddenly vanished, the colors dispersed, and Aaron was back in his research workshop compartment in Backland Street, George's district. Just a few seconds later, a man dressed in a linen robe with slightly dark skin also arrived at that dark corner. The area was already deserted. Realizing he had lost his target, he let out an angry roar, madness in his eyes, and punched the wall, sending tiles flying. Inside the compartment, Aaron's lips curled into a mocking arc, and he thought happily. Spirit world traversal is really useful. You guys think you can track me? Do you really think I'm just an ordinary hunter? You can't even catch my taillights. Taking the curtain from his pregnant, Aaron saw nothing unusual. No longer dwelling on it, he removed his mask and changed back into his luxurious formal wear. He placed the curtain in a specially made pocket inside his coat, then left the compartment to inspect the progress of the work once more, before taking a carriage back to the luxurious villa of the East Tucker family. As soon as Aaron entered the villa hall, he had the butler summon Dallin to the third-floor bedroom. A moment later, Aaron saw Dallin, dressed in a black overcoat, and casually handed him the curtain. "This is the curtain that wrapped the paintings. Use dream divination to find out roughly where the paintings are." Dallin nodded slightly, not avoiding it. He took the curtain, spread it flat, unfastened the crystal pendant from his right wrist, suspended it over the curtain, and murmured to himself. A moment later, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Dallin's face, and his mouth opened. Before Aaron could rise, Dallin opened his bloodshot eyes. Dallin's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He took a few deep breaths, composed himself, and looked up at his lordship, who had walked to his side with a worried expression. He spoke with a slight apology. "I apologize, Lord Aaron, I was impolite." Just as Aaron thought there was no progress and was secretly perplexed, Dallin slowly whispered, I think I saw it. At Warehouse No. 122, Stoll Street, Backland Bridge area. There were shattered bodies, splashing blood, a sea of red. Aaron looked at Dallin, who was slumped on the ground, muttering to himself and clearly not normal. He frowned tightly, raised his right hand, and spiritual power surged into the sun ring on his index finger. A warm, pure light projected onto Dallin, which was the holy purification provided by the sun ring. Under the illumination of the holy purification, Dallin's physical state visibly improved. He stopped muttering, as if waking from a dream, looked around, his eyes filled with astonishment and fear, and hastily stood up to thank Aaron. Aaron felt a slight sense of relief watching Dallin's reaction, but he didn't stop his actions. "Dallin, how do you feel?" Aaron asked with concern in his voice, as this was indeed his oversight. Although Aaron guessed that the lost painting was not simple, he didn't expect that merely divining its location could result in remote contamination. Dallin slowly nodded. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes again. His gaze had now cleared, though the bloodshot veins in his eyes were more prominent. Aaron frowned and looked at Dallin, slowly saying, "Go down and rest well later. Come to me for a holy purification once a day for a full week, and do not use divination during this week. Also, have your subordinates discreetly investigate a cargo ship from the southern continent in the dock area, the one that recently had a theft case. Remember, it's a discreet investigation. Even if it's difficult to get deep clues, don't alert them. Remember, this is very dangerous." After Dallin, looking slightly pale with bloodshot eyes, nodded in agreement and left downstairs, Aaron sighed helplessly. He felt it would be better to find a craftsman to help create a divination item in the future. He could use divination within the Nation of Disorder, getting clearer images, and also deal with potential contamination. Warehouse number 122, Stoll Street, Backland Bridge area. Aaron silently repeated the location Dallin had spoken during his divination. Based solely on Dallin's reaction, he knew that the stolen painting itself contained a certain level of contamination and needed to be handled carefully. He couldn't help but pinch his brow, somewhat lamenting his luck. After sighing, he changed into a hunter outfit, put on his death mask, and used spirit world travel to arrive near Stoll Street in the Backland Bridge area. At the same time, in the warehouse at 122 Stoll Street, Backland Bridge area, a man in a dark leather jacket stood at the warehouse entrance. His gaze swept around, full of vigilance. He was the first hunter to accept the bounty mission. Through various methods, he had narrowed the thieves' whereabouts to the vicinity of Stoll Street in the Backland Bridge area. Now he was systematically eliminating each building, and even if it was a bit tedious, he wouldn't let his prey escape. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Usually, this warehouse would be at its busiest at this time, so why was it so lifeless? His eyes lit up, and he quickly entered a state of alert. Recalling the employer's request for accurate intelligence, he gritted his teeth. He circled to the back door, skillfully picked the lock, and quietly snuck in. Upon entering the warehouse, it was dim and silent. Although the man felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, it always reminded him of the ghost stories a group of drunkards rambled about in the Brave Bar. But he scoffed at them and was not afraid, skillfully drawing the weapon from his waist, ready to face whatever might happen. However, as he prepared to meet the challenge, a strong smell of blood wafted over. His pupils constricted slightly, and he immediately raised his gun and turned towards the source of the bloody smell. His body stiffened abruptly as he saw a painting suspended in midair. "This is," the man spoke in horror, but his voice suddenly cut off as he clearly saw the painting. A colossal surrealist artwork, with a fantastical cosmos as its background, featured a gigantic blood-red tree, seemingly laden with corpses, extending two arms, left and right. The left hand was covered in delicate skin, like a soft, feminine arm, while the right hand appeared decayed and swollen, with even twisted teeth and hair growing in the gangrenous areas. The upward-facing palms reached the edge of the painting, and blood coalesced around the painting like blood-red vines, intertwining to suspend the painting in midair, with two shriveled hearts floating at the positions of the painting's hands. The gun slipped from his hand, and the man, utterly distraught, slowly walked towards the painting, his body gradually shriveling and decaying, blood splattering and flowing into the intertwined blood-red vines behind the painting. The blood-red vines became thicker and more vibrant, and the corpse-like body slowly collapsed. There were 5 other similar corpses nearby. The empty warehouse returned to peace, silent and still. The blood-red vines twisted and writhed constantly, yet there was no abnormality outside. Aaron walked slowly along the street numbers, arriving at the warehouse at 122 Stoll Street, Backland Bridge area. He casually glanced at the warehouse, pretending not to care, but he also noticed something amiss. He frowned, quickly circled the warehouse, and saw the open back door. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Did they run away? Standing at the warehouse entrance, he hesitated for a moment. Thinking that this was his first bounty mission, he still circled to the back door and entered through the already pried open back door. Aaron's footsteps paused just after he entered. He hadn't felt it outside the warehouse, but upon entering, it was as if he had passed through a membrane. Aaron's expression changed slightly. His spirituality surged into the death mask and the sun ring, ready to deal with danger at any moment. If he couldn't win, he would immediately use spirit world travel to escape. Walking forward cautiously, Aaron felt a strong scent of blood coming from ahead. A warning sign suddenly arose in his heart, and his spiritual intuition also issued a premonition. Aaron immediately raised the sun ring, ready to launch a fireball at the fellow. As his spirituality overflowed and his gaze just swept over the bloody painting formed by the blood-red vines, Aaron's thoughts fell into a momentary chaos. Due to the overflow of spirituality, Even though Aaron instantly closed his eyes, his spirituality still fed the distorted image back into his mind, clearer and more gruesome. Aaron only felt his mind was a mess, with various images flashing through. The red moon imprint on his wrist glowed faintly, and a serene, cool sensation suppressed the chaos in his mind. Aaron instantly sobered up, turned and retreated rapidly, arriving at the back door, quickly closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness. Passing through layers of dark gold mist, Aaron returned to his throne. The dark gold mist surged into Aaron, and a blood-red mist rose, was churned and shattered by the dark gold mist, and then disappeared. Aaron, somewhat terrified, slumped onto the throne, unable to help but curse. The condition of the warehouse clearly indicated that the thieves had opened the painting to divide the spoils, leading to the removal of the original seal and the leakage of pollution. Aaron sighed helplessly and then used the sun ring to cast a holy purification on himself. This was clearly not a situation he could handle on his own, he still needed to call for help. His consciousness sinking, Aaron disappeared from the throne, returning to the back door, and chanted in a low voice in ancient Hermes. The ruler of the misty battlefield. The master of weather changes. The totem of flames and lightning. Great Valna will. Backland, East Tark County, Irithil, in an underground palace, the armored figure sitting on a high-backed chair shook his head helplessly. Aaron felt a gaze directed at him. Without delay, he briefly described the situation here, finally saying, "Ancestor, the pollution contained in this painting is not simple. I currently have no other means to seal it. Please, Ancestor, lend a hand." Valna shook his head, somewhat amused and exasperated. He remembered that just a few days ago, this boy had said he only needed him as a deterrent, and now he was already making him work. However, he did not refuse. He slightly raised a finger, and a bright white lightning bolt appeared out of thin air in the warehouse, striking directly at the painting. It utterly destroyed all the blood-red vines behind the painting, and the crimson flames swept away and incinerated the vine remnants along with the corpses on the ground. Finally, it transformed into a complex pattern engraved on the painting, and the oppressive, bloody sensation instantly disappeared. "I have interfered with the divination. Give it to Joseph will and handle the aftermath properly," a ethereal voice said before disappearing. Joseph will, the strongest person in the East Tark family in Backland, that demigod, lived in a manor in the suburbs, which Aaron had secretly visited before. Looking at the painting, which had already rolled up and landed at his feet, no longer giving off any special sensation. Although the red patterns shimmering on it gave him a sense of security, he still picked up this painting, which had caused him so much trouble, with a twitching mouth. Looking at the warehouse, which had been swept by a lightning storm and flames, Aaron was somewhat speechless. How was he supposed to deal with this? Nothing was left. Then he remembered the cargo ship in the dock area, the dark-skinned man from the Rose School of Thought, and the gaze from deep within the ship's hold. This must be someone from the hedonist faction. I'll put this debt on your heads. It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate harm for the people. As he finished speaking, Aaron's spirituality surged into his mask, activating spirit world travel. His figure vanished, and he arrived at the East Tark Manor in the suburbs. He took out the token Valna had bestowed upon him, activated its aura, and a man dressed entirely in black appeared out of thin air beside Aaron, his pale golden eyes looking at Aaron. Aaron cleared his throat, not bothering with pleasantries, and directly handed the painting to Joseph. He described the events in detail, emphasizing the power of his ancestor, the strangeness of the painting, and his own quick thinking. Joseph glanced at Aaron, whose face was pale from excessive spiritual energy consumption, then looked at the token and the painting covered in red patterns in his hand. He curled his lips slightly, put away the painting, and said teasingly, "You should go back and rest, you look weak. Do you want me to send you?" Aaron's upturned lips stiffened, and his face fell. He was about to explain but then closed his mouth, snorted, and continued fiercely, "No need. The aftermath of this matter must be handled properly. Those Rose School of Thought followers must be dealt with completely, not a single one can be let go." Thinking that his first bounty mission had ended this way, Aaron felt a surge of anger. Especially after being tricked by that painting, if his current condition wasn't so poor, he would definitely personally eradicate those rats from the sewers. Most of those rats are sequence 8 and sequence 9, but there's a sequence 5 wraith among them. Don't let him escape, Aaron reminded. Joseph paused for a moment before realizing who those rats referred to, then nodded and said, I will personally take action. None of them will escape. Aaron nodded, feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't observe a demigod in action up close. Spiritual energy surged into the mask, and colorful patterns appeared. Aaron directly activated spirit world travel, returning to the third-floor bedroom of East Taker Villa. He quickly removed the mask, left the bedroom to tell his butler that he needed to rest and not be disturbed, then lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep. The night was dark. Under the cover of moonlight, a group of black-clad figures quietly appeared in the dock district. The leader, with faint golden eyes narrowed, waved his right hand and charged towards a cargo ship. In Fenaport City, the capital of the Fanapotter Kingdom, Celso District, South Suburbs, Louise opened her eyes in the basement. Her blood-red eyes shone even more brightly. Before she could even gather the spiritual energy that had spread and overflowed, she sprang up from the ground and happily looked at her father opposite her, saying, From now on, I'm also a blood clan baron. Now you and mother can finally rest assured about me going out to train, right? Morning of May 8, 1346, Backland, Empress Borough, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Earl Hall put down the Backland Morning News, which was still warm. The newspaper's headline was bolded and very eye-catching. A South Continent cargo ship in the dock district sank due to a steam boiler explosion. Earl Hall shook his head and sighed. These South Continent merchants always shortchange people, not even caring about their own safety. Although he sighed, his face was beaming with a smile. Audrey, sitting beside Mrs. Catherine, looked at her father's smile and couldn't help but frown, asking, Father. Realizing his expression was inappropriate, Earl Hall lightly cleared his throat and flipped the newspaper to the back, explaining. Audrey, I'm not gloating. I also feel regretful in the face of disaster. I'm happy that the repeal of the Grain Act has finally made progress, he said, pointing to the content on the back of the newspaper. A line of small print was hidden in the corner of the newspaper, very inconspicuous. The House of Commons preliminarily passed the opinion to repeal the Grain Act yesterday. The Grain Act is about to enter discussions in the House of Lords. Audrey took the newspaper with a slight surprise and looked at Earl Hall in confusion. Since the Grain Act has made progress, why isn't it being publicized? Earl Hall smiled and shook his head, then put away his smile and said with a serious expression. Formal neglect will not hide the achievements we have made. Appropriate concessions can allow us to gain more. Moreover, the House of Commons is just the beginning. The struggle in the House of Lords will be the most intense. May 8, 1346, Backland, Thursday morning, Aaron was woken by his butler. He took care of his personal hygiene in the washroom and, with the butler's assistance, changed into a luxurious silk suit. After a night's rest, Aaron felt refreshed, and the after-effects of yesterday's pollution cleansing had mostly disappeared. Seeing the Backland Morning News on the table, Aaron smiled after glancing at the headline. Humph, a steam boiler explosion. It was probably sunk directly, he thought. However, it was likely judged from the traces that the Sanguine controlled the sunken cargo ship. Both the church and the military unusually maintained a unified stance, and their investigation attitude was extremely passive. What interested Aaron more was how quickly the Grain Act was progressing. Aaron was pondering the potential impact of these events. The butler, Dido, knocked and entered, saying respectfully, Esteemed Earl Aaron, East Taker Manor has sent a gift. Would you like me to bring it in? East Taker Manor. Aaron's eyebrows twitched slightly. Connecting it to last night's operation and that cargo ship controlled by the Rose School of Thought, he felt a faint sense of anticipation. Putting down the newspaper, Aaron nodded in assent. The butler then bowed and exited. A minute later, he returned, carrying a cage wrapped in black cloth, and placed it in front of Aaron. Aaron, with interest, lifted the black cloth. Beneath it was not a rare treasure, but a cat, completely white without a single speck of other color. Well, to be more precise, it was a kitten. Although the white cat had no injuries on its body, it was curled up at the edge of the cage, its spiritual eyes revealing fear and apprehension. Aaron's somewhat confused gaze met those spiritual eyes, then he turned to look at a black-clad man who had entered with the butler, eyeing him with a questioning look. The black-clad man cleared his throat and explained. This is a creature that only lives in the ancient forest in East Barum, South Continent, east of Pass River Valley, and north of the Harvest Plains. Its scientific name is the white feather spirit cat. It's a creature with low strength but a gentle temperament, high spirituality, and understands human nature. But precisely because of this, after Rosal opened the new navigation route, it became the preferred pet for various nobles. However, due to its extremely small numbers and difficulty in capture, it is extremely rare. Aaron nodded knowingly and said in a teasing tone. It seems those smelly rats from the gutters were lucky enough to get one, hoping to raise funds for their future activities. Very good, I am very satisfied with this gift. Please thank Joseph for me. The black-clad man nodded in acknowledgement, bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Waving his hand to dismiss the butler to his own duties, Aaron covered the cage with the black cloth, leaving only a viewing opening to help the little creature calm down. He then took out ritual incense and essential oil from his pocket, placing a little in the cage. Amidst the elegant and serene fragrance, it stopped trembling, its bright eyes unblinkingly fixed on Aaron. Aaron looked at its completely white fur, without a single speck of other color, and smiled, saying, From now on, you'll be called Little White. You'll follow me from now on. Hee, Afuni will definitely love you, especially if she knows. North of the raging sea, near the safe shipping lane. The cargo ship cut through the waves, its hull surging forward, the steam engine roaring, spewing white steam. Sunlight shone on the sea, and waves crashed against the ship's side, spraying mist. Farron stood on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze on his face, embracing the sun. Most of the sailors on deck were doing the same. On the second day after departing from Bodo Port, a huge storm appeared on their original route. The captain immediately ordered a change of course to bypass that area. In the complex sea conditions of the raging sea, no one dared to take chances. Fortunately, the goddess of luck favored them. Despite 2 consecutive days of continuous rain, they indeed avoided the center of the storm. After sailing out of the dangerous area, they finally encountered the long-awaited sun. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the cargo ship also sailed towards the safe shipping lane. The sailor standing on the lookout post exclaimed with a slightly trembling voice. Quick, look to the east. That's. All the sailors on deck turned their heads to the east with a hint of surprise. The next moment, even the experienced old sailors couldn't help but tremble slightly. Another huge sailboat appeared on the eastern horizon. Its flag was an eye surrounded by 10 stars, an eye without eyelashes. At the top of the sailboat stood a lady. She was wearing a black classical robe, adorned with many symbols and magical markings. The most prominent was a mysterious eye, an eye without eyelashes. She wasn't looking at the cargo ship Farron was on, but rather turned her head to gaze at the storm in the center of the raging sea not far away. Many sailors, who had once been pirates and participated in pirate gatherings, recognized her and said with trembling voices, Admiral of Stars Catlia. Farron's scalp tingled, and his mouth felt a bit bitter. He sighed at his bad luck, wondering whether to pray for rescue to the Lord of Order or to his favored one. The captain, whose hair was already streaked with white, ran out of the cabin, holding a sail etched with a certain symbol. He sharply reprimanded, You cowards, are you standing here waiting to die? Hurry and hang this thing up. As he spoke, he raised the sail in his hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The sailors on deck awakened as if from a dream and hastily hung the sail at the very top of the cargo ship. To Farron's surprise, the future only approached in distance and showed no signs of attack. A man in overalls and a white shirt stood on the deck of the future. He was about 30, strongly built, with thick body hair, so much so that his exposed forearms looked as if they were covered in a brown sweater. He wore a round-brimmed hat with a dent in the middle, revealing a hearty smile. He extended his right hand and said, "Hello, friends on the other side. I am Frank Lee, the first mate of the future. No need to be nervous, we." He was carried away by a female dressed as a bosun before he could finish speaking. Farron's eyes flickered. Frank Lee, the poison expert, with a bounty of 7,000 pounds. Watching the future gradually move away, everyone let out a soft sigh, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Although their ship specialized in transporting supplies for pirates, pirates generally wouldn't rob them under normal circumstances. However, those pirate kings and pirate admirals were not bound by such rules. Having escaped danger, everyone quickly regained their spirits and headed towards the safe shipping lane, putting all their effort into reaching Dixie Bay as quickly as possible. After the Rose School of Thought incident, Aaron continued to complete his bounty missions. Perhaps his bad luck had run out last time, as the missions these past 2 days went smoothly. At night, he would put on a black tight-fitting suit and go to the East Borough, Docklands, and Bellend Bridge district to search for criminals. After knocking them out, he would dump them at the police station entrance, or use his own methods to judgment them. This continued for almost 2 days. Under such high-intensity acting, Aaron felt his Beander potion was digesting quickly. At 11 p.m. on Friday night, after Aaron judgment a criminal using his own method, he spirit world shuttled back to his bedroom, went to the washroom to wash up, and prepared for this week's Chaos Council. Skillfully setting up the ritual, Aaron arrived at the magnificent palace above the dark golden mist, sitting on the first high-backed chair on the lower side. On the throne in the deepest part, he recondensed a magnificent figure enveloped in dark golden mist. Feeling that the time had come, Aaron waved his hand, and the light spots on the stone chairs below suddenly expanded, transforming into 4 figures. The blurring colors before his eyes faded, and Chuck found himself once again in the magnificent palace. Even though it wasn't his first time being pulled in here, he couldn't help but tremble at such power, while Louise looked excited. Aaron sat on the high-backed chair, observing the colors in everyone's spiritual depths, then nodded slightly. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Aaron was the first to stand up and bow to the magnificent figure on the throne. The others also hastily stood up and followed suit. To avoid an awkward silence, Aaron spoke first. The initial intention of our Lord in establishing the council is to cultivate favored ones. As favored ones, we must help each other and communicate to welcome the descent of our Lord. So, if you have anything you don't understand, you can ask it here, and everyone can speak freely. Ordinary information is free. Farron's eyes lit up. Remembering his encounter a few days ago, he stood up, faced Aaron, and bowed, saying, "Sir Favored One, could you elaborate on the 4 pirate kings and the other 5 pirate admirals? On the island, I've only heard their names and nicknames, I don't know what Beander abilities they possess." This question also made the others' eyes light up, especially Louise, whose eyes sparkled. As a sanguine living inland, she longed for the sea but knew very little about it. Aaron nodded, pretending to think for a moment, then said, "The most powerful pirate king is King of the 5 Seas Nast. He claims to be a descendant of the 4th epic Solomon Empire. He himself is a Sequence 3 frenzied mage, and he also possesses the Solomon Empire's remaining ghost ship, the Black Emperor. He is skilled at utilizing order, able to pull enemies into the domain he is most proficient in combat, and create various incredible effects. The owner of Dawn is Queen Mystic. She is Russel's eldest daughter, once a warlock, and has now also entered the demigod realm. The King of Immortality is a demigod of the criminal pathway, extremely cunning and evil. The King of the Black Throne is a demigod in the mind domain, but he has rarely appeared at sea recently. After briefly introducing the 4 kings, Aaron shifted the topic to the remaining 6 pirate admirals. Ludwig, the owner of the Black Tulip, was once a subordinate of the King of the 5 Seas but later became independent, calling himself Admiral of Hell. He has close ties with the numinous episcopate and is a powerful spirit medium capable of commanding various spirit world creatures. Admiral of Stars Katlia once followed Queen Mystic, but later she joined the Moses Ascetic Order. Aaron then briefly introduced Admiral of Blood, Senor, Vice Admiral of Deep Sea, Hal Constantine, who possesses some sea monster bloodline, Vice Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina Edwards, and Vice Admiral of Twilight, Bratov Ivan. Aaron finally curved his lips slightly, saying with a hint of teasing, Vice Admiral of Hurricane, Keelangos will become the 7th pirate admiral in a while. Thank you very much for your sharing. Farron, having received his answer, quickly responded gratefully. Then, after a moment of thought, he asked again, I wonder if you, Sir Favored One, have heard of Frank Lee, the first mate of the future. Aaron's eyebrows twitched slightly. Frank Lee. He couldn't help but recall the fish that could produce milk and the bizarre mushrooms, which made him feel a bit nauseated. However, from another perspective, his abilities might play a crucial role during a world war when food is scarce. But he would need to be given time and a clear direction beforehand, and warned not to add strange things. I don't want the disaster victims who were rescued to all become talking mushrooms. Future, Katlia, Bernadette. Looking at the devotee who was deep in thought and silent, Farron felt a bit lost, wondering if he had asked the wrong question. As he hesitated, Aaron finally came back to his senses and replied with an approving smile. That's a very pure person, very promising. If you become friends with him, just don't talk to him about strange topics. Farron always felt that the devotee's words held a hidden meaning, and the way he looked at him made him somewhat afraid. After bowing in thanks, he asked no more questions. Seeing that no one else had questions, Aaron cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, faced the magnificent figure on the throne, and respectfully said, Great Lord of Order, in order to standardize the communication of our Chaos Council, may I briefly introduce the subsequent process to them. Aaron then emanated his spirituality, controlling the magnificent figure to respond indifferently, You may. Aaron looked at the 4 slightly nervous individuals below and said solemnly. Firstly, if you cannot attend the Chaos Council on time, you need to recite the name of our Lord in advance. Secondly, without permission, you are not to reveal the existence of the Chaos Council to others. Aaron finished speaking with a smile and continued. The last point is also the convenience you can enjoy, which is Beyander characteristics and various Beyander weapons. Below demigod, Beyander characteristics or Beyander weapons of the same sequence can be exchanged, or they can be exchanged for pounds, including exchanging lower-level items and making up the difference for higher-level items. At the same time, I also purchase Beyander characteristics you possess. As for items above demigod, you need to become a devotee of our Lord and complete tasks to exchange them with merit. All item exchanges are completed through sacrificial and bestowal rituals. As soon as Aaron finished speaking, Czech immediately asked. Then, may I ask, Your Excellency, how many pounds are required to exchange for Beyander characteristics above sequence 8? Looking at the equally expectant eyes of the 4 below, Aaron smiled and replied. The Beyander characteristic corresponding to sequence 8 is 600 pounds, and the sequence 8 potion formula is worth approximately 450 to 500 pounds. The Beyander characteristic corresponding to sequence 7 is worth about 1200 pounds, and the sequence 7 formula is about 800 pounds. The Beyander characteristic corresponding to sequence 6 is 3000 pounds, and the sequence 6 potion formula is 2000 pounds. The Beyander characteristic corresponding to sequence 5 is worth 8,000 pounds, and the potion formula is 6,000 pounds. Louise nodded almost imperceptibly. Since being promoted to a sanguine baron, she had already inquired about the price of sequence 5 in order to become a noble viscount as soon as possible. The price given by this devotee was already extremely favorable. He was truly a generous, easygoing, and knowledgeable gentleman. Chek was a bit worried after hearing this. As a fallen noble fleeing Fennerport, all his savings had been used to exchange for a Sequence 9 potion. The thought of a 600-pound Sequence 8 Beander characteristic made Chek a bit troubled. It seemed he would need to take on more bounty missions in the future. After bowing, Sid said with some trepidation, "I would like to know the names of my subsequent potions." Aaron nodded and replied, "Sequence 8 feet Gravedigger, Sequence 7 feet Spirit Medium, Sequence 6 feet Spirit Guide, Sequence 5 feet Gatekeeper, Sequence 4 feet Undying." Upon hearing the name, Gravedigger, even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, after hearing Undying, Sid felt that the initial humiliation and endurance were not unacceptable, and he immediately expressed his thanks. Seeing that everyone had stopped speaking, Aaron then said, "In the future, in addition to transactions and seeking guidance, you can also share the intelligence you obtain or meaningful observations. This is also an opportunity for you to understand a broader world." Subsequently, Aaron faced the throne and bowed, saying, "Praise the great Lord of Order." The others also followed suit, bowing to the magnificent figure on the throne. "Indeed, after saying it too much, I've lost the feeling. I can face such embarrassing self-talk with ease now. I can't let it slip in the future, or I'll be socially dead." After sending everyone away, Aaron returned to the throne and thought to himself. He then summoned the Staff of Daybreak from the pile of sundries, and used dark gold mist to envelop and isolate the Beander characteristics that had precipitated and floated nearby. Aaron took out 3 copies of the Sequence 9 inches Arbiter, Beander characteristic. He planned to give 2 of them to his family and the remaining 1 to Darren to cultivate his subordinates. He put the remaining items back into the pile of sundries, then returned to his room, lifted the spiritual wall, put away the materials, and rested. Over the next month, Aaron frequented the East Borough, the docks, and the Backland Bridge district every night, witnessing the darkness and ugliness of human nature, and judging the maggots in the darkness in his own way. Every day, 1 or 2 corpses or bound and knocked out individuals would be thrown at the entrance of a random police station, along with their crimes. Due to the difficulty in tracking and the irrefutable evidence of their crimes, the police department issued a warrant but had no success. Gradually, the name, Black-Clad Vigilante, spread among the common people of Backland, and the Backland Morning Post took the opportunity to fiercely criticize the police department's inaction and widely publicize the matter. Aaron sat in the living room, looking at the Backland Morning Post on the table with its report on the Black-Clad Vigilante. Aaron smiled, having just felt that his Sequence 9 potion had been fully digested, and he could now prepare to advance to Sequence 8 Sheriff. However, he still had one more thing to do. He picked up the Backland Post beside him. Unlike the Backland Morning Post, the Backland Post, with its larger circulation and wider readership, naturally had greater influence. The copy of the Backland Post in his hand was an urgent print from this morning. The editor of this issue also showed great courage, with a very striking headline, "Opinion on the repeal of the Corn Laws passed in the House of Lords, repeal to take effect next year." Immediately below the front page headline was another report. Aaron took a look. The writer was named Humphrey Byers, a government employee in the agricultural department. He sharply pointed out the various potential impacts of the repeal of the Corn Laws. He also spent a considerable amount of space criticizing the various disadvantages and dark secrets during the implementation of the Corn Laws over the years, with such direct language that Aaron couldn't help but secretly sigh. Although Aaron agreed with his analysis, he couldn't help but shake his head at his somewhat reckless behavior. Publishing this in the newspaper was equivalent to offending both the Conservative Party and the New Party. Aaron felt that Mr. Humphrey's official career in Backland would be extremely difficult and full of twists and turns thereafter. However, he greatly admired talent. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.